Cold Comfort, Book 3 of the America Falls series, written by Scott Medbury, narrated by Adam Barr. Part 1, Tipping Point. 1.
I was shaken by my visit with Sonny and followed a few paces behind Mr. Ragg as he led me back to the breakout area. My friend's warning about Ragg and his whispered instruction, any means, filled me with a sense of unease. Clearly he was more worried than he had been able to say aloud in the cell. Had he learnt something else that he thought might lead to trouble? If so, what? Mr. Ragg led me back to where Williams was waiting patiently while he watched the two men playing cards. Ragg didn't say a word to either of us, just nodded to Williams and headed off down the corridor. "Not very chatty, is he?" I said to Williams when the lift doors closed.
Who?
"Mr. Ragg."
No, I guess not.
"What job does he do exactly?" Williams turned his head and looked at me expressionlessly. I thought he'd make a hell of a poker player.
Why don't you ask him?
I shrugged. Clearly Mr. Ragg wasn't the only non-chatty member of the professor's crew, and I gave up, not even bothering to say goodbye when he left me in the square. I found Ben playing pool by himself. There were two other men in the room now, making use of the exercise equipment. From the camouflage pants and vests they wore, I could see they were Army. I invited him to go to the quiet area so I could fill him in. We went through the door past the cafeteria and into the open carpeted space of the quiet area. I grabbed two well-worn magazines and handed one to him as we claimed a sofa. "Well, what happened?" he asked eagerly. I told him all about the talk with the professor and my visit with Sonny. Unsurprisingly, he was angry about Sonny's treatment, but thought it wise we heed his warnings about Ragg. He was also keen to find out what was really behind the segregation of the women. So help me, if they hurt Brooke, well, let's not jump the gun. We need to be calm and measured in our approach. It will help that I'm on the security detail now. You just need to stay cool and find out what you can from the other boys, without being too obvious, of course. Oh, and don't talk to Paul about it. He seems a bit touchy about his sister. I'll try to get that out of him." "Okay." Earlier that day, I had been keen for an encounter with Leroy, the redneck who had tasered Sonny. I guess it's true that you should be careful what you wish for. When we re-entered the rec room, there were two men in Homeland Security uniforms playing pool. One of them was Leroy. He looked up after he finished his shot, and true to type, he sneered at us and said something I couldn't make out to his playing partner. To our left, the two soldiers that had been there when I had first got back were still working out. One, a clean-cut looking guy with a classic square jaw, was now doing bench presses, while the other, a heavier black man, spotted him. There was also someone else working out on the large, heavy punching bag in the back corner. I couldn't make out who it was. The lighting was quite poor, and the bag was between them and us. But I could see they were hitting it with tremendous force as the heavy bag shook violently on its chain to each blow. I soon forgot about the people working out, though. The sneer on Leroy's face told me all I needed to know. I had seen that same sneer on plenty of schoolyard bullies in my time. As we approached, I was distracted by a soft melody coming from behind them. My eyes immediately sought out the source of the sound. It was a music video playing on a large wall-mounted TV. Both Ben and I stopped for a moment and watched it, mesmerized. It was an old music video, a song called Royals by a girl whose name I couldn't even remember. I do know that I hadn't particularly liked that song when it was a hit, but right then, when I hadn't heard music or seen moving pictures in months, it seemed like the most amazing thing I had ever heard. Again, I was reminded of the beautiful things we had lost. The song seemed almost like an ode to the disaster. The whole country was a torn-up town with no postcode envy now. "Well, if it isn't the Chink Lovers." The harsh voice of Leroy broke the spell we were under, and given the sadness that had begun to well in me, I wasn't quite sure if I was resentful of the interruption or not. I felt Ben stiffen beside me. "Just ignore him, Ben," I said calmly. We gave the pool table a wide berth as we walked to some beanbag chairs in the corner. I thought we could sit there and relax while we waited for our turn on the table. It wasn't going to be that easy, of course. Leroy stepped in front of me. Despite his big gut, I could see he was solid with muscle, and his arm flexed as he planted his pool cue in front of me and grinned through his unkempt beard. The rhythmic pounding of the punching bag didn't cease, and I marveled at the stamina of the person behind it. "What do you think you're doing, chink lover?" "Please don't call me that," I said evenly. "We're just here for a game of pool. We don't want any trouble." "Please don't call me that," he mocked. "What's the matter, chink lover? The truth hurt?" From the corner of my eye, I saw Ben tense and noted Leroy's playing partner rounding the table to stand behind him. I weighed up my options as I stared Leroy in the eye without speaking. After a few seconds, I saw a flash of doubt in his eyes, but he didn't drop his gaze. The doubt was quickly followed by anger. "Well?" he yelled in my face. I stepped back and balanced on the balls of my feet as I raised my arms from my side.
"Leroy, leave them alone."
It was the soldier who had been doing the bench presses. He was now sitting up, his pumped muscles glistening under the fluorescent lights. He glared at Leroy. "Mind your own fucking business, Spence," snapped Leroy, without looking at him. He didn't look quite as confident as he had tried to sound, and I could see that he was intimidated by Spence. The rhythmic pounding suddenly stopped. Of course, it was Rag who stepped out from behind it. The effect on Leroy was instantaneous. I saw real fear in his eyes, but it was coupled with a strange infusion of confidence. The spectacled, compact man looked just as I had seen him a while ago while visiting Sonny. The only concession he had made to his heavy exercise had been to remove his jacket. He wore shiny black business shoes, and his shirt was still buttoned up and tucked neatly into his gray pants, with bow tie in place. I saw a faint sheen of perspiration on his brow, but apart from that, he might have just returned from a leisurely walk in a park. Jacketless, I couldn't fail to notice the sinewy, lean muscle beneath his shirt that had only been hinted at when I had measured him up earlier. "Leave him." At first, I thought Mr. Ragg had addressed Leroy. Then I realized he was looking at Spence when he said it. The spectacled man looked back over at us with an interested expression on his face, as though he was settling in to watch some sort of entertainment. It was as though the words had given Leroy a green light. I saw him nod at his playing partner, who grabbed Ben from behind and held him immobile as Leroy himself reached out one hand to grab me. He was too slow, and I stepped lightly back out of his reach and raised my fists. Leroy laughed and raised the pool cue, wielding it by the thin end as he began to stalk me. I heard Spence curse and glanced across the room to see him rising from the bench and stomping towards my antagonist. He only made it 2 steps. There was a burst of movement, and suddenly Spence was face down on the floor, one arm viciously pulled up behind him, and Mr. Ragg's knee hard in his back. Spence groaned in agony, completely helpless. Rag regarded me as he calmly pushed his glasses further up his nose with the index finger of his free hand. Time seemed to slow, and I noticed 2 things. 1, Leroy was distracted by Rag, and 2, Spence's big friend was preparing to make a move. I needed to make my move. I stepped up quickly to the distracted Leroy and rabbit punched him hard in the solar plexus. As he doubled up, I snatched the pool cue out of his hand and brought it down hard on the back of his shoulders. It snapped in half and breath whooshed out of him as he fell heavily on his face. I looked back at Rag and saw Spence's buddy looming up behind him. As fast as I had been, Mr. Rag seemed twice as quick. In a blur he twisted, still holding Spence's arm, to face the bigger man. I heard a nasty, fleshy crack, and Spence screamed as Rag dropped his lifeless arm in time to deliver 2 lightning-fast blows to the stomach of the well-built soldier who was about to grab him. The big man groaned but managed to encircle Rag with his strong arms, only to find Rag, almost magically, slip out of his grasp and chop him on the neck with the heel of his hand. The black soldier went limp and fell onto Spence, who was quietly groaning. It was clear that neither of the soldiers would be any further help. Rag turned to us. He paused a moment and adjusted his bow tie and glasses. His gray eyes made me feel like an insect stuck on the end of a pin. Ignoring Leroy's groans, he glanced at the other Homeland Security guard and said, "Let him go." Leroy's playing partner released Ben immediately, the fear in his eyes undisguised. Rag walked over to us, not dropping his gaze from mine. I tensed and raised the thick, jagged end of the pool cue I had used to incapacitate Leroy. "You fucker," panted Leroy from his position on the floor. "When I finish with you, you're gonna wish you and your chink—" He didn't finish. Rag fluidly bent over and pinched Leroy's neck where it met his shoulder. The big man's eyes widened momentarily before he slumped unconscious to the floor. Rag then stood up again, and his eyes came to rest on Ben and me. "You two may go now," he said simply. "You can play pool another day. Officer Bradley, have medical send some stretchers up here immediately." Dismissed. I quickly grabbed Ben's arm before Rag could change his mind and guided him out through the door as 3 middle-aged women in what looked like cleaning uniforms came walking down the corridor in the direction of the cafeteria. I have to admit, given what I'd witnessed, I was happy to be walking out of there undamaged. Rag looked to be an efficient and effective fighting machine. I don't know if he had planned to attack me before Leroy distracted him, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. Behind us, I heard the women gasping and gossiping about the carnage in the rec room as I guided Ben into the cafeteria. We went to the water cooler, and I poured us both a liberal cup each before sitting down at one of the tables. I wanted a minute in peace to think over the events of the last 10 minutes. "Are you okay?" Ben asked. "Yes. No one actually got near me. What about you?" "Same. That beefhead was only holding me, although I imagine that would have changed if they'd gotten the upper hand. What do you make of that Rag character now? He's extremely dangerous. We need to watch out for him." "Was that karate?" "No. It looked like Krav Maga," I said distractedly. "What?" "It's a martial art developed by the Israeli army. It has elements from all of the arts, but it's probably more brutal than any of them. It's not a sport. It was deliberately designed to maim or incapacitate an opponent quickly." "Great," Ben said sarcastically. "This just gets better and better." We saw uniforms, both Army and Homeland Security, rushing past the cafeteria. I wondered how this incident would affect the relationship between them. It had already seemed to be a little tense. We quietly watched the comings and goings, and I saw Rag walking by after a few minutes. He looked preoccupied as he walked purposefully towards the corridor that would lead back to the lobby. I prepared to stand up, a half-formed plan in my head, when he came to a dead stop and turned to look right at me. We locked eyes for just a moment before he turned and continued his journey. "I'm not too proud to say that Mr. Rag scares the shit out of me," said Ben, mirroring my own feelings. "Yeah, me too. Stay here. I'm going to see what's happening." I stopped at the door and waited till I saw Rag turn the corner before darting out and following him. I was lucky that the corridors were empty, although I imagined that they'd soon be crawling with Randall's men, and possibly the professor's too. I followed just long enough to confirm that he'd gone into the lobby, and then turned back and headed for the square. I wanted to be there when Randall arrived. I got there just as Dr. Radisson and a handful of soldiers arrived with 2 stretchers and medical kits. They went straight to work treating the 2 soldiers that Rag had downed, as well as Leroy, who was still out. About 3 minutes after I arrived, I heard a commotion down the hall, And sure enough, a few seconds later, a stony-faced Colonel Randall rounded the corner with John, Tony Gould, and another soldier I remembered, Bowman. Randall didn't spare me a second look as he brushed past and burst through the doors to the rec room. What the hell happened here? I heard quiet talking, and Randall leaned over the black soldier who had tried to help his comrade. I saw Randall's face transform from stony into something more like white-lipped fury as he listened to his soldier. Leroy's friend Bradley made the mistake of approaching Randall. "Get him out of my face," growled the older man, pointing at him. Bradley looked at Randall's finger like it was a loaded weapon as John and Bowman quickly grabbed him and propelled him back to where he had been standing near Leroy. They slammed him up against the pool table, and Randall ordered Bowman to watch the two troublemakers. "If they make a move to impede the medics, you shoot them." "Yes, sir." Bowman saluted and shot a shark-like grin at Bradley, who had gone white. "I was just playing pool, man." "Come with me," snapped the colonel to John and Gould. As they filed past, I noticed Randall undo the button on his sidearm holster. I fell in behind them, shrugging at Ben's inquiring look as we passed the cafeteria. The men were too preoccupied to notice that I was tagging along. I followed them at a safe distance all the way to the lobby. I didn't want to get involved, but I certainly wanted to hear what transpired. I didn't have to wait long. As soon as the group of soldiers entered the lobby, I heard raised voices. I decided to enter as well. At the very least, I could plead ignorance or say that I wanted to talk to the colonel about my job. I entered the lobby. The professor stood just outside the elevator doors, flanked by armed Homeland Security police, one being Williams. Williams was playing it cool despite the rage emanating from the colonel and his men. He had a relaxed yet ready stance that reminded me of the way the Secret Service agents who guarded the president carried themselves. Mr. Ragg was nowhere to be seen. There were more of the Homeland officers strategically placed around the room. They well and truly outnumbered the soldiers. Both John and Gould looked tense and had hands on their holstered sidearms, while the men in the black uniforms stood mostly with arms folded and seemed positively relaxed compared to Randall. "I want that little fucker locked up. 2 of my men are in the hospital for no reason. Where is he, Leahy?" Professor Leahy remained calm in the face of the barrage Randall unloaded upon him. The older man stood over him, his face an unhealthy shade of crimson. I believe I even saw spittle flying from his lips. To his credit, Leahy didn't even flinch. In fact, at one point he even put his hand on the arm of the officer beside him, who took a step forward to intervene. "Please, Randall, calm down. Mr. Ragg informs me that what happened was unfortunate but necessary given the circumstances." "Bullshit!" Randall was now almost apoplectic with rage and reached out, snatching the professor's shirt and tie in his big fist and pulled him forward. My inward cheering at this turn of events was cut short when Randall suddenly found the pistol of Williams jammed against his throat. It was as if someone had thrown a switch, and suddenly every man in the room, except the professor and Randall, were pointing guns at each other. I began to regret my decision to follow the soldiers. It was a classic Mexican standoff, and no one spoke for a few seconds. It was Leahy who broke the silence. He looked into the craggy red face just inches from his. "Let go of my shirt, please, Colonel Randall." Even though the look on Randall's face still said he wanted to throttle Leahy. After another tense second or two, he slowly opened his hand and released his grip on the chief of the facility. "Good. Now holster your weapons." A second or two passed and no one moved. "All of you!" I jumped at that unexpected shout, and he noticed me for the first time. "Isaac, I'm sorry you had to witness that. Unfortunately, being cooped up in an installation like this can get to the men sometimes, but don't take any notice of it. We are all friends here." He looked pointedly at Randall. "Now scoot along like a good boy." The men were holstering their weapons, most of the attention in the room now focused on me. I was forming a not-so-snappy comeback when Randall beat me to it. "No, Professor Leahy," he said sarcastically. "Why don't we let the boy stay? He was a witness, after all. While you're at it, why don't you tell him why the women are being segregated? He was curious as to why he can't see the girls from his group." Professor Leahy ignored the bait. "A witness to your men beating poor fat Leroy? We already have a witness. Officer Bradley saw the whole thing and kept the boys at a safe distance, while Mr. Ragg brought the situation under control." His lie was breathtaking. For a moment I couldn't speak. "No, that's not true. Wait, what about the girls?" I spluttered angrily when I found my voice. "Officer Maddox, see young Mr. Race back to his quarters. He looks like he needs a rest." The Homeland officer closest to me grabbed my arm firmly and led me out through the door. I let him take me without resistance. I could see I was not going to be allowed to speak on behalf of the victims. As soon as I was being led away, I heard the professor address Colonel Randall again. "Now, Thomas, let's put this unpleasantness behind us. I can assure you I will be speaking to Mr. Ragg about his heavy-handedness in dealing with your men. Please ensure that you also counsel your men on their behavior." I couldn't make out Randall's reply, but it was clear from his raised voice that he wasn't happy. It didn't matter much. I could tell from the body language before I left that the professor had diffused the situation. For now, at least. "That was a bit tense, wasn't it?" I cheerily asked the officer escorting me back to the dormitory. He looked to be in his mid-30s and glanced at me grimly. "You'd do best to keep your opinions to yourself." As we passed, the square seemed to be back to normal. There was a shift in the cafeteria eating their lunch, and I couldn't see any movement in the rec room. We arrived at the dorm, and Maddox swiped his security pass and opened the door for me. Ben was already back in the room. He climbed down from his bunk as I entered. "What do we do about lunch?" I asked Maddox. "I don't know. Maybe you should have thought about that before you started poking around in things that don't concern you." He closed the door before I could respond. 2. Ben and I didn't get lunch that day. We were cooped up in that room until Paul and the other boys came in from work. I didn't mind too much. It gave us a chance to debrief and talk about our options going forward. Besides, I wasn't particularly hungry, given what I had seen. We were both disappointed that, far from being a safe haven, the Drake Mountain facility had merely presented us with new dangers. Even though the professor had managed to placate the military contingent, the simmering tensions told me that sooner or later, things were going to come to a head, and I had a feeling when they did, it would not be pretty. So despite my wish to retire from my leadership role, events seemed to have conspired against me. The dream I had of taking my relationship with Indigo further and living happily ever after in the peace and safety of Drake Mountain had been well and truly shattered. Compounding my general feeling of unrest was the secret of why the women and girls were being kept segregated from the rest of us. The safety excuse now seemed a certain smokescreen given the comment from Randall. I was a little disappointed in him, actually. After all, I had asked him about it directly and he had fobbed me off. I could only assume that he had his own reasons for covering up whatever it was. I decided to keep that part of what I had heard from Ben. The last thing I needed was for him to go ballistic. While I didn't mention Randall's comment, we decided that the issue of the girls was the first problem we had to attack. We needed more information, and I was certain that Paul was the person to talk to. It was clear from our first meeting that he knew something more than what he had disclosed so far. Our second problem was Sonny. The professor had delivered on his promise to interview him that day, but now the issue of him being in protective custody had become another unanticipated worry. I wasn't willing to make any plans just yet. I would rather wait until Luke was back with us before I did that. While Ben was book-smart and passionate, he was no substitute for Luke and his strategic way of thinking. After the boys on the mining crew had showered and come back to our rooms, we were led to the cafeteria. Apart from small talk, I was careful not to say too much to Paul and the others about the events of the morning. It could wait until tonight when we were out of range of inquisitive ears. Once we reached the square, we joined the lineup of miners, waiting for our turn to enter the dining area. I heard the occasional wolf whistle and laughter from the front and craned my neck to try and see into the cafeteria. Girls. And women. I didn't recognize the few that I could see and strained to see further in, but it was impossible. At least they're allowed to eat in the cafeteria, I whispered to Ben. Maybe we'll get to talk to them inside, said Ben. It doesn't look promising, I said. I'd say they'll have to finish and leave before we can all fit in. There were 2 of the Homeland Security men posted outside the door, and I could see at least one other inside as well, so just walking in and finding them was out of the question. It did make me question exactly what the professor was afraid of, though. Why so many guards? After about 10 minutes of shuffling and complaining, we heard the women ordered to wrap it up and form a line. A few seconds later, they began to file out. Ben bumped against me as he stretched to see over my shoulder. "Brooke!" he shouted, near my ear. Brooke looked in our direction as she entered the corridor and waved madly when she spotted Ben. My heart skipped in my chest when I saw Indigo following her through the door. She looked beautiful and smiled when she saw me. Allie was directly behind her. We turned so that we could greet them as they filed past. Several of the guards positioned themselves between the line of men and the passing women, but Ben wasn't put off by the guards. Even though there was one just a few feet from us, he jumped out of the line and grabbed Brooke in a hug before the guard intervened and ordered him back to the line. I didn't allow myself to be distracted and greeted Indigo with a shy "hey" as she smiled and put her hand out. At first, I optimistically mistook her lingering high five for an attempt at intimacy, but soon realized it was much more. I folded the soft strip of paper in my fist and let my hand drop to my side as I waved goodbye to her with my other hand. I said hello to Allie as she also passed by, grinning enthusiastically. I watched our girls until they disappeared around the corner. It was then I noticed Paul behind Ben, straining to see ahead as he watched the line of women and girls pass. I was about to turn back when I saw recognition dawn in his eyes and quickly followed his gaze, which seemed to me to be a mix of sad and happy. I saw a girl with the same soft brown hair, also wearing glasses. She was a little taller than Paul, and I was surprised she didn't seem as happy to see him. In fact, she dropped her gaze, blushing as she approached. When she made her way by me, I could see her clearly, and sudden understanding hit me like a bucket of bricks. She was pregnant. She didn't look too many months along, but the bump that pushed against her white t-shirt was unmistakable. My thoughts immediately turned to the girl who had served us dinner when we had been introduced to the professor. It hadn't occurred to me then, but it was clear as I thought about it now. She had also been pregnant. Thoughts started whirling in my head. When did Paul say they had arrived? How many months had it been? Was Luke's crack about Eden closer to the truth than I cared to believe? I felt Ben tense behind me, and I assumed that the same questions were springing to his mind. I turned and looked at him pointedly, indicating he should stay quiet. His look said it all. I could see that he wanted to vent pretty badly, but the last thing I wanted to do now was upset or alienate Paul in any way. Besides, Paul appeared to be fighting his own feelings, and when he spotted me watching him, he looked down, as if he too was embarrassed. I wanted to tell him not to worry, but settled for patting his shoulder in a show of solidarity. Our meal passed in relative silence. All 3 of us were preoccupied, and Paul's friends Bo and Toby seemed to sense he was upset and didn't try and make chat. I listened to the talk around me, particularly from a group of soldiers on the table across from us. While I couldn't make out what they were saying, I saw them shoot several glances at the Homeland guys. For their part, the professor's officers seemed uninterested in the soldiers. That disinterest, more than anything, told me who was in control here. While I wasn't sure of the exact numbers, the professor's force seemed to outnumber the total military contingent, particularly now that 2 soldiers had been put out of action by Mr. Ragg. In the end, It was me who broke the silence. There was a bit of excitement in the rec room earlier today. That's why we were locked in the dorm when you came back.
Oh, really?
Asked Paul. Interest seemed to cut through his fug.
What kind of excitement?
I explained what had happened with some help from Ben. Being boys, they were all excited by the confrontation, but they were disappointed that creep Rag, as Bo called him, didn't get his ass kicked. "You better watch out for him," said Toby. "He killed a guy that went stir-crazy and tried to attack the professor." "Shh, keep it down," said Paul. "Sorry," said Toby sheepishly. "We didn't see it, but yeah, it's true. We saw them wheeling the body away," Paul confirmed in a low voice. He didn't need to, though. After what I'd seen, I already had no doubt that Rag was capable of such an act. "There's been trouble brewing between them for a while now," said Bo. "Paul thinks at some stage it will break out into open fighting." "Yeah," Paul said. "Don't worry about the Chinese. If that happens, we're all neck-deep in shit." "Speaking of neck-deep," I said, "I've been assigned to the military." He regarded me for a second, absorbing this new information.
"That means you'll be bunking with the soldiers."
"Yeah, they're coming to get me in the morning." Ben didn't look too happy about the prospect of me going, but I knew he would be fine. Besides, Luke should be back within a week or so. "What about you, Ben?" asked Bo.
"I'll be mining with you guys,"
Ben said, the look on his face clearly showing how he felt about it. He looked like he had sucked a lemon, and I almost laughed aloud. "Mining for fool's gold," said Toby. "Fool's gold?" "Yep, fool's gold." Paul leaned forward and said in a low voice, "We're of the opinion that we're digging for nothing. It's the professor's way of keeping us busy. We barely extend the tunnel by an inch or two every day. At this rate, it would take about 100 years to reach the outside. I call it digging for fool's gold." It made perfect sense. Of course, while the existing inhabitants of Drake Mountain would have all had their own jobs to do, something had to be done with the new citizens. While I had to respect the professor's ingenuity, there was something a little Big Brother about it, and I don't mean the crappy TV show.
"So, if you've figured out it's useless, why do you do it?"
Ben asked, his voice becoming a little strident.
"I certainly won't be."
"Shh." Paul looked around worriedly. "Think about it. What else are we going to do?"
"I don't know. One of the other disciplines, I imagine. I'm certainly not going to bust a gut digging for nothing."
"Well, if you don't dig now that they've assigned you, you will go to the brig. You don't have a choice now. Never did, really. None of us did. Nearly all of the males end up doing the mining. The other disciplines are generally for the females. Isaac is actually the first kid brought in that I've seen them recruit for the military." The first kid? A thought occurred to me. "Have there been any adults brought in?" I asked. Paul looked at his two buddies for a second. They both shrugged, and Paul seemed to come to a decision. He leaned low over the table, and I reciprocated. "As far as I know, only one. He seemed to be immune to the virus. The doctor told me that about 100 adults in 1 million were immune." That was an interesting piece of information, and I slotted it away in my memory bank. For the moment, I was more interested in where this man was and what he was doing. I asked the question. "I haven't seen him since the first time he was brought in. I happened to be in the hospital at the time because I had been cut by a rock when we were digging. Dr. Radisson and the other staff were very excited. When the professor arrived, he ordered me to be taken back to the dorm. That was the last time anyone heard of him." "What happened to him?" "He died," said Toby, grimly. "That was the story they put out," said Paul in a low voice. "I don't believe it, though. Yes, he looked malnourished and seemed to be in shock, but other than that, he looked healthy enough to me. Think about it. He was the only immune adult they found, that we know of at least. And what was this facility designed for? The study of disease. And you can bet they wouldn't have been studying for the fun of it. No, he's here somewhere, being studied, so they can learn from him, maybe come up with a vaccine, or even their own virus to use on the Chinese. Realization shot through my brain like a tank crashing through a brick wall. Sonny. The pieces fell into place, and I wondered how I could have been so stupid. They weren't keeping him separated for security. They were going to use him as a guinea pig.
3. Are you okay, Isaac? You've gone white as a sheet,
Ben said. I nodded and pushed my plate away. Yes, I said, my mind working furiously. I'm just not hungry. After dinner, we were allowed in the rec room for an hour. Ben seemed to have a good time. He played pool with Toby, Bo, and Paul, while I sat out. A couple of other boys attempted to involve me in a game of darts, but I begged off and retreated to the sofa in the anteroom. I needed to be away from everybody else. There was too much to think about. I wasn't quite alone. I found a sleeping soldier in there, but he was at one end snoring softly with his head hanging uncomfortably over the back of the seat. I smuggled the note from Indigo out of my pocket and opened it carefully. It was on tissue paper, and the writing was a little smeared, but legible. We're okay, but they keep us, all females, separated from the rest. There's something weird going on, but don't worry, I'll find out more. Tell Ben that Brooks said to keep his head down and not make a fuss. Love, Indigo, XX. I folded the paper back up and put it into my pocket. Strangely enough, despite the situation we were all in, for a minute or two all I could think about was Indigo and the way she had signed off with Love, L-U-V, and XX. Did she mean it? I mean, she could have just signed off with her name, right? I saw Paul coming over. He looked serious as he sat down next to me. Hey, I think we should talk. I don't trust that the dorms aren't bugged, he whispered, and then looked pointedly at the sleeping soldier. Let's go over there where it's noisier. We moved to the corner with the vinyl-covered beanbags. We were right under the TV, which was still playing music from a dead world. I had always hated beanbags, the stupidest, most uncomfortable invention ever, and took a full 30 seconds of squirming and squeaking until I was finally settled. Paul hadn't had the same problem and sat down lightly facing me, waiting patiently until I stopped moving. Without prompting, he told me how Ava had been taken to the North Wing almost as soon as they had been brought in and given their medical once-overs. His group had also dined with the professor, but Ava had not been there when the boys arrived. The meal hadn't gone well, with Paul demanding to see his sister and getting into a heated exchange with the professor over their separation. In the end, the professor had called in his Homeland Security guards and the boys had been escorted out and separated, with Paul spending 3 nights in the brig. I told him that the girls had attended our dinner, and he speculated that the professor may have learned from the incident with his group. I have seen her nearly every day since then, said Paul, blinking rapidly and looking down. But we're never allowed to speak. It's so fucked! Several people looked over at his outburst, and I put my hand on his slumped shoulder. Yeah, it is fucked. I guess we can only hope it's a temporary thing. I guess it could be worse. We could all still be out there. If I had my time over, I would be out there. You don't mean that. He looked up at me with an intense gaze and hissed. Oh, I mean it all right. Didn't you see my sister, you idiot? She's pregnant. They fucking impregnated her. I didn't know how to answer that. I wasn't hurt by his words. I knew he was only venting his frustration. He stared at me angrily for a few moments, but I held his gaze until finally he slapped his thigh and pushed back against the beanbag, looking at the ceiling. Sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you. It's okay. You're sure she didn't just meet somebody? Maybe, I don't know. No, she can't meet anybody. None of the girls can. I don't know who it was or how it happened, but there are rumors. Do you think he's... No, said Paul, anticipating my question. Apparently, it's all very clinical. It's not a perverted thing. It's like a horrible experiment. And Ava's not the only one who's pregnant, although she is the youngest. She's only 17, Isaac. Jesus. What sort of a sick situation had I led us into? We talked for about 10 more minutes. Paul was of the opinion that resistance was futile. There were too few of us and too many of them, and they were very careful not to allow the males to mix unsupervised. I wasn't of that opinion, and was damned if I was going to let Indigo, Brooke, and Allie be used as broodmares for some nutty professor's vision of utopia. I saw a glimmer of hope in the friction between the military and the professor's men, but first things first. I had to wait until Luke was back on board. I knew now that Sonny would not be released, and that rescuing him would have to be our first priority, then the girls. That night, before lights out, John came to remind me that someone would come and get me at 0600 so I could begin my training the next morning. I was told to have my gear packed. I had almost suggested that maybe I could stay in the dorms on the middle level while I completed my training, but decided against it. Given what we had discovered, me joining the military was one ace we might have up our sleeve. I packed the few belongings I had before I went to bed, and had a quick word to Ben about Brooke's message to keep his head down, and also told him to listen out for anything that might be of value to us. I deliberately omitted telling him what Paul had told me about the pregnant girls, and also asked Paul not to say anything. The last thing we needed was Ben going ballistic and getting himself put in the brig.
4.
I was extremely busy for the next 3 days. John collected me as promised from the dorm in the morning and surprised me by taking me not to the lobby, but around the square to a large set of aluminum doors on the other side. John swiped a security card and I heard a humming noise behind the doors. Oh, I didn't know there was another elevator here.
Yeah, it's a cargo lift,
he said, as the doors opened.
Not for general use, but it's quicker than going to the lobby every time.
I made a mental note. I was fitted for a kit, including uniforms and boots. The rough camouflage shirt and pants were a little big on me, but not ridiculously so. The boots fit perfectly, but felt a little unwieldy. They made me feel taller, but were less balanced than the canvas shoes I had been wearing. Next, it was off to the barber, who happened to be Gould, the soldier I had met a few days before. There was a decent halo of hair around my chair by the time he finished, and it felt weird when I ran my hands over my stubbly head. John, whose surname I found out was Hurst, became my mentor during my basic training. Even though we were essentially partnered up 14 hours a day for the next 4 days, I didn't really manage to learn much about John. He was very private and didn't disclose anything about his previous life, apart from telling me he was from Rochester in New York State. Maybe that was a coping mechanism. If you didn't talk about what you'd lost, it couldn't hurt you, I guess. He also remained very professional, and when I did tentatively put out feelers and ask what he thought the professor's long-term plans might be, he refused to be drawn into speculation. Despite his reticence to talk, I got the feeling that if it came to the crunch, John, and the colonel for that matter, could be counted upon to fight for what was right. It was also clear that there was no love lost between them and the guys under Professor Leahy, the Homeland Security people and Mr. Ragg, even if they did still have some respect for the man himself. For the next few days, I was taken through a condensed version of real basic training, including weapons handling and unarmed combat. Of course, my kung fu training meant I already had a good grasp of hand-to-hand fighting, but it was good to dust off the cobwebs with real and competent sparring partners. Thanks to my experiences on the road with Luke and the others, I also had a fair working knowledge of firearms and automatic weapons, but it was definitely helpful to learn from experts, particularly about the safety aspects. It was also comforting to know that the next time I fired off a warning burst from an automatic rifle, I wouldn't be cutting someone down like I had in the alleyway a few months before. The exercise and practice must have been doing me some good, because after dinner and by the time I hit the rec room every evening, I was absolutely buggered, as my English friend Ben would say. The boys teased me mercilessly about my buzz cut, but I took it good-naturedly, telling the long-haired Ben in a fair Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation that at least I wasn't a girly man. At the end of the 4th day's training, I was told to shower and then go to Colonel Randall's office. John was also present when I arrived, standing off to the side while Randall sat behind his desk. On the desk in front of him was a belt and holstered pistol. If it was the same one we had trained with, it was a semi-automatic 9mm Beretta M9. It was standard U.S. Army issue and pretty user-friendly. Next to it was a taser, the rectangular handheld type with the 2 electrodes on the end for close-quarters contact. "Isaac, I've heard good things from John here. He said that in hand-to-hand combat you're as competent as any of the men we already have, and that you did well on the firing range too. Well done. That's quite an achievement for someone so young and validates my trust in you." "Thank you, sir. I guess I had lots of real-world experience before I got here." "True. In fact, you've probably seen more combat than most of the men in here, besides Hurst here and myself. Anyway, we can't really afford to spend any more time training you, and I think it would be flogging a dead horse anyway. We have a 6-man scouting party going out in 3 hours, and you're needed to carry out patrol duties here in the facility until they come back." He slid the weapons across the desk towards me. "I don't need to tell you to be careful with those, particularly the gun. In fact, you should never need to draw that. While patrolling, you will basically be a police officer. Keeping the peace is what we're charged with right now, unless the facility is under threat. If there's a problem that can't be solved with words, fall back on the taser. Keep your weapons with you at all times, even when you're off duty. As you've seen," he said, somewhat bitterly, "it's impossible to predict when an incident might occur." He stood up and came around the desk to stand in front of me. After I put on the belt and clipped on the taser, he saluted me. Feeling a bit dumb, I returned it, hoping I didn't look like too much of a tryhard. I suddenly felt like a kid playing games with grown-ups. "Welcome aboard, son. Here's your pass." A pass? To me, that felt even more crucial than the weapon, and I pocketed it. "Thanks." Randall turned back to his desk. "Okay, you're dismissed. Go have something to eat and some R&R. Your first duty will be tomorrow morning at 0600. You'll be patrolling mid-level with another of the men. Don't enter the north wing. That's under the protection of the Homeland Guards, as is top level." Traveling back up the elevator, I felt like I had achieved a small milestone. I had weapons, information, and access to all areas, except the north wing and the professor's level, of course. The cafeteria was empty when I arrived, but as a soldier I wasn't required to eat in shifts like the rest of the general population. It was getting close to meal times anyway, so I got a decent serving of the bland food on offer and sat down. I dragged out my meal as long as I could, but the first shift that came in was the female cleaning crew we had seen the afternoon Mr. Ragg had taken out the 2 soldiers. These were mostly middle-aged women, and they kept to themselves, although I received a few polite greetings. 2 men in lab coats entered while the women were eating. The doctor was with them and waved at me. I saw his eyes widen a little when he realized I was wearing the army uniform of green camouflage. He deliberately sat a few tables away. I shrugged and finished my meal before heading into the rec room. I briefly thought about doing some weights, but I was actually feeling a bit sore and tired from my training that day, so I went to the sofa in the darkened alcove, laid down, and closed my eyes. I awoke with a start to someone running the palm of their hand over the stubble on the top of my head and laughing. I opened my eyes, still sleepy and confused, and saw Luke's grinning face looming over me. "You're in the Marines now, boy. No sleeping on the job," he yelled in a drill sergeant's voice. I laughed and sat up, returning the awkward hug he gave me. Ben was grinning like an idiot behind him, and I noticed a scuff on his cheek. Paul was also there, looking a little left out. "Good to see you up and about, Luke. About time," I said. "Have you met Paul and Toby and Bo?" "Yeah, met them all about an hour ago. I took over your bunk. So you got drafted, huh? I nodded, and he looked at the sidearm on my hip. Nice piece. Beretta? Yeah, I've got lots to catch you up on, I said, and looked over his shoulder. Ben, what happened to your face? I got hit by a flying rock. Swinging a pickaxe isn't as safe as it sounds, you know? Not too much damage. I am absolutely buggered, though. You're not the only one. Geez, it looks nasty. Any chance you and Paul can keep the other guys occupied for a while? I want to fill Luke in on what's been happening. They both agreed, and it was only after he'd left that I thought Paul might be put out by not including him as I debriefed Luke. Ben knew how Luke and I operated, so it wasn't an issue for him, but Paul didn't know us that well. Anyway, I let it go because if he had taken offense, it didn't show. How is your wound? I asked Luke. It's fine. I'm a quick healer. Not super quick like Sonny, but yeah, I feel good enough to kick some ass. Even though I knew he was joking, the fact was, he might have to do just that before too long. I started to give him a condensed version of all that had happened since we arrived. He was eager to hear about my visit to Sonny, but his face darkened when I told him about my suspicions, that the professor was working on a variation of the Pyongyang flu, and that Sonny would be the test subject. I could be just freaking out a bit, I said. It just seems a little too convenient that they wouldn't let him join the rest of us. I'm sure there would be some in here who would be suspicious of him, but they would get over it, especially if the professor called a meeting or something to introduce him. No, you're right, dude. Something is wrong. We have to get him out of there. So it's been 5 days now? Yeah. He looked worried, and I suddenly felt guilty for not being more proactive, for letting my training distract me. We have to find out if he's all right, Isaac. Okay. I'll talk to Colonel Randall tomorrow and ask him to arrange a visit. Luke had stayed relatively calm about Sonny's situation, but I thought he might explode when I told him about Paul's sister Ava and what might be in store for the girls. I put my hand on his and gave him a warning look, shaking my head slightly. Not here. To his credit, he managed to bottle his rage, but I noticed the sides of his neck were flushed a deep red, a sign of his anger that I had only seen a couple of times before. I could see his mind ticking over as he struggled to find words. That bastard, he said in a strange, choked voice. It's so sick. Poor Ava. Yeah, and at least one other girl, too. Right, he said. We have two main issues here. The girls and Sonny. They're both urgent, but I think we have to give priority to Sonny. Yes, whatever they have planned for the girls is horrific, but at least at this stage it doesn't seem they are in danger. Otherwise, Indigo and Brooke would have raised holy hell. It would make sense for the professor to stagger the births. Oh, Jesus. I can't believe it. They don't. No, I said, anticipating his question. Paul said it's all very clinical, so I guess he means artificial. Fuck. For once in my life, I'm sorry I was right. He's worse than nutty. He's downright evil. I know. He turned his attentions to other problems. Like me, I think he came to the conclusion that the less one thought about what could be in store for the girls, the better. So, Sonny is essentially a prisoner of war. Or worse, a lab rat. If you're right about your suspicions, I doubt the professor is going to let you see him. But I guess you have to ask. At least we'll know one way or another. Just in case, though, I think we have to make a plan to get to him ourselves. How? There's no way we can get access to top level if he doesn't let us in. It's guarded day and night, and he has the entire Homeland Security Force housed there. They're not Homeland Security anymore. It's his personal SS troop. SS? Yeah. It stands for Schutzstaffel. It means protection squad. The SS was Adolf Hitler's personal guard, and they were real bastards. This guy Rag sounds like he would have been right at home in Nazi Germany. Yeah, well, No matter what they were or are now, they have that place secured pretty tight. I don't know what we could do short of starting a war to get up there without permission. Well, that doesn't take away from the fact that we need to know what is happening with Sonny. Besides, no place is airtight. He glanced upwards. I followed his gaze high up the wall opposite us and saw the grill of the ducted air circulation system. It didn't look like much more than a foot in width. No way! It's too small. Besides, how do you know where it leads? I don't, but they will be interconnected and will go floor to floor, probably from a hub on this level. And once I'm in it, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. In places like this, they're designed to be big enough for men to access them for maintenance if they need to. You? No way, Luke. You're still recovering. Think about it, Isaac. Who else can do it? Everyone else is assigned to their disciplines, and you'll be on patrol. I don't have to work for a few more days, and they haven't even asked me what discipline I want yet. The doc just told me to get lots of bed rest over the next 2 days, and when I was up to relax in here. No one will miss me for a few hours. I didn't like it, but couldn't really argue with his logic. When do you want to do it? The day after tomorrow. I racked my brains to try and come up with another way. Maybe I could get into the vent myself. It would have to be at night, but even then, I would be missed as I was now housed in the barracks. Luke was right. It would have to be him, and we had to take the opportunity while it was open to us. All right, how do you want to do this? It will be impossible to do it in here. No, I'll enter through the dorm. I'll go in the morning before the mining shift heads out. We have to check if there's one in there first. There is. I've already scoped it out. Of course he had. I was reminded again of how much I had missed my friend's head for tactics and strategy. There is one thing we will need before long, said Luke. A map or schematic of the facility. Paul was right when he told you that they're digging for nothing. If there's one thing that's for sure, there will already be another way out of the facility. They design these places to be almost impenetrable, but there is always an emergency exit. Most likely it is only known to the guy in charge and those around him. Even if I find one, I won't be able to take it. Unless you want me to copy it by hand? Dude, please, stop trying to find blockers. He looked around quickly, burying his hand in his pocket for a moment before pulling it out and sliding it into mine. He deposited a shiny iPhone into my palm. Just take a picture or two. Where did you... It doesn't matter, but I didn't steal it if that's what you're worried about. Everybody's been throwing these away since the Chinese put the lights out, but it still has a great camera, and the bonus is I can listen to music. It's fully charged, so there shouldn't be any issues battery-wise. Don't lose it, though, dude. I never thought I'd hear the sweet sounds of Pink Floyd again. I didn't bother asking Luke who this Pink Floyd girl was. Just shook my head at his resourcefulness. For the next half hour, we formulated a plan. Tomorrow, I would see Randall about getting access to Sonny, and in the meantime, Luke would spend the day gathering what he needed. A butter knife to use as a screwdriver, and chalk or string for finding his way back to the dorm. He looked very excited by the prospect of taking some action, and it rubbed off on me. Being reunited with him made it seem like anything was possible. We decided that he wouldn't tell the other boys about the plan until tomorrow night, so there was less chance of someone accidentally saying something, or if, God forbid, there was a rat in the ranks. I hadn't even considered that possibility, but Luke said we had to be wary, even though they seemed decent enough kids. After we had settled on the plan, we went and played pool with the boys. I said my goodnights an hour later. Back on the lower level, I settled into my bunk in the barracks. It took me a long time to get to sleep. Thoughts and possibilities whirred through my brain, keeping me wide awake. I cursed having a nap earlier in the day, before finally drifting off, sometime after midnight. 5. I awoke to the harsh beeping of reveille not feeling refreshed at all, and wondered briefly what it would be like to have a sleep in. It seemed a lifetime since I had enjoyed that simple pleasure. I was partnered with Daniel Bowman for my first patrol. I hadn't really gotten to know the 22-year-old before. I discovered he was quite friendly, and I didn't sense any of the subtle resentment from him that I'd felt from a few of the soldiers, probably for being an upstart kid who fast-tracked into their ranks. His bright blue eyes and soft southern accent led me to believe he would be popular with the opposite sex. As we walked the corridors of the middle level, we chatted about our lives before the flu and invasion. He hadn't been married, but had lost his longtime girlfriend, Brenda. They had been childhood sweethearts. He said what hurt them most was that he had not had the chance to say goodbye. During our morning patrol, I got to see everyone. First, I saw Indigo and the girls through the glass walls of the cafeteria as they ate breakfast. Indigo gave me a quizzical look when she saw me in uniform and on patrol, but followed it up with a quick thumbs up to let me know they were all okay. A little later, I passed Ben, Paul, and the others as they filed out to their mining duty after breakfast, and finally Luke, who split from them and sneakily patted his pocket as he passed. It appeared he had pocketed the knife he needed. He was walking a lot more gingerly than he had last night, clutching his side as he walked by. I knew it was just for appearance's sake, so I didn't worry. "He's in a lot better condition than he was the last time I saw him, but he still looks pretty sore," said Bowman. I silently applauded Luke's acting ability. "Yeah, it might be a while yet before he's back to normal. So how did the scouting party go last night? Did they get off okay?" I asked, changing the subject. "Yeah, they sure did." "How did they get out? Through the ski lodge, or is there another way out?" "Nope, there's only one way in or out of this cage." "So there wasn't any heat from the Chinese after we were brought in then?" "No, the lodge is monitored from the control room. We've seen a couple of choppers fly over it, but the only real concern at the moment is that they have stationed a small detachment in Lincoln. Shouldn't be a real problem for us, though. The colonel wouldn't have sent them out if he thought there was any risk." Interesting. I knew there had to have been something like a control room somewhere in the complex. Now I knew for sure. It must have been on the lower level where the military were stationed because Bowman said, "We've seen." I thought I knew where it might be. Further along the hallway containing the colonel's office and situation room, the passage had hooked to the right. During my training, I had seen officers, including the colonel, disappearing around that corner several times. The control room had to be there. I decided I would take a little detour when I went down to ask the colonel about a visit to Sonny. I would do it on my morning break, and if anyone questioned what I was doing, I would just tell them I had lost my way. Just before I was due for my break, Luke passed us in the corridor. This time he was going the opposite way, heading back to the dorm. "Any chance you could swipe me in my room?" he asked Bowman, wincing as he walked. "I guess I need more bed rest than I thought." Again, I silently applauded his smarts in asking Bowman, and also for acting weaker than he really was. It meant that suspicions wouldn't be raised if he spent lots of time in bed the next day. "Sure, buddy. Do you need me to call medical or anything?" "No, it's okay," said Luke. "I just need to lie down for a few hours, I think." "Okay, come on." "I'll go have my morning break then. See you in 15, I said. "No problem," said Bowman. Luke fell in behind Bowman and winked at me as I turned and headed for the lobby. A few minutes later, I was knocking on Randall's door. He invited me to sit down. "How's your first morning on patrol?" "It's fine, sir. Makes the time pass quickly. Got to morning break before I knew it." "Good, good. Now, why are you here instead of having a coffee or something to eat?" "Well, sir, I was wondering if you could talk to the professor and arrange for me to visit Sonny again. It's been a few days, and I figure that if they're going to keep him locked up, the least they can do is let him have regular visitors." "Fair call, son. I'll call the professor shortly and see what I can do. Anything else? I have a lot on my plate this morning." "No, sir, that's all. Thanks." I got up and left, pulling the door softly closed behind me. I looked both ways. No one was around. I made my move. I padded down the corridor as silently as I could in my army boots, passing the Situation Room and moving to the corner. I paused a few seconds, right near the corner, straining my ears. I could hear two men talking in soft tones, not really loud enough to make out their words, though. I took a deep breath and stood up straight before striding around the corner as though I was on my way somewhere. At the end of the short hallway, the two soldiers were suddenly alert. I stopped, feigning confusion. "Oh, that's not the colonel's office, is it?"
No, turn around and head back around the corner. It's the second on the right. It's actually got his name on it. Genius.
"Oh, right, sorry," I said, pretending I didn't hear his sarcasm. I turned and headed back to the mid-level. I'd seen all I needed to see. That guarded door almost definitely led into the control room Bowman had spoken of. The last few hours of our shift passed without further incident, and I headed back down to bottom level with Bowman to hand over to the next patrol. My bonding with Bowman was a happy accident, really, but it had an unexpected consequence. He invited me to eat in the cafeteria on the middle level before the first of the dinner shifts came in. Not wanting to appear rude, I said sure, all the while hoping that he wouldn't want to hang around in the rec room afterwards. I arranged to meet him there in a few minutes, explaining that I just had to see the colonel about a request I had made. He looked curious, but didn't ask what it was about. John Hurst opened the door to Randall's office when I knocked. Both men looked serious, and the man himself told me without ceremony that the professor had said no to the request, and that I would be informed later when it would be possible to visit Sonny again. I hid my anger. "Okay, no problem. Thanks for looking into it for me." That was it then. It just confirmed that the professor was hiding something. Why else would it be such an issue to let Sonny have visitors? I considered a lot of possibilities as I headed back up the elevator to the cafeteria. But first things first, we had to find out what they were doing with him before we could make a plan. If we had evidence that it was something bad, I could maybe go to Randall to plead a case for some sort of intervention.
6.
I joined Bowman in the cafeteria. Even though I was a little preoccupied, I must admit he was good company. I tried to remain a little distant, and it wasn't hard, given my mood, hoping he would take the hint and not accompany me to the rec room afterwards. The soldiers had their own small breakout area in bottom level. Hopefully he would go down there afterwards, and I could make the excuse that I wanted to see my friends and stay on mid-level. As much as I liked him, he was a part of the military, and I knew I couldn't trust him entirely at this point. Despite my subtle attempts to distance myself from him, he didn't take the hint and asked me if I wanted a game of pool. I couldn't really say no. What else could I say I was going to do? We went into the rec room while it was still relatively empty and challenged another pair of off-duty soldiers to a game. It turns out we were a pretty lethal pool combination, although it was more through Bowman's skill than mine. An hour later, after their meal shift, Luke and the others joined us. I introduced Bowman to everyone. The two soldiers we had been playing had left a few minutes before. I shrugged in response to Luke's questioning look, trying to indicate subtly that I had been helpless to shake him off. Luke seemed to understand and stepped up to shake Bowman's hand.
Bowman, huh? Good strong name. You know what it means? What it means?
Asked the Southerner.
Yeah, most surnames have an origin, and back in England it was usually dependent on what occupation a person had. So if there was a guy named John and he was an archer, he would take on the name of John the Bowman or John Bowman. Oh, really?
Ben laughed and clapped Luke on the shoulder.
You will find Luke here full of useless information. Interesting, but useless.
Luke wasn't finished with his lesson yet and ignored Ben's friendly jibe.
Yeah, sometimes he was just called Archer, but Bowman was just as popular. Another one was Smith. It's a shortened form of blacksmith. And then there was Tailor, as in tailor for a clothes maker.
Must have been an awful lot of blacksmiths back in the day, 'cause Smith is pretty damn common now. I interrupted.
Yeah, and I don't even want to think about where the name Cockburn came from. We all cracked up laughing at Ben's remark, even Luke, and it brought the history lesson to a quick end. We continued playing pool as Ben and Bo stepped up to take on Bowman and me. I tanked the game this time and retired from the table, hoping Bowman might head off rather than partner someone else. No such luck. He hung around and waited for the next game to finish before asking if I wanted to play again. I told him I'd give it a miss, and he partnered up with Toby. It seemed there was no way I could talk privately with Luke, at least not without the risk of raising suspicion. Luke solved the problem. He announced he was going to the John and nodded surreptitiously to me as he walked by on his way to the men's room. I waited 40 seconds or so before I followed. He was at the basin when I came in. "Dude, don't you have enough friends?" he asked, grinning. "What can I say?" I shrugged. "I have a magnetic personality. How did it go?" "Yeah, I have what I need. Got some chalk from the blackboard in the cafeteria, along with a butter knife. Did you ask about visiting Sonny?" "Yeah, I went down to see the colonel during my morning break. He was happy to put it to the professor, but when I went back after the shift, he told me that I'd been refused." "That's it then," he said grimly. "We can't delay any longer, right?" "No. Let's get it done. You sure you'll be all right to do it?" "Yes. I'm going to wake Ben up before Reveille, and he's going to close and screw in the grill behind me. I'll make up my bed to look like I'm still asleep." "How are you going to get back out when you're done?" "Well, I haven't really thought about that. I guess it will be harder. I might have to wait till the others are back from their mining. I shouldn't be missed, though. I spent most of the day in bed after your buddy swiped me in, so it shouldn't seem unusual tomorrow. By the way, I'll need the iPhone back for my little stealth mission. It's going to be dark in there." I handed it to him. "Okay, so while Bowman is on his lunch break, I'll try and swipe into your room and check if you're back. If not, I'll try again in the afternoon." "Cool. Let's go." "Good luck. Remember, if it's too much, just turn around and get back to the room." He nodded, and we gave each other a knuckle bump. Luke went out. I followed a few seconds later. The following morning, I was paired with Bowman again. We passed the others as they headed to breakfast. When Ben walked by, I raised my eyebrows, asking the question that I couldn't speak. Ben nodded with a smile, and Luke wasn't with them, so I assumed that everything had gone according to plan. Bowman and I patrolled the corridors mostly in silence, making small talk occasionally. The patrol itself was boring, but our talk was lively. I asked him if he'd ever encountered any trouble. "To be honest, nothing really bad. Just a few fights. Really, it's to be expected, I guess. I think everyone in here would be suffering a little claustrophobia. I can't wait to be sent out on a scouting party again. It would be awesome just to look up and not see a white fucking ceiling." I guess I hadn't been there long enough at the time, but right then I thought to myself that the facility wouldn't have been such a bad place if the girls weren't segregated and Sonny was free. It should have worked, but Leahy had screwed it up with whatever social or scientific experiments he was conducting, and the heavy-handedness with which he ruled the facility. On our third pass of the dorm, I couldn't resist looking through the small viewing window in the door. Luke's bunk definitely looked occupied, and the form under the blanket looked realistic. I even noticed red hair peeking out from his blanket. How the hell had he managed that? It looked so realistic, in fact, that for a moment even I wondered if he had aborted his mission and had slept in. No, if he had, Ben would have given me a shake of the head when we had passed each other. Where had he got the red hair? He must have cut it off. It was the only explanation. I moved on quickly, but noticed Bowman also take a peek after I had vacated the window. "Do you want to check on your friend?" "No." My heart was beating fast as I thought furiously. He just gave me a thumbs up and rolled back over. Pretty sure he just needs rest. I kept walking and prayed that Bowman would follow. After a few long and anxious seconds, he did.
I breathed a sigh of relief as the soldier caught up and asked me if I'd ever been shot.
7.
The rest of the day dragged. Even though I was distracted, I managed to keep chatting with Bowman while fretting about Luke and wondering how he was progressing. Every time we passed the dorm, I half expected to hear noises from the ceiling. But however he was faring, he seemed to be doing it quietly. I also mulled over other problems. What would we actually do once we found out what was happening with Sonny? I knew we had to wait for Luke's report, but obviously if it looked like they were about to start or were already experimenting on him, we would have to move quickly. Then if we were able to break him out, how viable was it to leave the security and comfort of Drake Mountain without getting apprehended, or worse? Somehow, I didn't think that we would be allowed to voluntarily leave, and if push came to shove, how would we fight our way out? Would all of our group even want to? As nasty as things might be under the surface in Drake Mountain, out there it would be a lot more dangerous. The more I thought about it, the worse my mood became. I just didn't see a way past the problems we had. Eventually, Bowman took the hint and stopped trying to make conversation, and we patrolled in silence. 2 hours before the end of the shift, Bowman left me and took his break, heading into the cafeteria. Once I was around the corner, I sped up, only just resisting the urge to run as I headed to the dorm. I thought I had roughly 15 minutes to play with. In fact, it turned out to be a lot less. I swiped myself in and ran to the grill, grabbing a chair on the way. Even standing on the chair, the grill of the vent was still a bit higher than face level. "Luke!" I called. Nothing. What is taking him so long? I called once more, and when I didn't get a response, I stepped down from the chair. I started to panic. I had finally begun to think things might be going our way, but Luke had been gone for hours now. What if he'd been discovered and locked up like Sonny? I went to the shape under the blankets of Luke's bunk and felt it just in case he was under there. He wasn't. Anxiety and frustration erupted in me, and I kicked out blindly at the chair that I had just placed back under the table. It flew into the wall under the vent. It was then I heard a cluttering sliding sound from the vent. "Luke?" I dashed over and grabbed the upended chair and positioned it under the vent. I climbed up and strained to see into the duct. I could hear panting and scraping, and a few seconds later I saw the pale face of my friend under a sheen of dirt and sweat pressed up against the grill. His appearance shocked me. His long, curly hair had been hacked off crudely. For a moment I was puzzled, then I remembered the hair on his pillow mock-up. I looked around frantically for the knife to undo the screws. "Under Ben's pillow," his hollow voice echoed from above me. I snatched it from its hiding place, jumped back up, and began working on the screws. I hurriedly put them in my pockets as I unscrewed them, and cursed when I inevitably dropped one. I left it, worried by Luke's lack of communication. I finally pulled the grill off and jumped down, propping it against the wall. I quickly retrieved the dropped screw before climbing back up to help Luke crawl out of the duct. Under the dirt and sweat, there was something about his demeanor that gave me a sick feeling in my stomach. Haunted is probably the best word I can use to describe it. Shirtless, and wearing only a pair of black briefs, Luke began to squeeze headfirst out of the vent. I jumped down from the chair and waited for him to emerge far enough for me to grab his shoulders. I barely had a hold on him when his sweaty, semi-naked body fell onto me, and we both went down in a heap. It wasn't pretty, but I managed to break his fall. At any other time, we might have laughed, but I could tell something was seriously wrong. Now that I could see all of him, he looked a sight. Apart from his briefs, the only item of clothing he wore were his rubber-soled facility-issued shoes. He was filthy with dust, and the bandage on his wound was soaked with blood. I helped him to his feet, and he promptly swooned, falling against me. I held him up and walked him over to the bunk. "I'm all right," he gasped as he sat down and caught his breath. I passed him a cup of water that was sitting on the table beside his bunk. He guzzled it down and then coughed. I waited patiently. After a few seconds, He looked up at me with haunted eyes. "Sonny's dead." The light suddenly went out, and a shrill alarm sounded.
8.
What? I heard what he had said, but asking the question was like a dumb reflex. In the dim emergency lighting, I saw tears streaming down his face.
"He's dead,"
he yelled over the incessant beeping.
"It's why I took so long. I got there just before. He was sick, real sick, and that freak just fucking killed him in cold blood."
"No, it can't be," I choked. "I only just saw him a few days ago." I felt so many things right then that I didn't know how to think. Rage, grief, and regret hit me like a tsunami, and red clouded my vision. Through the fog, I saw that Luke was holding his head in his hands.
"That alarm will be for me. I couldn't stop them. I wanted to, but I saw that he was already gone before. Anyway, they heard me in the vent."
"Who was it?" I asked in a cold voice, already knowing the answer.
"The guy you talked about. The short, nerdy one."
A coldness suddenly replaced all the fiery emotions I was feeling. "Did they see you?"
"No."
He shook his head.
"I don't think so."
"Wipe your face and body and get under your covers," I ordered. The hard edge of my voice seemed to cut through the emotions Luke was feeling too, and he was already wiping his face as I snatched up the grill and put it into place before efficiently securing it. I jumped down when I was finished and threw him the knife. I had no more time to waste. I headed to the door. "Pretend you're asleep and play dumb if they come to question you." I headed out the door and began to run back towards the cafeteria when a voice behind me called my name. It was Bowman.
"Isaac, where have you been? What's going on?"
"I don't know," I said. "I was just visiting Luke to make sure he was okay when the alarm started going off." No sooner had I said the words than the alarm was silenced, and the normal lighting came back on. My relief at the termination of the high-pitched alarm was short-lived, as we heard shouting and the sound of running feet coming towards us from the direction of the square. Bowman, obviously unsure of what was happening, drew his pistol, and I followed suit. I noticed his hands trembling slightly and prayed he didn't shoot on sight. When Rag burst around the corner and pulled to a sharp stop, I suddenly changed that prayer. His eyes fell on me immediately. A second later, he didn't even flinch as Williams and another Homeland guard rounded the corner, just about crashing into him. They both put their hands to their weapons when they saw us, and Bowman raised one hand and carefully put his sidearm away. Rag's eyes still burned into mine, and I thought briefly of shooting him between the eyes before I, too, holstered mine. The two Homeland guys relaxed.
"What's going on?"
Bowman asked. William shrugged and looked to Rag, who didn't answer. He simply regarded me a few seconds longer and then, without a word, pushed between us and stalked up the corridor. We all followed, me with a sinking feeling in my gut. I knew where he was heading. Less than a minute later, we arrived at the door to Luke's dormitory. Rag swiped his card and pushed through the door without pausing. He was followed by Williams and the other Homeland guard. Both of the uniformed men had drawn their weapons and I followed suit. I was prepared to shoot any or all of them in the back to protect Luke. Rag paused, his head moving this way and that, appearing to take in every detail of the room. It was funny. Despite the Homeland officers being armed, I thought the unarmed Rag with his compact, deliberate movements looked by far the most dangerous of the three men. He didn't pause long before he stalked to Luke's bed and reefed the covers down off his face.
"Whoa."
Luke blinked into the light. Still wearing only his briefs, he looked vulnerable and angry all at the same time. It was his turn under the microscope of Rag's scrutiny, but he didn't shrink from it.
"What the fuck, asshole? I'm trying to sleep."
He spat venomously and slapped at the man's hand. Luke's hand found only air as Rag snatched his wrist, viciously twisting it and jamming it into the mattress. Luke groaned, turning onto his side to alleviate the pain. I pushed between Williams and his buddy and holstered my gun, pulling out my taser as I rushed the bow-tied bastard. He must have heard me coming and twisted sharply to face me. This time Luke screamed in agony as his arm was pulled viciously up behind his back. The sound stopped me in my tracks even as I waved my taser back and forth in front of me, the blue electricity arcing between the electrodes. We faced off, the determined look on his face almost inviting me to do my worst, welcoming it. I knew he would try and disable Luke before dealing with me, and I had to strike before he did. I saw him tense, and, "Rag!" Sonny's killer froze and looked past me. "Release the boy!" I saw a flash of something that could have been frustrated fury in Rag's cold eyes. I didn't relax until he released his grip on Luke's wrist. Once I was sure he wasn't going to act, I turned slowly. Rag stood up and adjusted his bow tie beside me, as though nothing had happened. "Asshole," breathed Luke. The professor stood behind Williams, and I felt flames of anger licking at me when I set eyes upon his condescending face. "I know what you've done." While Rag may have been the one who had killed Sonny, it was this man who had facilitated it, and I wanted to hurt him more badly than I had ever wanted to hurt anyone. It would have to wait, though. For now, I had to pretend that I didn't know anything about what had happened. "Sorry for the interruption, boys. We're a little on edge. Someone breached our security a little while ago. How long have you been in this room?" He was asking both of us. The adrenaline coursing through my system made it difficult for me to come up with an immediate answer, and I was glad when I heard Bowman speak in an even tone. "Isaac and I were on patrol, sir. We arrived here with your men. Luke was in bed sleeping." The professor seemed to weigh this up. "I see. What have you been doing today, young Luke?" "I've been in bed," said Luke, now sitting on his bed holding his arm. "I was sleeping. At least I was until your watchdog decided he wanted a piece of me." The professor watched Luke carefully as he spoke, and then for a few seconds after. I was probably paranoid, but I got the feeling he knew exactly what he'd been up to. "Very well. If you're not feeling well enough to get out of your bed tomorrow, report to Dr. Radisson again, please. Come, Mr. Rag. Let's leave this boy in peace." He turned on his heel and began walking to the door. I couldn't just let it go at that. "Professor, before you go, when can I see Sonny?" He stopped a step from the door and took a moment before turning back to me. His face was unreadable. "Soon. He is not feeling well at the moment. It seems he has caught some sort of bug. I'll find out from the doctor when you may be able to visit." That he could stand there and lie to my face disgusted me. I held my tongue and prayed that Luke would do the same. In fact, I didn't trust myself to say a word. I just nodded and turned away. The professor left and was followed out by Williams and the other Homeland Guard. Rag gazed at me for a few seconds more, and even when Luke said, "You heard your boss, asshole. Leave us in peace," he left a few heartbeats later, and I exhaled heavily. I was conscious of Bowman in the doorway. "I'll finish our shift. You see to your friend." I nodded my thanks and waved as he closed the door. It was then that I heard Luke sobbing. I went to him. He rolled onto his back with his hands over his face. I struggled to keep my emotions in check. I sat beside him on the bunk and patted his shoulder awkwardly. "We all feel the same way, Luke. Sonny was a good man, and he deserved better than being locked up by his own countrymen and murdered. We have to do something about those bastards, Isaac," he said, finally lowering his hands. He dragged them down his face, leaving livid red marks. I know that. It was too much. Luke's pain and my own rage and loss burned me. What the hell can we do about it? He holds all the cards. We're just a bunch of stupid kids. I stood up and smashed my fist down on the table as tears of frustration and grief stung my eyes. I felt powerless, and even though I knew it wasn't my fault, I somehow felt responsible for what had happened to Sonny. I felt I had failed by not being more insistent when he was first separated from us. I vowed not to make the same mistake with the girls. We were both quiet for a while, dealing with our grief separately.
"We'll find a way,"
said Luke after a few minutes. "Sure we will," I said sarcastically. I immediately regretted it when I saw the hurt in his eyes. "Look, sorry. We will. I know we will." I got up, feeling a little more focused, and knelt beside his bunk. I stared down at the floor.
"You okay?"
"Yeah, I'll survive. What about you? How's the wound?" He lifted the cover and showed me the bloody bandage.
"I think it's worse than it looks."
He quickly pulled down the bandage to reveal the wound. Most of it was still fleshy pink fresh scar tissue, but there was a tiny amount of blood seeping from the center. "Come on, I'll take you to the showers and you can wash it and change the bandage. You do have more, right?"
"Yeah, the doc gave me 3.
"Good. Come on. After that, you should get something to eat."
"No, I think I'll just stay here."
"Come on. You can't just shut down and hide in here. It will make them suspect it was you that witnessed what happened." I had never seen him looking so down, but he nodded and stood up before gathering his stuff. I headed to the door, but he called me back. He was pulling something from under his mattress and produced a charger and the iPhone. I pocketed both items. I only found out later he had stashed the iPhone in his underwear as he crawled through the ducts. The fact that he failed to pull the phone theatrically from his underpants, or even mention it, when he gave it to me, told me how upset he was after witnessing Sonny's murder.
9.
It was almost 1600 when I dropped Luke off at the shower block. I told him I would meet him back at the rec room after I went and helped Bowman hand over to the next patrol. I ran into Bowman in the corridor leading to the lobby.
"Everything okay?"
he asked. "Yeah, he's okay," I said. I had to be careful not to say too much. All that Bowman knew was that my friend had been accosted by Rag. "Thanks for covering me back there." He nodded as we stepped into the lift, as much to say, no problem. As we rode down the lift, I patted the iPhone in my pocket. I had carried it with me for a few days before giving it back to Luke, but hadn't had the opportunity to use it. Now, after what had happened, it seemed imperative to find a schematic of the facility and get a picture of it to Luke as soon as possible. It wasn't even a matter of hoping for things to improve now. One of our own had been killed, and our situation was untenable. We had to get out. I thought about where I might be able to locate a schematic. I hadn't seen one in Colonel Randall's office. Not anywhere obvious, anyway. If it was in the control room, I wouldn't be able to access it, period. However, the logical place for it, and one where I should be able to access without any serious dramas, was the Situation Room. Bowman and I nodded to the 2 guys on the new shift before we signed in at the front desk, Bowman writing a brief note regarding the situation with the alarm and what had happened in Luke's room. The duty sergeant, Dawes, read it and signed it off.
"Busy day, huh, boys? We thought the Chinese were invading for a minute there. The whole floor was armed and about to come to your rescue before it was called off. What the hell was it?" "Ask the professor," Bowman said. "He said someone breached security but wouldn't give us any details." "Well, screw that bastard then. They can sort out their own issues." "Yeah."
Bowman walked off. I needed to shake Bowman off if I was going to check the Situation Room, so I quickly asked the sergeant if it was his family in the picture behind him.
"Sure is. My wife Beth, my 2 boys.
His voice hitched, and I saw tears well in his eyes. Ron and James. I felt like a low dog for upsetting him, barely comforted by the fact that I was doing it for a good cause. Sorry, they looked like a great family. They were the greatest. Thanks for asking about them. I don't think of them as much as I should these days. With a sniff, he turned and put the portrait back on the shelf. We spent a few minutes talking. I told him briefly about my family, and by the time we finished, I felt I had a pretty good grasp on the type of man he was. A good man. Thankfully, Bowman had disappeared after waiting at the door for a while. When I felt enough time had passed, I told the sergeant I would see him later and left, looking briefly over my shoulder to make sure Dawes wasn't looking, before turning right instead of left. I briskly headed towards the Situation Room. If I was intercepted, I would say I was going to see Colonel Randall about something. It seemed that luck was on my side, though. I didn't run across anybody, which was pretty unusual at that time of day. I made it all the way to Randall's office and then sprinted quietly the last few feet to the Situation Room. I paused for a second, listening for the sounds of conversation through the door. Nothing. I swiped my card, praying that it would be configured to open this door. It was. Obviously, they didn't think there was anything too sensitive in there, and I opened the door quickly and went in. The dimly lit room actually looked like a war room. There were pin boards everywhere, and most were covered with sheets of butcher's paper, drawings and maps. Taking up one complete board was a satellite image of mountain terrain, giving way to green hills and a small town. The town was marked Lincoln, and the facility had been drawn in with a marker pen north of it, over the top of Drake Mountain. I could see green and red pins dotted around and in the town, and assumed they were places the Drake Mountain teams had already visited, or were to visit. I snapped a quick picture of it before moving around the room quickly. As I moved on, my heart was beating fast with adrenaline. Every second I was in there increased my chance of discovery. Finally, on the opposite side of the room, I found what I was looking for. 3 large squares of paper, each showing a different level of the facility. All 3 levels were in the same cross configuration, the mid-level lines and markings looking much as I had pictured it in my head from walking around and learning the layout. The details of the other 2 levels would be very handy indeed, though. I took a picture of each of them, slipped the iPhone into my pocket, and headed to the door. I grasped the handle of the door and was just about to pull it open when I heard muffled voices on the other side. I pulled my hand away like I'd been shocked and dived under the boardroom table, squeezing quickly between 2 chairs, and crawled under just as the door opened.
Due back in.
The overhead lights came on.
They were due back in 3 hours ago, sir. But so far the cameras in the lodge have picked up nothing.
It was John Hurst's voice.
Damn it. If they're not back by nightfall, I'll have to send you and Bowman out to see if you can locate them. They've maintained radio silence as per procedure, so I have to assume they haven't run into any trouble. But it's unusual.
I watched 2 pairs of legs move around the room.
This is the point they were heading to reconnoiter. It's about a 3-mile square radius, just a few farmhouses and a small town. I gave them more than enough time to do what they needed to do. Okay, so what is the plan, sir? I'm going to see the professor to get permission to send you out. I want you to saddle up, you and Bowman only. If we don't hear anything from them by 1800 hours, you're going out. Yes, sir. Come on, let's get moving.
I watched the booted feet head to the door. After it closed, I slowly let out the breath I'd been holding. I crawled out from under the table and stood on wobbly legs before once again listening at the door, before heading out.
10.
After a quick shower in the barracks, I headed back up to the square. I saw Luke sitting in the quiet zone reading an old book and gestured to him that I was going to get something to eat. I wolfed down a quick meal in the cafeteria, just catching the end of the first shift. Thankfully, Bowman was not there, which probably meant that John Hurst had pulled him aside to get ready for a possible rescue mission that night. I headed into the quiet zone as soon as I'd finished. It was just Luke and me. Did you have something to eat?
Yeah.
I looked at the book he had put down in his lap. Animal Farm by George Orwell. I had never studied it in high school, but had read it for fun when I was in the 7th grade. It was only short, but it left an impression on me. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. The famous quote resonated with me now, given that Drake Mountain seemed to have one set of rules for the majority and another for the professor and his cronies. Do you think you would be up to telling me about what you saw?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. I wouldn't ask so soon, but it's important. Come on, we'll head back to your dorms so we have some privacy. Plus, I have some photos for you.
Okay, let's go,
he said, with a fraction more enthusiasm. The dorm was empty when we arrived. We sat at the table and faced each other. Take as little or as much time as you need, and tell me if you need a drink of water or anything.
You sound like a counselor,
Luke grinned, and I couldn't help but return his grin, not because I thought his crack was particularly funny. It was just good to see him smile. He seemed to be okay once he got started, and I let him talk freely, only asking questions at certain points. After Ben had secured the grill behind him, Luke had set out on his journey in the cramped confines of the ducting. He admitted that it was a lot snugger than he had been expecting, and after only a few minutes of the awkward shuffling, he had begun to regret volunteering. The corners were the worst, and he had to negotiate one just a few feet after he had started. It had turned left and seemed to roughly follow the main corridor. After about 30 minutes of shuffling in the cramped, hot space, he had taken a right turn. By that time, he had lost all sense of direction and progress, but he thought he may have ended somewhere near the lobby. It was at that point he realized that his wound was bleeding, but couldn't be sure when it had started. He had eventually arrived at a place where his duct intersected with a bunch of others. A hub that was almost big enough for him to stand up in. He took a moment here to congratulate himself on his decision to tuck the iPhone into his briefs. Without its glow, he would have been blind. This way station, as he called it, was a large box-like structure that had ducting leading off in 4 directions, as well as a larger vertical shaft that led up to the professor's level and down into the military level. Both the upper and lower entrances were sealed by a wired mesh hatch, but thankfully had a small maintenance ladder that seemed to run the entire length of the vertical shaft. Luke took the opportunity to have a rest, stretching and taking some water while he could. He used his chalk to mark the opening he had emerged from and cursed himself when he realized he had forgotten to mark the first 2 turns he had taken. He didn't worry about that then. Plenty of time to worry about it when he was trying to find his way back. He turned his attention to the hatch leading to the upper level. It wasn't locked, just held in place by hinges and closed by 2 bolt locks. Before he opened it, Luke briefly contemplated the possibility of it being alarmed, but couldn't see any obvious wiring or cables. Besides, it wasn't as if he could or wanted to turn back after coming so far. Holding his breath, he had slipped the bolts and swung the hatch down. He didn't hear an alarm, but that didn't mean anything. It could be blaring in another part of the facility and he wouldn't know. He checked the edge of the hatch door. Definitely no wires there. Feeling a little better about it, he left the hatch hanging down behind him and began to climb. He thought it was about 20 feet before he came to another hatch. Again, a quick inspection told him it wasn't alarmed, and he unlatched it, pushing upwards. This one was heavier than he expected, and to his horror, he was unable to hold it as it fell open. He had flinched, but the crash he had expected didn't come, the hinges halting it silently an inch or so above the sheet metal of the ducting. Again, relieved and feeling more optimistic, he climbed through that hatch and found himself in another hub, this one a lot smaller. This time there were 4 ducts, each going off in a different direction. He had no idea which direction to try first, and he decided to use trial and error, hoping due to his waning strength that he picked the right opening the first or second time. He wasn't sure he would have enough energy to try more than 2 and still get back safely. Having lost all sense of direction, he wasn't even able to make an educated guess. So at that point, he had resorted to eeny, meeny, miny mode to decide which duct to explore. It was a very Luke thing to do, and I suppressed a little chuckle when he told me. The duct he had decided upon seemed to run back in the same direction he had come from on mid-level, so he was quite happy with it. He had set off, and it was a good 10 minutes before he came upon the first offshoot. He took the hard right turn, and after a minute came upon a vent overlooking a vast lab. There were 5 men and a woman in lab coats and face masks working in the lab.
As you would expect, they were doing science stuff, he said. Looking in microscopes, fussing with centrifuge equipment and other stuff I didn't recognize.
While he didn't know any of the other scientists, none of us did. He had wanted to be sure that Professor Leahy wasn't in there. He didn't really learn anything else of value, but watched them until he could confirm that Leahy wasn't present. From his vantage, he had strained to see as far as he could to the left and saw a door in the wall on that side. That meant there might be more rooms further along the main duct. He backed carefully out the offshoot and into the main duct before proceeding further along. He eventually came to another offshoot and crawled into that. The room at the end of this was about half the size and looked more heavy-duty than the other lab he had seen. It had a glass or perspex ceiling a foot or so below the vent and seemed to be hermetically sealed. The 2 scientists in here were in full hazmat outfits, their features obscured by the fluorescent light reflected from the perspex covers over their faces. While Luke watched from that vent, a door opened with a hiss almost directly below him. A new person entered the room. This one was similarly attired and carried a small aluminum container that looked a little like a coffee flask. The newcomer took the flask over to a large desk upon which a glass box sat. It was about the size of a picnic cooler and had an oversized microscope attached to it. Luke watched the newcomer screw the flask-like object to a small circular opening on the side. He heard the newly arrived scientist tell the other 2 that this was the last blood sample and that the subject was in the final stages of the disease. "He won't see out the day." My stomach turned as Luke told me. It was Sonny they were talking about. Luke knew straight away, but at that stage had still held out a small hope that perhaps it wasn't our friend, that perhaps it was the other man Paul had seen while he was in the hospital. Luke watched as one of the other scientists had inserted his arms into 2 fist-size openings on the long side of the cabinet. Soon the thick rubber gloves inside came to life and began to move. Luke watched as they reached into the flask and removed the glass slide. He saw a smear of red on the glass and watched as the scientist deftly placed it onto the stage of the microscope inside the box.
God damn. Look at those little fuckers go. That chink should be dead already.
They had all laughed at this, and for a moment, Luke had thought seriously about bashing his way out of the vent and killing the bastards with his bare hands. It was Sonny, and they were laughing about it. Common sense had prevailed, and burning with a cold rage, he had backed out of the duct to the main line again. He could see no light coming from the direction that would lead further down that main duct, so awkwardly turned around so that he could crawl forwards and back to the hub on that level. Luke had another short break and some water once he got there, all the while fighting his grief and anger. At that point, time was of the essence. If he found Sonny, he could still maybe get him out of there. Luke now picked the duct immediately to the left of the first one he had chosen. It seemed logical that one of the closest 2 may lead to wherever they were holding Sonny. This time he was lucky, or unlucky, as the case may be. Luke fully admitted that by that time he was struggling. Even though his anger was fueling him to go on, he had doubts about being able to physically follow another duct if this one proved fruitless. As it was, he had to rest several times, lying still for a few minutes every 30 feet or so. After 2 such stops, he finally saw light from the opening of an offshoot duct in the distance. He entered the offshoot warily, because even before he reached it, he could hear the muffled voices. He squeezed into the slightly smaller duct and inched his way the last few feet, doing his best to control his ragged breathing. He finally reached it and slowly pressed his face to the grill, squinting to allow his eyes to adapt to the harsh artificial light. From the description that followed, I knew it was the same place I had visited Sonny the week before. Luke found himself overlooking another glass-roofed corridor. Again, it was about a foot below his vantage point. He could see that a heavy glass airlock sealed the corridor and the cells from the rest of the facility, and that it was guarded by Homeland Security. Both of the cells he looked down upon contained a cot and a sink, as well as a toilet. One thing was different, though. The cell next to Sonny's was occupied. It was a Caucasian man that Luke didn't recognize. He was skinny and pale, with thinning hair. He was sitting calmly on a chair, staring into the room next to his. The adult survivor that Paul saw in the hospital. But what about Sonny? I was unable to bear the tension of his story. He was there, in the next room. I just didn't see him at first. His voice cracked. In the other cell stood 3 men in hazmat suits. They were standing over the cot. It was then that Luke observed the shape of a body under the blanket, wires stretching from it to a vital sign monitor standing just beside the cot. As he watched, trying to make out for sure if it was Sonny, the figure beneath the blanket coughed, a harsh, phlegmy cough not dissimilar to that his parents had displayed in the hours before their death. Luke could see a spray of bloody mucus on the wall by the bed. Whoever the person under the blanket was, they couldn't be far from death now. Luke began crying. I knew it was him. I just couldn't admit it to myself, as if admitting it would make it true. I didn't try to console him. I knew nothing I could say or do would help. We kind of had to face up to the terribleness of it to get past it. Luke had paused for a moment, gathering himself before continuing with his tale. Even though they were behind glass and their voices muffled by the filtration devices on their masks, he could just make out what the 3 men were saying. The tallest figure turned to the one carrying a clipboard. How long has it been? 26 hours and 19 minutes since infection, sir. Not as quick as I had hoped. How long before he was incapacitated? Well, because he was confined to a cell, it's hard to put an exact timeline on it. In a real-world situation, he would possibly have stayed mobile for longer, but he hasn't gotten out of the cot since 18 hours and 27 minutes post-infection. How long now? Judging by his vital signs, he should decease within 30 minutes. As they were talking, a series of harsh coughs racked the person under the blanket who then, with a supreme effort, threw the blanket aside. It was Sonny, or more accurately, the hollow shell of Sonny. Luke hardly recognized him. Our friend was emaciated, and his skin was an unhealthy gray color. He was covered in a sheen of sweat. His face was the worst, Luke said, with tears in his eyes. He looked like a zombie. There were dark shadows under his eyes, and he had blood and green snot running out of his nose down onto his mouth and chin. To the surprise of the men standing over him, Sonny had managed to make it into a sitting position and looked defiantly at his tormentors. Congratulations, he had gurgled. You've done it. How does it feel to be? At this point, he began coughing. Blood and mucus sprayed from his mouth, and 2 of the men stepped back sharply while the third stood his ground, wearing the spray of gore on the legs of his protective suit.
Murderers. Well, I think that's enough, said the tall figure, ignoring Sonny's question. Incapacitation is the important milestone, not when they finally expire. He nodded to the man who had been splattered by Sonny's cough. End it, Mr. Rag. The man holding the clipboard had reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a syringe, offering it to Mr. Rag. Here. Luke had gripped the grill of the vent and began to strain against it. Rag had turned, and through his perspex mask, Luke had seen a humorless smile on his face as he turned away from the other man without taking the syringe. As Rag turned to him, a shivering Sonny had fought his way to his feet. It seemed he had decided he wouldn't make it easy for them. He stood swaying slightly, his feet apart, and brought his closed fists up. It was a supreme effort of mind over matter, and for just that one brief moment, Luke dared to hope. That hope was shattered when Rag walked purposefully to Sonny, brushing aside his feeble punch and gripping the sick man's head in both of his gloved hands. He held him that way for a moment, oblivious to Sonny's weak blows on his shoulders and side. Then he viciously twisted his hands. The muffled crack of Sonny's neck breaking was terrible. But even more terrible was the way Rag turned his victim's head back to face him and looked into his eyes as our friend and mentor died. Part 2. Decision Time. 11. No! Luke had screamed helplessly as he struggled to push the grill out of its frame. Rag's head whipped around, his eyes now trained on the vent. Luke swallowed a sob and ceased struggling to push his way out of the vent. Without taking his eyes off Luke's hiding place, Rag released Sonny's head and allowed his limp body to collapse to the floor. Luke knew that the killer couldn't actually see him, but he felt like they were staring at each other. You know what, Isaac? One time when I was hunting with my dad, I nearly stepped on a copperhead snake. I was only like 12, and I froze up, scared spitless. It was just staring at me with those dead eyes, ready to strike, and I couldn't look away. Not until my dad came up and pulled me slowly away from it. That's what Rag's eyes were like. Dead fucking snake eyes. Luke had watched a moment longer through tear-blurred eyes before adrenaline had kicked in, and he frantically shuffled backwards along the duct, anxious to be away from the malevolent gaze of Rag. He heard muffled yelling, and after what seemed like an eternity, reached the main duct, scrabbling around the corner and shuffling along it as quickly as he could. He had just scrambled over the edge into the upper hub when he heard a happy voice echo from behind him. "Oh, don't go. Why don't you come back and play? You can join your friend." It was Rag, and Luke wasn't afraid to admit he nearly shat his pants. Rag was back there and calling into the vent that Luke had so recently vacated. Energized by the adrenaline coursing through his system, he half climbed, half fell down the ladder to the main hub on the middle level without shutting the hatch behind him. He quickly pulled out his phone so he could see which of the ducts he had marked and climbed in. He heard the voice behind him again, fainter now, but somehow worse because of the creepy sing-song quality it took on. Come out, wherever you are." Luke wasn't sure if Rag was now in the ducts and following him or still calling out from the vent, but he didn't plan to hang around and find out. He took off, crawling and scrabbling back the way he had come. He didn't stop to rest until he reached a junction of 3 shafts, and even then, it was through necessity. He had forgotten to mark this spot with his chalk. He sat there, frustrated and cursing for valuable seconds, trying to figure out which one it was. The stakes were high. If he took the wrong duct, he could end up anywhere, and it would mean almost certain discovery if they did a head count. In the end, it was his own wound that saved him. By the light of the phone, he was able to spot a small smear of blood on the lip of one of the narrower ducts. Yes! He crawled into it and moved as quickly as he could in the more confined space, spurred on by the fact that he was almost back to the dorm. Well, you know the rest. I was numb,
But whatever I was feeling must have been amplified 100 times for Luke. He was clearly traumatized by what he had seen, and I had the terrible feeling that there would be more of the same trauma to come. "You did well, Luke," I said, and patted him on the shoulder, my words sounding woefully inadequate to my own ears. He shook his head. I had to try and take his mind off what he'd experienced. "So we know they've got the virus and killed Sonny to test it. Did you see any clue about how they'll get it out there, though?" "No idea," he said, not taking his eyes off the floor. "When will this shit ever end? I hate what the Chinese did as much as anyone. But how will killing more people help?" I reflected how quickly a person's opinion could change. Just 2 months ago, I would have been all for an eye, and Luke would have cheered me on. I guess what we had experienced in the facility, the worst of human nature by our own people, had influenced us more than I thought. "Don't you get it, Isaac? It's what human beings do. We make war over and over and over again. Man won't ever stop fighting until there's just a handful of us left on the whole planet. And even that won't stop them. Then it will be over a girl or food or shelter. Albert Einstein said he didn't know what weapons would be used to fight World War III, but he knew that World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones." We were silent for a few moments. "You know we have to stop him, right?" "I don't see how we can stop him, Luke. We couldn't even save Sonny." "Isaac, we can't just let them unleash the virus, no matter what their government did to us. What would it achieve to kill all those people? We know there are people like Huion fighting their government. If the people here and any others could get in touch and work with them, there might be some sort of future for us. After all, we can't stay in here like rats in a sewer forever." "I know, but we don't have the firepower to do it. There are too many of them and they're too well equipped. If we had Randall's men on our side, it might be possible, but there is zero chance they would side with us in a fight over saving the Chinese. I think we have to look after ourselves and get the hell out of here. And soon. If we happen to give the professor and his plans a bloody nose in the process, then I'll be happy." Luke was silent for a moment, and then opened his mouth as if to argue. In the end, he closed it again without saying a word. He knew I was right. There was no way we could rally U.S. soldiers to fight the professor because he planned to use the virus on the Chinese, and definitely no way we could do it alone. "All right. What's the plan? How are we going to get out of this rat hole?" Luke seemed to shrug off the heaviness that was upon him and looked at me with a familiar fire in his eyes. Before I could answer him, we were interrupted. The soldiers on the evening patrol opened the door and allowed Ben, Paul, Bo, and Toby in. After the door was closed, Luke and I invited the boys to gather around. The 3 boys didn't actually know Sonny, but were shocked to learn he had been murdered. Ben, of course, was extremely upset and angry. I deliberately left out the part about Sonny being infected. The fewer of us that knew the professor had created a weaponized virus, the less chance of the wrong ears hearing and working out who had trespassed on the upper level. I allowed him to storm and rage for a few minutes before I stood up and grabbed him in a bear hug, as much to contain him as to comfort. It worked. He struggled for a few moments before he eventually calmed down and sobbed into my shoulder, before breaking away awkwardly, embarrassed by his tears and saying he needed to wash his face. He came back a few seconds later and sat back in on our conversation. "By the way, Paul, you were right. The other guy didn't die. The survivor adult you saw in the hospital? Luke saw him in the cell next to Sonny's, and he's alive as you or I. They must have hidden him the first time they allowed me to visit Sonny." "I knew it," Paul whispered. Even though I hadn't mentioned Sonny's deliberate infection, I could see Paul's mind ticking over, and the look on his face told me he had put 2 and 2 together. I gave a quick warning shake of my head. He nodded and stayed silent. At the moment, only he, Luke, and I knew. I would tell Ben in private, and also tell him of our decision to escape the facility. Our conversation dried up. I suddenly felt absolutely drained. I wasn't the only one. Luke looked worse than I felt. I better get back down to the barracks. You should go to bed.
12.
In the end, I decided to head to the rec room before I went back down, just to add some sort of alibi in case my long absence was noted. It probably worked out to be a blessing that Bowman had been dispatched to investigate what had happened to the scouting party. Otherwise, I'm sure it would have been difficult to shake him off, especially given our run-in with the professor's men. As it was, I found 2 soldiers, Fisk and Meeks, playing pool. I decided to play a couple of games of pool with them, so I could pick their brains and see how much they knew about what had happened earlier. They told me that John and Bowman had gone out 2 hours before, just after the alarms from Luke's adventure had been silenced. Neither of them seemed to know exactly what that had been about.
I heard it was a false alarm,
said Fisk. No, it was some sort of breach, said Meeks. Cocksucker, who knows what he's doing up there? We should be the ones breaching his ass.
Well, you might like breaching ass, Meeks, but leave me out of it.
We all cracked up. Right then, a couple of Homeland Security men came into the room and headed to the gym equipment. They were in black T-shirts and track pants, but still had their holstered weapons on their hips. Meek's buddy gestured that he should be quiet.
No, fuck them,
he spat, and looked at the 2 men challengingly. Didn't you see what that little asshole Rag did to Spence? The professor's men didn't rise to the bait. One jumped on the exercise bike and the other began pummeling the punching bag. Meeks kept up his hostile staring, perhaps trying to goad them. If they were bothered by his enmity, they didn't show it and focused on what they were doing.
Come on, Meeks, it's your shot,
said Fisk, grabbing his arm gently. The bigger soldier shook it off, but finally turned back to the game he had been playing with me. We played for another 20 minutes before the Homeland guys finished their exercise and left.
Gutless bastards,
Meeks called as they went through the door. One turned and smirked at him. I felt pretty sure they weren't gutless. More likely they had been instructed to maintain a presence but to stay well clear of the soldiers. After the professor's men had left, I asked Meeks and Fisk what they thought might have happened to the scouting party that Bowman and Hurst had gone out to find. The Chinese got him for sure, said Meeks, without looking up from the shot he was lining up.
We don't know that,
said Fisk, who seemed to be the more reasonable one.
Anything could have happened. Hell, they might be on the way back now.
He didn't seem very convinced. When Fisk told us he was heading to bed, Meeks said he was hanging around. I told him I would join him. It seemed like a good opportunity to probe Meeks further. We shot the breeze for a few minutes. He was talking almost as though he were drunk, and to my surprise, when we sat down in the darkened alcove, he pulled out a glass flask of dark brown liquid and asked if I wanted a swig. I thought about saying no, but in the end took the bottle and raised it to my lips. A few seconds later, I was coughing and spluttering as the fiery liquid tried to find its way back up my esophagus. Meeks laughed and patted me on the back. You're all right, Race, even if you're not a real soldier. I didn't actually learn anything new, but I did learn a little bit about Meeks. He wasn't quite as boorish as he came across most of the time. He didn't even seem to mind that I refused to drink any more of his liquor. After another half hour or so of small talk and another game of pool, I begged off and headed back down to the barracks. Meeks stayed behind, and I wondered if he did that every night. 13. The next day passed slowly. Because Bowman was still outside, I was partnered with Meeks for the next morning's patrol. Thanks to his liberal intake of moonshine or whatever he had been drinking the night before, he was quiet for most of our duty. I was okay with that. I had a lot of thinking to do. I didn't get a chance to talk to Luke during my shift, even though I did spy him in the rec room. Given our close encounter with Rag and the professor the evening before, I thought it was probably a good idea to avoid each other for a few days. I didn't want to heighten any suspicions about us that they may already have, especially as there seemed to be more of the Homeland Guards on the middle level that day. I had a vague sense of uneasiness as we patrolled the middle level. It wasn't really to do with Sonny's death or the increase in numbers of the Homeland Security on our level. It was more like a sense of impending disaster. In the end, I decided that it was because I knew that we now had to try and leave Drake Mountain. The option to stay and work something out had been closed to us by the hands of a killer. I also knew that when we did try, there were only two possible outcomes. One, we would fail, and most likely some of us would be killed. Or two, we would succeed and possibly lose some of our people and end up right where we had been 6 weeks ago. I felt the weight of leadership settling on me again. Only this time it felt like there was a lot more at stake. After my shift, I went and showered before heading back to my bunk and grabbing a pencil I had secreted in my pillow slip. I took it to the bathroom with me and, sitting down on the toilet, pulled a square of paper out of the dispenser and began to scrawl a note on it. Indigo. Sonny's dead. Luke and I are working on a plan. Stay strong and look after the girls. More news soon. Be ready to move at a moment's notice. Love, Isaac. I read it back, then screwed it into a ball, dropping it between my legs into the water. I wrote it again, this time leaving out the word love. I was too embarrassed to leave it, to expose myself to possible rejection. A stupid schoolboy thing to worry about, I know, but back then it had seemed an enormously risky thing to do. That evening, I deliberately made my way up to the cafeteria early so I could line up by the time the girls finished eating. In my pocket, I had the note for Indigo. With hand in pocket, I fiddled with it nervously as I waited in line. The mining shift had joined our queue, and I turned and waved at Paul, Ben, and the others. Luke was at the very end of the line and returned my brief wave. Finally, the women finished their meal and started filing out. I waited anxiously until she came into view and then slipped the paper into the palm of my hand. As she got closer, the smile froze on my face. An ugly purple welt marred the flawless skin of her cheekbone. She smiled at me and my stomach turned. The smile seemed so at odds with the evidence of recent violence. I had planned to just slip her the paper, but I couldn't suppress the urge to step out of the line and grab her arm, pulling her into my embrace. She gasped in surprise, and I thought for a second she might pull away. But then I felt her arms encircle me and hug me close. Her body melded to mine, and the closeness of her, the scent of her, was intoxicating. My heart jumped in my chest, and when she was pulled away by the Homeland escort, a wave of anger swept over me. I held her and tried to push the guard away. He gripped me by the collar of my Army-issue shirt but seemed reluctant to engage me. "Back in line, lovebird," he said, straining. I held his eyes, on the verge of striking him, and at the same time noticed over his shoulder another guard advancing along the line towards us. It was Leroy. Great. His face was bruised around his eyes and the bridge of his nose, courtesy of his faceplant during our confrontation. He recognized me, and with his eyes burning with dumb malice, made a beeline for us. I tensed and felt Indigo's soft hand find mine. "It's okay, Isaac. I'm okay. You should see the other girl." "Oh, it was between you and another girl?" She nodded again, smiling reassuringly at me. Relieved now that the more sinister scenarios I had considered were put to rest, I slowly relaxed, as did the guard holding me. Indigo began to pull her hand away, and I grabbed it, slipping the paper into her palm before stepping back to take my place in the line again. The guard that had stepped in to separate us held up his hand like a traffic cop. "I got this, Leroy." "You sure? That one's trouble." I turned away from his aggressive stare, letting him know he was no threat to me, and watched Indigo go. When Allie and Brooke walked by, looking at me with secret smiles on their faces, I felt my own face redden. Obviously, they were more interested in me hugging Indigo than the fact that I nearly got into a fight. Beyond them, I saw Luke move back into the line, too. He had apparently been ready to come to my aid. I nodded, letting him know everything was all right. Ben waved to his sister and then gave Luke a funny look when the taller boy with the poorly done haircut bowed flamboyantly to Brooke, causing her to laugh shyly. My smile faded as I saw Paul again try to catch the eye of his sister as she passed us a few places further down from our girls. My heart went out to him when she didn't look up. It seemed impossible, but she appeared even more withdrawn than she had been the last time I had seen her. I felt anger and helplessness overtake me. It was wrong that we should be kept from our family and friends like this. The sooner we got out of there, the better. I made a promise to talk to Paul about it as soon as I could. I wanted him and his sister to come with us, and of course, Toby and Bo, too. Leroy stared at me as he walked by, but didn't say anything. I thought I saw a little respect mixed with the hatred in his eyes, and that was fine by me. I ate my meal apart from the other boys, sitting with Sergeant Dawes, who had come in just as we were entering the cafeteria. Again, I wanted to minimize suspicion in case anyone was observing us, but also I liked Dawes and knew he would be good company. He was a good talker. I asked him a question about before, and pretty soon he was telling me his family history. It was kind of comforting, and after a while I switched off and began to think about things, still half listening and nodding in the right places. I was intrigued that the matter of the security breach seemed to have been abandoned, or at least not pursued. Had they decided it was too hard to get to the bottom of? Or were they waiting for more intel before they made a move?
Well?
I looked at Dawes, who waited expectantly. Huh?
You're not listening to me, are you? A penny for your thoughts?
Oh, nothing. Sorry, just tired is all.
That's okay, son. I'm going to head back downstairs anyway. You coming?
No, I might go shoot some pool.
Okay, I'll see you later.
While I decided to lay as low as I could when it came to socializing with Luke, I didn't see a problem with being together while we were around all of our other friends during leisure time. I took my tray back to the dirty pile and nodded to Luke as I went out. I desperately wanted to talk to him so we could begin to work on our plan of escape and get his thoughts on bringing along Paul, his sister, and the two boys. I had given more thought to Luke's wish to stop the professor from using the virus on the Chinese, but no matter how much I tried to come up with something, there didn't seem to be a way we could do it. Trying to overthrow him was impossible, as was sabotaging his labs. They were just too well guarded. We had to hope that they would fail because they didn't have an effective delivery method. I went into the rec room. It wasn't too crowded, but to my dismay, I saw Maddox, the Homeland Guard that had escorted me away from the confrontation between the professor and Randall, playing pool with a buddy. There was also another guard working out on the weights in the gym area. Maddox looked up at me when I entered. I gave him a friendly smile and wave that was far from genuine, and walked to the alcove, claiming a spot on the unoccupied sofa. They didn't seem to pay any further interest in me. I selected a magazine from near the bottom of a messy stack beside the sofa. It was a dog-eared 2-year-old issue of People magazine, and on the cover was President Riley shaking hands with the Chinese president. Marriage of Convenience was the headline. I guess someone wanted a divorce, I thought. I didn't feel like reading, especially not something that reminded me so painfully of the past. I put the magazine back on top of the pile, knowing there was a good chance it would be vandalized the next time I saw it. As I sat, I mulled over ideas for our escape. I had a general notion about how we could achieve it, but I needed Luke's strategic mind to work out the nuts and bolts. I knew I could trust Ben and Luke implicitly, and I also had every confidence in Paul. His input would be invaluable given his knowledge of how things worked in Drake Mountain. I was certain he would be more than willing to come with us as long as Ava could come too. We would be the inner circle, and as we brought others into the loop, they would be given as little or as much information as they needed to perform their part when the time came. Initially, though, it needed to be the 4 of us. 15 minutes later, the others came in. To my pleasant surprise, Maddox and his playing partner left not long after. Now the only people in the rec room were myself and those from the mining shift, along with the Homeland guy who was still working out. I gestured surreptitiously for Luke, Ben, and Paul to come into the alcove with me. I saw Toby and Bo shape to come in also, but Paul had a word in their ear and they turned back to the pool table. The Homeland guard working out in the gym area didn't seem to be taking much notice, but I knew that looks could be deceiving, so I ensured that the others were relaxed and laughing as we lounged on the sofa. "We have to do something," I said, keeping a grin on my face. "No shit, Sherlock," said Luke loudly, joining in my pantomime. "And I mean something drastic." I laughed, even as I looked seriously at Paul and Ben. "Sonny is dead, and we are being kept from our people, and—" I looked at Paul pointedly. "Family. As far as I could tell, things are not going to get better down here. In fact, they will probably get worse given the disappearance of the patrol and the friction between the army and the professor's people. We have to leave." Reading Ben's thoughts, Luke butted in before he could voice his words. "Isaac's right. We might be warm and well fed down here, but ask yourself, what sort of a life will we really have? Can you see yourself chipping away at rock for the next who knows however many years? And what about Brooke? Do you want to see her impregnated by God knows who?" My warning was too late. I saw Paul's face turn ashen. Luke didn't try to cover his gaffe, although he looked regretful. "Sorry. It needed to be said," he stated quietly. Paul pushed his glasses back up his nose with a finger. "Luke's right. If I had thought there was a chance, I would have tried to escape long before now. With more of us, I think we can do it." He looked at me. "What do you have in mind?" My respect for him grew immeasurably in that moment. We sat in the alcove for the next hour and discussed and argued over how we would escape Drake Mountain, all the while trying to act as though we were just socializing. Occasionally, just to allay any suspicions, we would take turns and go out and play a game of pool. We finally reached a consensus on a course of action. Luke, Ben, and Paul would begin stockpiling anything that could be made into or used as weapons. They would begin by smuggling knives from the cafeteria at each mealtime and hiding them in the mattress of Luke's cot. As part of my new duties, I already had a pistol and a taser. I would try and obtain at least one more firearm, preferably two so that Luke and Ben were both armed. If I could get more of the tasers, I would. They might be easier to come by than guns. Paul was sure that he could persuade another group of 6 boys to come with us, but in the end, we decided that the more people involved, the more chance that word of our plan would leak out. We settled on our core group: me, Luke, Ben, Indigo, Brooke, and Allie, along with Paul, Toby, Bo, and Paul's sister, Ava. It would be a group of 10. But I was sure of the integrity of my group and their ability to keep the whole thing quiet, and Paul seemed to be just as confident in his. I felt a creeping optimism. With surprise on our side, we might just be able to pull off an escape without any casualties. Of course, our enemy, for their part, were well-trained, armed, and physically stronger than us. During our planning, I repeated again and again that surprise was an absolute necessity. The last thing we wanted was a running battle in confined spaces as we attempted to get out. We would still be outnumbered and outgunned, but if we were lucky, we could be out with minimum contact and without alerting them to the fact that anything major was happening. "So, we are going out the same way we came in?" asked Ben. "I found," Luke said. "Well, I'm pretty sure I found the emergency exit. It's not marked on the schematic, but I found an anomaly on the professor's level. A place where there should be a room, but there isn't. It's got to be it." "I don't think we can risk it," I said. "Not unless we're sure, and even then, it's the most dangerous place for us to try our escape. It's crawling with the Homeland Security men. I don't see an option but to go out the main way." Even Luke, who was normally gung-ho about such things, agreed. Yeah, I had to come to the same conclusion. You all know where the main exit is? We were blindfolded when we came through, but of course I found it on the schematic. Yeah, said Paul. It's past the lobby. You follow that corridor along for a few minutes, take a left turn, and at the end of that big room is an armored door. That's the way out. There's more than one door, though. Not sure what you call it when there are two, but there's an interior door, and there's another one on the outside with a big space in the middle, like in a castle, you know. So if the enemy got in the main gate, there was another one to stop them. It's a sally port, said Luke. Sally? Said Ben. Sounds a bit of a girly name for an armored door. Sallyport is the name for the whole thing, the outer door, the inner door, and the space in between. The idea was that if the outer door was breached, the inner door would remain closed and your men could sally to destroy the enemy in the confined space. These days it's just the name given to an area where you can open a main door and a guard can monitor who comes in before securing it and opening the inner door, like in a prison or a government facility like this. I still don't get why they would need Sally to come and destroy the enemy, said Ben seriously. I could see mischievous glint in his eyes, but Luke couldn't. You idiot, Ben, I just told you. Sally means attack or thrust. Ben fell over laughing, and Luke finally realized that he was being tormented. He punched Ben in the arm. We all had a giggle, even given the seriousness of our situation. We were teenagers, after all. How do you know all this about the gates? Luke asked Paul. When we surrendered ourselves, they black-bagged us too, but there was a small rip in mine.
It was in the side, but I was able to shrug and move my head around as we were walking.
So by the time we got to the entrance, it was almost to the front. I didn't get to see much, but I could kind of see the entrance and how the doors operated. Luke looked impressed. So this guard controlling it, where was he? I asked. Paul shrugged. I didn't see anyone controlling it, just a couple of armed guards. Well, that's the thing, said Luke. Sally ports are usually remotely monitored and watched with a CCTV, nowhere near where the shit is going down. As soon as he said it, I knew. The control room on the lower level. Shit. That's going to be a problem. I think I know where it is, but it's guarded day and night. We'll find a way, said Luke. I wasn't so sure, and felt the bright optimism I had felt just a few minutes ago begin to fade. He must have seen it from the look on my face and put his hand on my shoulder. We'll work on that part of the plan. Don't sweat it. I nodded. If anyone could work something out, Luke could. Funny to think, he said. A year ago, probably the most important thing we had to worry about was how we would make it to the next level of Grand Theft Auto on Xbox. Yeah, now we're in it, Ben said. We decided that we would make our escape in exactly 5 days. That gave us plenty of time to stockpile the weapons and anything else we needed, and to spread the word to the girls. We would make our escape in the morning, early. We settled upon 3 a.m. on the 5th night. I would come up to mid-level via the cargo elevator, avoiding the Homeland guards in the lobby. I would then make my way to the square, and avoiding the night patrol, move onto the boys' dorm and let them out. Paul, Toby, and Bo would remain in the dorm with the door propped open, while Luke, Ben, and I went to the north wing to free the girls. I knew from my patrols that the long corridor leading to their quarters would be guarded by 2 Homeland guards, so we would face our first resistance there. We might have to kill somebody, or several somebodies, before the morning is over. Are you all up to that? I asked gravely. Luke and Ben nodded with certainty, while Paul also said yes after a pause. He didn't look totally convinced, but I'm pretty sure if it came to protecting his sister Ava, he could and would do what he had to do. We just have to remember why we're doing this. It's so our sisters and all of us can have some sort of life," Ben added. After we three had collected the girls, we would make our way carefully back to the square. I didn't want to hurt the men patrolling the mid-level, but I knew that it may be necessary to incapacitate them in some way. Once we were back in the square, all four of us would make our way down the corridor to the lobby. It was here we would face more resistance, given that there would be at least 2 Homeland guards patrolling that room. They, most definitely, would need to be neutralized. "It'll be hard to take them by surprise," said Ben. "I know," I said. "I figure I'll be the best person for the job. While it might be unusual to see me at 3 a.m. in the morning, it won't be totally shocking for them. I can say I took a wrong turn or pretend I'm sleepwalking or something." "Dude, really? Sleepwalking? Just stick with the wrong turn story. It's the most plausible. You just better hope it's not Williams on duty. He's no idiot." "Yeah, right. Once we take them out, we head to the exit. But at least one of us will need to go down the elevator to get access to the control room." "But how will that person get to the gates after they open them?" asked Paul. I didn't have an answer for that. In fact, I had deliberately avoided thinking about it. I looked at Luke, and by the expression on his face, I could see that despite his promise to come up with a plan, he too was out of ideas. "It'll have to be me. I've got a pass, and I'm stationed down there." "That's fine, but how will you get control of the sally port? Open it and get out? Surely some sort of alarm will go off. You'll only have a couple of minutes at the most," Ben chimed in. "I'll have to stay." I didn't voice my thoughts. "Don't even think about it, Isaac. We're not leaving anyone behind, least of all you." I didn't argue with Luke. I knew he would never agree with me staying behind. But the more I thought about it, the more obvious it was. I would have to stay and take whatever punishment they decided was appropriate. I could worry about my own escape at a later date. "What?" Ben asked, not quite following our thought patterns. "I have to stay. It's the only way we can get the gates open." "No," the English boy said. "Not on." "We'll come up with another way," said Luke. Paul didn't comment. I thought from his silence and the serious look on his face that he probably knew I was right. Fine," I said, holding up my hands in capitulation. "Let's go through the other phases of the plan and worry about that particular problem closer to time." They agreed to let it go at that, so I got off the topic as quickly as possible. "Now, what about when we're out? Any suggestions?" "Well, first things first. We have to get to the lodge," said Ben. "Yeah," I agreed. "Paul, from the little you could see, how bad was the trail from the lodge to the facility? How dangerous, I mean. It felt terrifying while we were walking it blind." "I know what you mean, although it wasn't till about halfway along that I was really able to see much. It wasn't as scary as you think. Sure, it is pretty rough. It's a mountain trail, after all, and there were some steep drops, but the path itself is quite wide. I think we'll only be in danger if we are being pursued, because obviously we'll be moving faster. It will be tiring, though. It's a pretty tough hike." "Okay, that's great intel," I said. "So, we know what we have to do. You guys start gathering those items for weapons, and I'll do my best to get us some real hardware. I'll also take care of getting a message to the girls and keep my ear to the ground with what's happening outside. We don't want to run into the Chinese as soon as we leave." "Where are we going if we make it to the lodge?" asked Paul tentatively. None of us had really thought about that. "Well, you, Toby, and Bo know the area better than we do, Paul. Do you know of a rural area that's not too far away? One that we could get to within a day or 2 days walking?" He thought for a moment. "Yeah, I do, actually. I think I know the perfect place. It's called Moultonborough. It's west of Plymouth. I only ever went there on a bus, but I guess it's roughly a day and a half's walk from Lincoln. I went there once on a school outing. One of those farm visits they do when you're little. Sounds great. A farm would be ideal if we can find one. The more isolated, the better. Sometime during the week, try to draw us a map of some sort if you can. Sure thing. It's pretty easy, though. Straight down the 93, and once we're in Plymouth, I will know where to go, I think. We were set. We agreed we would lay low for the next little while, but promised to meet every night in the rec room in case anyone thought of anything or ran into any issues. Good work. Let's wrap it up then. I headed back to the barracks after our little meeting. I wanted an early night, not just to sleep, but to mull over the plans and strategies we had decided upon. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, worms of doubt began to tunnel through my mind. Yes, I had managed to lead Luke, Sonny, Ben, Brooke, Indigo, and Allie to safety once before, but that was different. We were in the open then, on the move with plenty of places to hide when we had to. Now, we were basically trapped in a box, in close proximity to a well-armed and clearly dangerous enemy that held all the cards. There was literally nowhere to hide or run. If I managed to get them out safely, I would consider my job done. Facing the inevitable consequences after the escape would be a lot easier for me to bear if I managed to get them all out with no losses.
14.
The next few days were full of routine for all of us. Luke began to work in the mines and seemed to thrive on the physical activity. Every evening we met in the rec room, and they would report what they had managed to stash for our planned escape. It seemed to be going well. They had squirreled enough butter knives for everyone, and Luke had managed to smuggle a small lump of granite into the room. After lights out, he had been busily using it as a whetstone to sharpen the blades of the dull knives. That wasn't all he managed to smuggle out. The third night after he began work in the mines, Luke pulled me into the alcove of the rec room. He was walking with a slight limp, and when he sat down next to me, he had his legs stuck out at an odd angle. He appeared to be unable to bend his knee. My hopes suddenly crashed. We all needed to be fit and ready to run if this thing was to have even a hope of succeeding. "What happened? How bad is it?" I asked, already working through scenarios for dealing with a lame Luke. A secretive look passed over his face. When he was sure no one was looking, he snatched my hand and pushed it onto his upper thigh. "Dude, what the hell?" I snatched my hand away when I felt a hard, thick object under the material of his pants leg. He cracked up laughing, amused to the point where he fell back in hysterics. "Don't worry, man," he said, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "I don't have a woody for you. It's a woody for me." "What?" He waited until the few people who had looked around at his laughter went back to their business before he put his hand on his leg. He smoothed the material so that I could see the shape clearly. It was a shaft about 2 foot long and about 1.5 inches in diameter. When he took his hands away, I could barely make it out. "It's the handle of one of the makeshift picks we use when we mine. It's like a broom handle, but sturdier. It broke while I was mining, so I stashed it when the guards weren't looking. I was going to hide it in my mattress, but I didn't have a chance after work. Anyway, it was so worth the discomfort to see the look on your face." "I'm glad I was able to amuse you," I said sarcastically. "What do you think you're going to do with a broom handle? Sweep the professor's men off their feet?" "Not exactly. I'm going to make an assegai." I saw the weapons trivia king looking at me, waiting for me to ask. "Okay, Luke, enlighten me. An ass what?" He laughed, looking pleased with himself. "Glad you asked. It's a Zulu weapon, a short stabbing spear. The Zulu used them in close quarters fighting. It'll be ideal for the corridors in here if we have to fight our way out." He made 2 quick, violent stabbing motions to demonstrate how he would use it. "Not bad. I won't ask how you're going to make it, but if you happen to make another one, I have dibs on it." "Okay," he agreed. Same goes if you manage to get another gun. You got it. The next day, John and Bowman returned. Meeks and I happened to be completing our report at the duty desk when they were escorted in by 2 Homeland guards, one of whom was Williams. Meeks stepped forward. "We'll take it from here," he said, moving in front of Williams and planting a hand on his chest to block him from coming any further. Williams grabbed the smaller man's wrist and began to twist it as his partner stepped forward. I tensed, but John Hurst intervened.
"Easy, Meeks. We're fine. Just go and get the colonel."
Meeks struggled for a few seconds longer until Williams flung his hand away, sending the soldier stumbling backwards a step. Hurst stepped between them quickly.
"I said, get the colonel."
He snapped at the red-faced Meeks. Meeks appeared ready to argue, but eventually turned after giving Williams a filthy look. John turned to Williams after Meeks disappeared around the corner.
"Thanks for escorting us down. We'll make our report to Colonel Randall."
Williams gave John an ironic salute, then reached over and ruffled my hair rudely.
"How's it going, soldier boy? Be careful what company you keep."
He gestured to his comrade and headed to the elevator. The effect of his condescending pat on the head was twofold. First, it made me feel like a little kid. Second, it came across as an implicit threat. I struggled to come up with a smart-ass reply. I did, just as the elevator doors opened and they stepped in. "You be careful too, ma'am." Williams turned and looked towards me from inside the lift. Instead of the look of anger I had hoped to provoke, I saw instead mild amusement. He held my eye for a second before the doors closed. Self-doubt gripped me. What was I thinking? I was just a dumb kid out of my depth, and he knew it. I felt John's hand on my shoulder. I knew he meant to help, but it didn't comfort me, just reinforced my feelings of inadequacy. Colonel Randall bustled into the reception area.
"Hurst, Bowman, you're back. Come into the Situation Room so we can debrief. Race, you come too."
Surprised, I fell in behind John and Bowman, who gave me a nod. His eyes had a haunted quality that I hadn't noticed before, and I began to wonder what they had seen outside. Meeks turned to follow as well.
"That will be all, Meeks. Go and have some leisure time."
Meeks looked at me with a vaguely resentful expression, and I shrugged to say sorry, even though I had nothing to be sorry for. The colonel told us to sit as he closed the door behind us. I followed and sat on the opposite side of the table to the 2 men. Now that I had a chance to look more closely at them, both Bowman and John Hurst looked a little worse for wear.
"Give it to me,"
said Colonel Randall as he sat down next to me.
"They're gone, sir. We found 3 dead, 2 missing, presumed captured. Based on what was left of the vehicle, it looks like they were involved in a heavy firefight. I'd say they gave as good as they got. We found 1 wrecked Chinese vehicle, too."
"Where?"
"A house about a mile outside of Lincoln. It was the last of the stops on their mission."
"Ambush?"
"No, I don't think so. The house is off the main highway from the south. More likely they were spotted and intercepted. More bad luck than design."
"Damn it.
We couldn't afford to lose anybody, let alone 5 in one hit. Who are the dead?" "Somerton, Anders, and Beth Langdon."
Randall seemed to consider this for a while before speaking.
"John, make sure the guys in the control room are informed of this new development. If the Chinese have their hands on the other 2, it is certain they will be interrogated. We have to assume that our location could be compromised. Even if it's not, we can expect a lot more heat from the Chinese now that they have spotted surviving adults, and soldiers at that." "Yes, sir."
We were dismissed not long after, and I invited Bowman to come up to mid-level for a meal after he'd showered. 20 minutes later, we sat down with our meals in the cafeteria. I had 2 reasons for inviting him. One, I felt like it was the right thing to do. He looked like he could do with the company. And 2, I wanted to sound him out, subtly, about the possibility of him helping us escape. "So, what do you think of the professor?" I began.
"He's an asshole,"
he said with no hesitation. "Really? You think that too?" I got the feeling him and Randall only tolerate each other.
Oh yeah, there's bad blood there. I thought that last incident with Rag would blow it all up, but the problem is he holds all the cards. And as much as Randall hates him, he is old school when it comes to chain of command, and right now the professor is the supreme commander.
Why doesn't Randall just take command? Surely he can't agree with policies like separating the women and, well, it just doesn't seem right. I had almost mentioned the experiments on Sonny and mentally kicked myself. Luckily, Bowman was busy eating and didn't ask me what I was going to say.
He doesn't like it any better than any of us, but as I said, old school.
What if someone decided they wanted to leave? Because they didn't want to live like this and thought they would rather take their chances outside. Bowman's fork halted on the way to his mouth. I had his attention now and wondered if I had said too much.
Well, they'd be crazy. Why would anybody want to go out to that? Look at what just happened to the scouting party. The professor might be an asshole, but it's safe down here. Besides, even if someone did want to leave, there is no way they would allow it. It would be too big a risk for the facility. It's bad enough the Chinese got 2 of our soldiers, but a civilian would definitely crack under torture and give away our position.
I didn't say anything.
Please tell me you're not thinking of trying to leave.
Oh, no, of course not. Was just curious is all.
Good. It would be a dumb move.
Bowman went back to eating his meal, and I mentally scrubbed him off my list. There would be no one to help us. In fact, if push came to shove, it may be that we would also have to fight Randall's men on the way out. I hoped it didn't come to that. Our discussion sobered me a little. He was right. There was only a 50% chance of escape. It would be even less if Homeland or Randall were alerted to our escape. I felt a black cloud of doubt settle over me as we finished eating and went into the rec room where Luke and the others were already relaxing. Having Bowman there as well meant that I probably wouldn't get much of a chance to talk with the others. It didn't improve my mood. Luke took the opportunity when it presented itself. Ben had invited Bowman to partner him in a game of pool, and Luke made his way to me and guided me into a corner of the main room.
"Why the long face, Chief?"
he asked. I shrugged. I was thinking is all. I'm not sure we even have a small chance of succeeding.
Dude, it's been that way all along. Don't get all hopeless on me now. What are our alternatives?
Maybe we should just be thankful for what we have. We're safe, fed, and have a roof over our head.
I'm sure that's what the Jews thought when they were taken to those nice, safe camps by the Nazis.
He paused and let that sink in.
I saw footage once. It was a group of Jewish men being lined up, told to kneel in the street, before one soldier, just one with a pistol, walked up behind them one by one and shot them in the back of the head. Not even the last guy, knowing what was coming, stood up and fought or made a run for it. What did he have to lose? He could have at least made the bastard work for it. It made me angry, Isaac. Angry that he would just take a bullet in the head. But you know what? When I calmed down, I thought to myself that he couldn't fight. He was defeated. Defeated in spirit. He'd probably already seen his family killed and was happy to be out of it. Well, we're not defeated. And I'm not going to kneel down and wait for these assholes to impregnate the girls and make virtual slaves out of us. Neither are you. We're going to do it for Sonny.
I must admit, his little speech gave me goosebumps. Luke would have been a great motivational speaker. He held out his fist and I gave him a knuckle bump. Okay, you're right. I guess I just didn't want anyone else to get hurt.
Neither do I, man. But even if we stay down here in the ground like moles, what sort of life is it? You're already starting to look like Gollum.
You ought to talk, ghost that walks. We laughed and stood up. The game had finished, and I could see Bowman looking around. Let's do it, I said quietly as we walked to the table. 4 more days and we're out of here.
Good call. By the way, Paul has talked to Toby and Bo. We didn't want to leave it any longer, and sooner or later they would have caught us smuggling weapons into the room. They're ready to roll and have no qualms about getting the hell out, too.
Great.
Did you get a message to the girls yet?
Not yet. I'll get it written tonight and slip it to Indigo at the breakfast lineup tomorrow. I'm on early patrol.
15.
I retired early that night. I wanted to be back in the barracks before anyone else so I could get our plan on paper, as well as write the note for Indigo. Thankfully, the rooms were empty. Apparently, the colonel had given permission for drinks in the lower-level breakout area that night. I thought it was a smart move, a way to say goodbye and remember the fallen from the scouting party. When I had heard about it, I actually considered moving forward the escape to the next morning. It would certainly help if half the soldiers in the facility were sleeping off a heavy night. In the end, I dismissed the idea. We just weren't ready yet. I sat on my bunk and took out the stub of pencil and carefully jotted down a rough timeline of our escape plan on a few sheets of toilet paper. 02:45, get up and use the cargo lift to get onto the middle level. 02:50, let the boys out of their dorm. Paul, Bo, and Toby to remain with the door propped open. 0300, Luke, Ben, and I head to the north wing to free the girls. 0305 to 0310, arrive back with the girls and all head to the square and then into the lobby. 0315, neutralize any resistance in the lobby, freeing up the way to the exit. 0320, I head to the lower level and take the control room while the rest make their way to the exit and neutralize the guards there. 0325, check monitors to ensure the group is ready and make sure no Chinese presence outside or in the lodge before opening both doors of the sally port. 0325 to 0340, make sure the group is away safely and close the sally port and, if possible, sabotage the controls so that the group can't be followed. Stay as long as possible in the control room before handing myself over when the escape is discovered. Take what is coming. When I was done, I read over the timeline and felt another wave of doubt wash over me. The plan for the escape and survival of my group was written on something I would normally use to wipe my ass. Toilet paper and stolen cutlery. Our whole plan, our whole escape depended on toilet paper and sharpened butter knives, and if we were lucky, a couple of guns against trained, well-armed fighters. Before despair could again take me, I pushed those dangerous thoughts out of my mind and began to write my note to Indigo. I would hand it to her the next day. I couldn't write everything I wanted to, but my note was longer than the last one. Indigo, we are getting out of here. Luke, Ben, and I have come up with an escape plan. It will begin at 3 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I need you and the other girls to be ready, and I need you to let the girl called Ava know as well. Her brother and his friends are coming with us. We're all escaping together. If you hear any sort of alarm or shots before we come for you, it means we've failed, and you should take the girls back to bed immediately. If it all goes well, though, the first thing you'll see or hear is us opening the doors to let you out. Remember, 3 a.m. Be waiting for us. If things don't go well, I want you to know that I love you. That will probably creep you out, and I'm sorry, but I needed to say it. If I don't see you again, please do everything you can to protect the girls. Isaac, XX. I folded both the timeline and the note to Indigo and slipped them inside the cover of my pillow before laying down and trying to get to sleep. It was an impossible task, knowing that some of the people I loved could be dead within 48 hours. My partner for the morning's patrol was Meeks. If he had an issue with me being invited to hear Hurst's report by the colonel, he didn't show it that morning. Even though I was sure he had drunk lots the night before, he was talkative. Too talkative, in fact. His chatter about stuff from before didn't bore me exactly, because he could actually tell a really good story, but it certainly interfered with my ability to think, and I felt like I needed every second I could get. We circled mid-level for the fourth time, looking at the same walls, floor and ceiling, that had been my entire world for nearly a month. There is no way I would be able to do this for the rest of my life, I thought to myself. Even if things were idyllic, if the professor wasn't some sort of twisted despot and we were all living together happily, at some point not too far in the future, I'm pretty sure I would have had to leave. It was a big, empty country and the Chinese couldn't watch all of it. There had to be somewhere we could go to live in relative peace and safety. A hideaway, but not like the facility. Not a concrete box, but a place where we could feel the sun on our faces and the grass under our feet. Funny how in my mind it was still we, even though I would not be going with them. I looked at my patrol partner. I'm pretty sure Meeks didn't have the same problem. With the help of his hip flask and a friendly ear, he would have been happy circling the facility like a hamster on a wheel forever. I let the drone of his voice wash over me as I began to fantasize about what might happen if we were successful. I imagined my group climbing out of a hatch on the mountaintop and making their way into a green, lush valley where they would find a farmhouse surrounded by acres of tall wheat. I knew it was impossible, now that I had to stay behind. But I imagined Indigo and I were there together, holding hands on a veranda as we looked at children playing on the impossibly green grass of a neat lawn. Luke and Brooke were next to us, also holding hands. Allie, Ben, Paul, and his group were there too. The shrill noise of reveille snapped me out of my daydream, and for the umpteenth time my hand went into my pocket and confirmed that Indigo's note was still there. They would come through in about 10 minutes. I picked up my pace a little to ensure that we would be at the right stage of our circuit when the girls filed past. Meeks continued his monologue without skipping a beat. So he took the pickup and went out shooting hogs. I went back to my musings as he continued, almost subconsciously nodding and saying the occasional "really?" at the right places. My utopian daydream had given me food for thought. While I was under no illusions that my group would escape unscathed, if they did make it, they would have to work out where to go. The farmhouse sounded great, but then John and Bowman's story had spooked me a little. They would just have to make sure they were more careful than the party that had been attacked by the Chinese. I decided that probably the best scenario would be for them to head back into Lincoln and lay low there for 2 days or so, until they were sure that the Drake Mountain personnel had given up on them. They could raid supermarkets and convenience stores, even homes for supplies. All they would have to do is keep clear of the Chinese, which wouldn't be easy, considering the intel John and Bowman had brought back from their mission, and the possibility of newly alert Chinese on the lookout for survivors. I also decided that no matter what, if I managed to survive the punishment after aiding my group's escape, I would do everything in my power to get out of there too, no matter how long it took. I would query Paul about the possibility of them returning to his home after they left the lodge. He might say no. We hadn't really talked about what had happened to his parents, but I had to assume their bodies had been left behind. If not, I thought it would be easy enough to find somewhere else for them to hole up. Lucky the weather is still cool, I thought to myself. I didn't like the thought of them walking into a house containing bodies in the middle of summer. Finally, Meeks and I rounded the corner and we were back in the main corridor of the square. I slowed my pace as we walked by the cafeteria. Good, the girls hadn't arrived yet. I initiated a new conversation with Meeks to hide my snail-like speed. So, you used to hunt a lot? Off he went again, newly invigorated, as I saw the first Homeland Guard come around the corner about 30 feet ahead of us. To allow them past, Meeks and I fell into single file. I deliberately let him lead, and with my adrenaline pumping, I scanned each face as they came into view, only slightly distracted as Meeks doffed a non-existent cap. "Ladies," he said, in an unintentionally creepy manner. There she was. I palmed the note and transferred it to my left hand. There was no smile from Indigo this morning. In fact, as we neared each other, I saw that Allie, who was directly behind her, had red-rimmed eyes, and only Brooke bringing up the rear was able to manage a smile, albeit a tepid one. I had to hope that it was only the news about Sonny that was upsetting them. Anything else that might be happening didn't bear thinking about. Indigo's hand brushed mine, and I slipped her the folded message. I was about to congratulate myself when Allie crashed into me, sobbing heavily as her arms encircled my neck.
"Oh, Isaac, Sonny."
I held her tight as she cried into my shoulder. Thankfully, her words were muffled, and for the moment at least, none of the Homeland Guards had noticed her. "Shh, I know," I whispered, as I saw Meeks turning to see why the line had come to a stop. To his credit, he didn't approach us, but instead moved to block the Homeland Guard at the rear of the column who had started running for us. "Don't worry, we'll make them pay," I said quietly into her ear as Brooke and Indigo gently extricated her from me and guided her back into the line. Brooke gave my arm a squeeze, and they started moving again. I cursed myself for not asking Indigo to keep the news about Sonny from Allie. I should have thought about how upset the younger girl would be. Sonny had saved her life, and those of the other kids, while the flu decimated the country. Afterwards, he had kept them safe from the Chinese and other dangers. She had been with him the entire time, and he had become a surrogate father to her. Now, with Sonny gone and the others who had been killed or left behind, Allie was the last of her original group. The Homeland Guard finally pushed past Meeks, eyeing us threateningly. It was Maddox. He had nothing to confront us about, though. The girls had moved on without any more fuss, the sound of Allie's sobbing now receding into the distance. I stared the bigger man down, almost daring him to make a move. Perhaps he saw something he didn't like, or perhaps he didn't think it worth the effort, but eventually he shuffled past me without saying a word. I moved on as the last few stragglers, one of them Paul's sister, went past. She looked even more pregnant than the last time I'd spotted her a few days ago, and even more unhappy. Meeks waited for me and stepped in beside me as we continued on our patrol. I waited for the inevitable questions. He surprised me a little by not jumping straight in. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I said, surprised and embarrassed when tears sprung to my eyes. Looking back, I guess I hadn't really finished my own grieving for Sonny, and the raw grief from Allie seemed to trigger something in me. Suddenly I was angry. Angry at the situation, angry at the professor and his cronies, angry at myself for displaying weakness when, right then, in just a few hours, I needed strength. I shook Meek's comforting hand from my shoulder and turned to the wall.
"Fuck, I am so over this shit."
I punched the concrete wall, punctuating each word with a muffled, fleshy exclamation mark. Meeks pulled me away before I could do too much damage, but my unhappy rage left blood splatters on the pristine white wall. I struggled, and Meeks surprised me yet again, this time by pulling me into a bear hug. To this day, I'm not sure if it was to restrain me or comfort me or both, but I am grateful. "Calm down, Isaac," he said firmly. My outburst seemed to have done the trick. The pain in my hand cut through the red fog of anger and grief, and I let the soldier hold me a moment longer. "I'm okay," I whispered as I pushed away. "Show me your hand." I held out my hand, palm down. 3 of my knuckles were bloody, but I could tell I hadn't broken anything. Calmer now, I cursed my stupidity. The last thing I needed would be to be incapacitated in any way during the escape. As it was, I was lucky. The bruising would be painful, but it shouldn't impede me if I found myself in a hand-to-hand combat situation. Meeks assessed my injury by watching my face as he moved my fingers separately of each other. He seemed satisfied when I did not wince or complain. "Well, no major damage, but it will be sore for a few days. I'll get you a few days' worth of Tylenol when we finish our shift. So what's the story, or don't you want to talk about it?" Meeks had been so reasonable, so different to the Meeks I thought I knew, that I told him everything. I explained why Allie had been so upset, and also what we had found out about Sonny. It felt so good to get it off my chest, to be telling someone outside our group, that I also told him of our plans for the escape. I knew the information was safe. Meeks hated the professor and the Homeland Guards as much as we did. He listened in relative silence, asking a few questions here and there. I told him it would take place early the next morning. As I spoke, I began to realize that I was giving away a lot and became much more circumspect. In the end, Meeks only knew that it was kicking off at 3 a.m. the next morning, but nothing about the weapons or the mechanics of the actual escape plan. I've said too much, haven't I? Please, Meeks, even if you don't agree with what we're doing, don't say anything. We need to have total surprise on our side. It's okay, Isaac. I won't say a thing. I won't say it's a mistake either. I know you thought this through. There's no way I would want to go, though. I want to be here when the Colonel finally gets Jack of Leahy and all his bullshit. There's a bullet in my gun with William's name on it. Fair enough. You sure then? Down here, your people have food, water, shelter, and security. It's a real risk you'll be taking. A few of them could die. I thought for a few seconds before I answered. Yeah, I'm sure. Not about dying being better, but we have to try. The professor killed one of us for an experiment, nothing more. That tells me that he's bad. 2 of the girls in the North Wing are pregnant, and who knows how many more there will be. Haven't you ever wondered why the females are kept separate to us? This whole thing is like the Garden of Eden for him, and he thinks he's God. But he's really the snake. I agree. He is a sick, evil son of a bitch. You know that you'll have to kill to get them out, right? And you'll be neck-deep in shit for helping them after they're gone. Once again, Meeks gave me pause to think. I didn't care about what would happen to me, but of course I thought about the possibility of having to kill again. But not too hard. My mind had skirted around the issue, imagining that we could take the Homeland Guards by surprise and maybe tie or lock them up. But deep inside, I knew it wouldn't work out so bloodlessly. Yeah, I know. We'll try to do it without spilling blood, but I know that's a long shot. Okay, well, good luck. I hope they make it.
16.
We finished our shift a few hours later and went back to the lower level. I spent an hour or so showering and then chatting to a few of the guys. I made the final preparations for early the next morning, putting my boots under my bed and fresh uniform under the covers. I also had a small backpack that I'd stocked with a canteen of water and some packets of beef jerky. Dawes had insisted on giving me the supplies when I told him I'd been getting pretty hungry on patrol the day before, hoping he'd give me a few packs of beef jerky.
Here, you may as well take a canteen, too. We have enough to see out the end of the world. Oh, wait, that's what we're doing. Here, you may as well take a backpack to put it all in, too.
The backpack went in beside the boots, and I headed up to the mid-level to meet up with Ben, Luke, and the others. Our last chance to talk before 0 hour. I didn't stop to eat an entire meal. I was too nervous and just grabbed a bread roll with a slice of cheese and went straight into the rec room. It was more crowded than usual with off-duty soldiers, but there were no Homeland personnel around. While we had seen more and more of them since the confrontation a week before, they still mainly kept to the upper level when they weren't on duty. We were unable to secure the sofa in the alcove as we usually did, so most of our talking was done as we waited around watching the action on the pool table. Luke looked happy, a stark contrast to my own feeling of apprehension. "Aren't you nervous?" I asked. "Sure, but I'm just happy that it's finally happening. I don't know how much more of this place I can take. I don't think I was designed to be cooped up for too long." "Same. We have to do this, right?"
"Yes,"
he said emphatically.
"Don't second-guess yourself, Isaac. We've gone through all the reasons, and you know it's the right thing to do. We have to take our chances and decide our own fate. Otherwise, it was all for nothing, and we could have just handed ourselves over to the Chinese when they invaded." Once again, my friend's eloquence strengthened my resolve. "Okay, you're right. I may have said a little too much to my patrol partner, Meeks.
Luke looked at me as Ben handed me the pool cue. "1 sec," I said, and turned to take my shot. Luke wasn't happy.
What did you say to him?
I didn't give him any details, but I basically told him the outline of our whole plan.
Dude, what were you thinking? We need the element of surprise if we are going to pull this thing off, you know?
I know. I'm sorry. I was having a tough time with something and well, it doesn't matter now. He knows. But he was okay with it, even though he doesn't think it's a good idea. We can trust him. He didn't say anything for a few moments, but I felt the heaviness of disappointment in his silence. I took another shot as he weighed up what I had told him. He seemed to be over it by the time I returned.
Okay, I understand you trust him, but we can't take any chances. I want to bring our plans forward by half an hour. I don't think we should tell anyone else, though, not even the other guys.
I'm down with that, but how will it work if we don't say anything?
Well, you and I are the linchpins of the operation. We just move earlier, wake the other boys, and start the ball rolling.
I thought about this. It made sense and wouldn't change things dramatically, other than giving us a head start in case of any interference as a result of my indiscretion. Okay, that should work.
Wait, what about the girls?
It won't change anything, other than the fact that we may need to go in and get them rather than have them waiting for us. Knowing Indigo, she will probably have them ready to roll earlier anyway.
Okay.
We knuckle-bumped and returned to the game. I managed to talk quietly with Ben and Paul. They, too, were ready, although Paul seemed a little withdrawn as though something was on his mind. I put it down to nerves and concern for his sister. We had fun for the next few hours playing pool and horsing around. The nervous energy made us all a little crazy, I think. As I watched them playing and laughing, I couldn't help wondering if it was the last time we would enjoy each other's company in such a place of safety. Or at all. We said our goodnights quite early. Luke slipped his iPhone to me as we went out. I went to bed fully clothed in the uniform I had stashed. As I slipped under the cover, the phone was beside my pillow, set to vibrate and the alarm programmed for 2:15 instead of 2:45. My taser and pistol were under my pillow, and I planned to steal at least one more of each when I awoke. More if I could. Everything was ready.
Part 3. Crashing Down. 17.
I was at home, eating breakfast. We were all there at our kitchen table. Dad was in his suit and tie, sipping coffee, occasionally sweeping his fringe out of his eyes as he read the morning paper. Mom looked beautiful. Her dark hair back in a ponytail as she held her toast in one hand and tapped out a message on her phone with the other. She was in her workout gear, ready to head to the gym after she dropped me and Rebecca to school. Rebecca was noisily eating her Fruit Loops, her hair tangled, and waiting unsuspectedly for Mom's brush of pain. I felt comforted in the familiar routine of it, the warm comfort that only a kid can feel in the arms of his family, the warm comfort of innocence. But behind that, there was something else, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe it was why they wouldn't look at me. No matter how much I tried to catch their eye, I couldn't. Had I done something to upset them? That wasn't all, though. There was something else. I couldn't speak. I didn't try because somehow I knew that if I did, no words would come out anyway. It was almost as if I wasn't there. Wait, that was it. I wasn't there. It didn't make me sad. I was more curious than anything and contented myself with watching them as they went about their morning routine. It was strangely wonderful, and I felt I could be quite content to sit there forever. Mom's phone began to vibrate on the table. Why wasn't she answering it? I felt myself getting upset. She should really answer it. I struggled to speak and found that I could after all. Answer it, Mom. My eyes snapped open. My heart was racing. I had spoken the words aloud and woken myself up. I snatched up the iPhone, swiping the alarm off, and held my breath, waiting for a sign that I'd woken anyone. Nothing. No one said anything, and all I could hear was Bowman's soft snoring from the bunk above me. I exhaled slowly and waited a few minutes, just to be sure, before sitting carefully and slipping my feet to the floor. I paused again when the bed squeaked, and then put my boots on as carefully as I could. Standing, I put on my pistol belt and clipped on the taser. I quickly moved to the foot of the bunk where Bowman's pistol belt was draped. I didn't breathe as I unclipped the holster cover and slid the weapon out. I couldn't find his taser and wasn't willing to risk waking anyone to find one. I pulled my small backpack from under the bed and slipped the weapon inside before pulling it onto my back. As I closed the door to the barracks behind me, my heart was already beating hard. Adrenaline was pumping through my system, and all I had done was basically get out of bed and walk through a door. I deliberately paused a few seconds and made myself calm down with a breathing technique I had learned in Kung Fu training. I didn't want to pay the price later by allowing all my nervous energy to be taxed before we even got into real danger. When I felt I had my nerves under enough control, I took off as quickly as possible and headed to the storeroom. While I had access to the storeroom, there would be little of any use that I could take without weighing myself down unnecessarily. More weapons were out of the question. They were locked in a cage, and Sergeant Dawes was the only one with a key. The nighttime lighting of the facility was a strange, dim yellow, and the empty corridors on the way to the storeroom reminded me of those in a video game I had played a few times with my friend Tommy. FEAR had a little girl's ghost that appeared in the corridors during very suspenseful moments of the game. It had freaked us both out, not to the point where we stopped playing, but it certainly had added another dimension to the gameplay. But I wasn't freaked out now, just determined. I swiped myself into the storeroom and walked purposefully to the cargo lift at the rear. I stopped briefly to sweep a shelf full of beef jerky into my backpack, and then, just as I was about to reach the elevator, I saw a large plastic baggie of zip ties on the bottom shelf. Motherlode. I slipped the bag into the backpack and pressed the call button for the elevator. While I waited, I unclipped my taser and held it loosely in my hand. The worst scenario would be for the lift doors to open and reveal someone in there. It was empty, and I stepped in and pressed the button for mid-level. Now I just had to hope that the doors didn't happen to open at the exact time the patrol was passing. I wouldn't let bad luck get in the way, though. I tensed, raising the taser as the elevator car slowed and came to a halt. The doors opened quietly onto an empty corridor. Good. I peered both ways before stepping out. This would be the hard part, negotiating my way to the dormitory while avoiding the patrol. I followed the corridor that ran parallel to the one that had the main entrance of the cafeteria and rec room. I paused at the corner. This turn would take me through the quiet area and then onto the main passage to my destination. I listened, but couldn't detect any conversation or the sound of footsteps. It seemed luck had come down on my side this time. I padded over the carpet and again paused before heading into the main corridor. Another 2 turns, and I was safely into the east wing. I arrived at the boys' door and pulled out the iPhone. It was 2:21. I swiped my card and found them in various stages of undress. "Hey," I said, not really knowing what else to say. Everyone responded with a hey, except Paul. "Luke woke us and told us you'd be early. What's going on?" He looked puzzled and nervous. I put it down to the fact that he had just woken up and was about to embark on an escape attempt that could turn deadly, which was totally understandable. Yeah, we had to change plans for security reasons. Paul hovered around as Luke stepped up, fully dressed, of course, and gave me a knuckle bump. "Chief, you pumped?" He had a sharpened knife strapped to his thigh and a handful that he had been handing out to the other boys as they finished dressing. Behind him I could see his makeshift assegai standing against his cot. I had to hand it to him. It looked plenty deadly. Yeah, pumped. Probably not as convinced as I sounded. The small but sharpened knives suddenly didn't look convincing, especially when I thought about the firepower that could be brought against us if things went pear-shaped. Here. I shook off my backpack and pulled out the Beretta that I had stolen. You rock, Chief. I watched as he expertly ejected the clip, making sure it was full before slamming it back into place and aiming at the door, one hand bracing the other and getting a feel for it. He squeezed off a couple of imaginary rounds and slid it into the waistband of his pants. I'm all set. Just going to finish giving out the knives. Paul approached, looking serious. I don't think we should go yet. What if the girls aren't ready? Too late now, I said. If the girls aren't waiting for us, we will go into the rooms and find them. He bit his lip, and I thought he looked a little desperate. Is everything okay? I asked. Yes, of course. Just a little jumpy, I guess. I still think we should wait, though. You wouldn't want anyone else in the north wing raising the alarm. Dude, said Luke, coming over and handing Paul one of the sharpened knives. It'll be okay. They'll be ready even if we are early. Indigo is organized like that. Paul, the worried look still on his face, seemed to give up and nodded, taking the knife and tucking it into his belt before going back over to Bo and Toby. The nervousness I was feeling was compounded by Paul's demeanor, and I felt a vague sense of disquiet fall over me. Ben approached us. Okay, lads, are we all set? Yeah, let's do it, I said, a little distracted as I watched Paul put his shoes on. I shrugged off my uneasiness. I had to trust that everything was okay. Excellent, said Luke. He went to the bed and picked up his Zulu spear. Okay, let's go. Ben, you hang behind us. Luke and I have the firepower, so if things go south quick, we'll use them. What's our plan of attack? I will head up the last corridor to the entrance of the north wing alone. These guys know me from the patrol, so I should be able to get close enough to use the taser on one while he's on his way down and I'll draw my gun on the other. Sounds good. Yep, sounds great, Chief. Let's roll. I turned to the others. Guys, we're heading out. If it all goes to plan, we should be back in around 10 minutes. If we're not back in that time, you might want to lock the door again because it would mean we fell at the first hurdle. They saw us to the door, Paul carrying the piece of cardboard he would use to prevent the bolt of the lock engaging. We'll be ready, said Paul, his face now unreadable. As I checked the corridor both ways, the vague sense of uneasiness I felt grew a little worse. I put it down to nerves and shrugged it off before gesturing for Luke and Ben to follow me. Paul closed the door behind us. I led the way, stopping every now and then to listen and make sure the patrol wasn't in the vicinity. Again, we were lucky enough to avoid them and arrived at the last corner before the north wing entrance in about 2 minutes. We came to a stop, and even though it was unnecessary, I put a finger to my lips to indicate the other guy should be quiet. Luke rolled his eyes as if to say, duh. They both squatted with their backs against the wall, while I took off my backpack and opened it, pulling out 2 of the zip ties and handing them to Luke. He indicated that he wanted another, and I looked at him with a question in my eyes. He just nodded to hurry me up. I shrugged and gave him a third, then put my backpack against the wall next to him. I unclipped the taser from my belt, and I stood up straight, hiding the immobilizing weapon in my hand. Luke and Ben gave me a thumbs up, and I took a deep breath before rounding the corner. I was expecting the Homeland Guards to be standing when I entered the corridor, and was surprised to find them sitting on their haunches with a deck of cards on the linoleum floor between them. Their heads snapped up when I appeared, but they soon relaxed when they recognized me. One raised his eyebrows to the other as if to say, "What does this punk want?" Even better, they stayed right where they were, one looking at his hand of cards while the other eyed me lazily. I picked him as my first target. "Oh, hey," I began as I closed to within a few feet. "I was just wondering if—" I pressed the trigger on the handheld taser and lunged at him. The blue arc came to life with a crackle. His eyes had barely widened in surprise before the weapon was jammed up against his neck and he fell to the linoleum convulsing. I let the taser clatter to the floor and drew my Beretta, aiming it at his buddy's face. He had shot to his feet and was desperately trying to free his own weapon. "Don't." He didn't argue. His hands went up and I whistled. Ben and Luke came running as I ordered the Homeland Guard to turn and put his hands against the wall. "Nice work," said Luke. He went straight to the guy against the wall and told him to put his arms behind his back.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
asked the guard with his face squashed against the wall. "Hush," said Luke, smacking the back of the guard's head. I suppressed a nervous giggle at Luke's spontaneous treatment of our captive. He quickly secured the tie around his wrists and zipped it tight. Meanwhile, Ben tied my taser victim's hands in the same fashion. The fallen guard was moaning now, and the convulsions had abated. I kept my gun ready in case of further resistance. "Why did you want 3 ties?" I asked Luke when he had finished and spun the guard around.
"Watch."
He pushed down on the guard's shoulder.
"Sit, please." "Fuck you."
This time Luke punched him in the gut, and the bigger guy bent over, gasping for breath.
"Please, sit down."
This time the guard did as he was told, and after some awkward maneuvering, Ben and Luke managed to get the men into sitting positions and back to back. Luke then used the 3rd zip tie to loop through the 2 ties already around their hands.
"There you go. They're not going anywhere."
"Well done," I said, picking up my taser and handing it to Ben. "If they start calling out or giving you any trouble, use this on them."
"It would be my pleasure,"
said Ben, unable to resist pressing the triggers so that the blue arc of electricity crackled to life. "Come on," I said to Luke, and we went to the double doors the Homeland guys had been guarding. I swiped my card, but the little indicator light stayed red. I tried it again. No good. Luke was already running back to the captive guards. I began to feel a little desperate now, imagining that at any moment the patrol might pass and see what we were up to. I didn't want a confrontation this early in the game. Luke was back in a second with one of their cards. I held my breath as he swiped it. Thankfully, it went green this time, and I pushed the doors open carefully. The lights were dimmer in here, the same pale yellow as on the lower level. The corridor continued a little way past the doors before opening into a large, carpeted area with a scattering of sofas and beanbags. Something caught my eye. A slight movement at the far corner on the right. It was gone just as I saw it. "I think that was Indigo," whispered Luke, who had a better angle than me. She was peeking around the corner. "Indigo!" My breathing quickened as we neared the corner carefully. Luke went around first, his assegai held out before him. I followed him. It was Indigo. She must have been waiting. We could see her at the end of another narrower corridor, urgently ushering the other girls along. They were all there, Brooke, Allie, and Paul's sister Ava. We waved at them to follow and stepped back around the corner as they reached us. Luke lowered his weapon, and I barely had time to turn around before they were upon us. Allie made a beeline for me and fell into my arms just as Brooke reached Luke, grabbing him in a bear hug. Ava hung back, looking a little lost, and Indigo smiled at me over Allie's shoulder. She smiled. Hopefully that meant she hadn't been disgusted by the declaration of love on my last note. I felt myself redden as Allie finally released me from her grip of death, and Indigo stepped forward. She then did the most wonderful thing. She fell into my arms and kissed me on the lips. Now I know what they mean when they say the earth moved. I felt the most amazing feeling of well-being rush over me, and I kissed her back. My first real kiss. Even then, in that magical moment, I half expected that she might suddenly pull away and reject me. "Okay, lovebirds, we have to go." Luke's voice sounded like it was coming from a very distant place, like I was at the bottom of a deep well and he was calling down to me. Indigo broke away from the kiss and I reluctantly released her, looking around at the grinning faces of Luke, Allie, and Brooke. Even Ava was smiling shyly at us. I felt my face burn with embarrassment as I slowly came back to reality. "All right," I said gruffly. Let's go. I led the way back to the entrance and pulled the doors closed when everyone had passed through. Ben was where we had left him, the captive guard sitting quietly at his feet. No problems? I asked.
No, they have been as quiet as church mice.
Good. I looked at Luke and gestured to the doors. Should we leave them in there?
Not a bad idea. If the patrol spots them here the way they are, they will raise the alarm. If they're not at their post, they might just report the anomaly when they get back after their patrol.
3 minutes later, Ben, Luke, and I had them in the corridor behind the doors. Thankfully, they had kept quiet.
Should we taser them?
Ben asked, obviously keen for some action. It might keep them quiet for a bit longer. Easy, Ben. They'll be fine here. The patrol swipe cards won't work on this door, so even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to open these doors. No need to risk permanently damaging these guys. I saw the mouthy one open his mouth, possibly to threaten us, but then he seemed to think better of it and looked at the floor.
Let's go,
Luke said.
18.
We took off at a moderate pace. Again, I led the way. Behind me trailed the girls, with Ben and Luke bringing up the rear. So, what's the plan? Indigo asked, her eyes bright with excitement. Even with the fading bruise on her face, she looked beautiful in the dim light. We're going back to collect the other group. Paul, that's Ava's brother, and his 2 friends Bo and Toby. I paused as we reached an intersection, gesturing everyone to be quiet. I peeked around the corner to the left and quickly pulled my head back. I had seen the patrol passing along the corridor running parallel to ours. That meant in a few minutes they would be rounding another corner and traveling up the corridor where they would intersect with the North Wing passage. I checked once more and then said urgently, "Come on." We darted around the corner to the right, a little more urgency in our step. "And after we pick up the boys?" Indigo prompted, puffing a little because of the fast pace. "Well, then we head towards the exit. We're going to have to make a stand at the lobby. We can't get to the exit without going past. When we get past that obstacle, we're home free." There was no way I was going to tell her now that I wasn't going with them. I would leave that unhappy news until the last possible minute. Thankfully, we arrived back at the dorm before she could ask me any more questions. Perhaps because I was thinking about Indigo, or maybe just because things were moving too quickly, I didn't stop at the door to the boys' room even though I had a bad feeling. I ignored my spider sense, as Luke called it, and just pushed it open and took a step into the room, and froze. Believe it or not, Paul was the first person I looked at. He was standing near the rear of the dormitory with Toby and Bo standing beside him. They wore shocked expressions, but it was Paul that drew my gaze. The shamed expression on his face told me all I needed to know. I felt the heavy pain of betrayal in my belly, even as my mind began working furiously to find a way out of this mess.
"So it's true then. I didn't want to believe it."
The professor sat on Luke's cot, and next to him stood Mr. Ragg, his face expressionless. There were 2 Homeland guards in the room as well, Bradley and the heavy-set Maddox. Both had their weapons drawn and trained on me. I wondered briefly where Williams was. I pushed against Indigo with my back, moving to the center of the doorway in order to obscure the line of fire.
"Don't bother, Isaac. You'll find that Leroy is in the corridor behind you. He has orders to shoot if any of you try to run."
I looked over my shoulder at Luke. He turned and looked into the corridor before nodding to me, his mouth a grim line.
"Good. Now, why don't you all come in so we can have a little chat about this escapade?"
Part of me wanted to scream, but I deliberately forced myself to remain calm. This wasn't over yet. Keeping my hands by my side, I took a few steps into the room. Indigo hesitated.
"Come in, young lady. There is nowhere else to go."
The rest of the group filed in, and the professor called over our heads.
"Leroy, make sure we're not disturbed, please."
Yes, sir. Leroy shot me a smug look as he pulled the door closed. I turned back as the professor stood.
Now, put your weapons on the floor, please.
Reluctantly, I unclipped my belt and bent over, placing it on the floor. The rest did the same with their sharpened knives, and Luke also put down his handmade spear and knife. And that was all. His gun was tucked into the back of his pants. They didn't know he had it, and they couldn't see it from where they were standing. The professor clasped his hands behind his back and began to walk to and fro in front of us, much like a school principal may have done in front of misbehaving students.
Now, what are we to do with you, my friends? He asked when he finally came to a halt and faced us. If not for the sense your friend, young Paul, displayed by coming to me, you may well have catastrophically breached the security of this facility.
Oh, Paul. Ava's soft voice came from behind me. We're not your friends, and frankly, Paul is no friend either. Friends don't betray each other, I said bitterly. Paul flinched.
Isaac, it wasn't like that. I had to protect Ava.
And what you can do is let us go. Right now, I interrupted Paul, continuing to address the professor. The professor's eyes widened. I think he was expecting fear and regret, perhaps a little begging, not steely resolve and demands. Luke chimed in.
And make it quick if you don't want your mad scientist's ass kicked.
There was a long silence, finally broken when the professor laughed. He laughed hard, bending over double until tears were streaming from his eyes. The two Homeland officers were smiling as if they were in on the joke, but I could tell they had no clue. Rag just stared at me. Finally, the professor's maniacal laughing petered out, and he wiped the tears from his eyes. When he looked at us again, his smile was gone. I didn't like what had replaced it.
Oh, you too. I thought you were intelligent.
We're smart enough to know that you killed Sonny, I said. If my words had an effect, they didn't show. Luke's next sentence did, though.
And to know that you have a new virus that you're going to use on the Chinese.
I saw a telltale flush on the professor's neck, but I also saw a change come over his face now that the cat was out of the bag.
You're right. I have. I have engineered the key to getting our country back, and your friend Sonny was instrumental in enabling me to perfect it. You see, we had retro-engineered the flu virus within a month of the attack, and it wasn't difficult to engineer a new Sino variant. But we lacked the rat we needed to test it on. Then, of course, you arrived, a fortuitous turn of events, almost as if God had planned it that way.
You crazy fuck, said Luke.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure that your friend is recognized for his service to the country when we have this great nation back on its feet. But as for you, you must be punished for your sabotage, your treason. Mr. Ragg, make an example of Mr. Race, please. Here, while everyone is watching.
Mr. Ragg crossed the floor quickly and gripped me by the upper arm. Of all the men in the facility, he was the only one that physically intimidated me. I didn't resist, not because of fear, that wouldn't stop me. No, it was because I didn't see the point right then. I allowed him to drag me into the center of the room and push me to my knees. It was imperative I didn't try to resist before I saw an opening that might afford me at least a small chance of success.
No!
Paul rushed from the back of the room, racing past Maddox and Bradley before they could react. He grabbed Ragg's arm.
Professor, you said no one would get hurt. Well, I actually said your friends wouldn't be harmed. Mr. Race just stated quite clearly that he is not your friend. Continue, Mr. Ragg.
Paul became frantic. He wouldn't let go of Ragg's arm.
No, you promised.
I saw the opening I was waiting for as Paul's struggles distracted Ragg. With one swift movement, I turned and aimed a rabbit punch at his groin. His reaction time was fantastic, though. He managed to turn ever so slightly, my fist glancing off his thigh before hitting its mark. The resulting punch wasn't incapacitating, but it hurt. He nimbly stepped out of my reach, pushing Paul in the chest as he went. The smaller boy went flying through the air and landed against Luke's cot, the back of his head crashing into the metal frame with a sickening thud. Apparently, Luke had been awaiting his own opportunity, and as Rag stalked back towards me, my friend stepped away from the rest of our group and strode just as quickly towards the professor, his Beretta aimed at the man's forehead.
I wouldn't if I were you.
The 2 Homeland guards, distracted by the scuffle, were too slow to stop Luke. They looked tentative as they turned their weapons on him. For the moment, I dismissed them. Rag had stopped dead in his tracks, his intense gaze now on Luke, who stood just a foot away from the professor. I saw the lethal man's brain ticking over as he tensed. Despite the risk, I could tell he was going to make a move, and it would be a swift, deadly one. "Just shoot him, Luke, now!" My shout had the desired effect. Rag hesitated.
"Stand down, Mr. Rag,"
the professor said. Like a deactivated Terminator, Mr. Rag suddenly relaxed and stood up straight, his hands falling to his side. I got to my feet.
"And those 2,
said Luke, waving his weapon in the general direction of the 2 Homeland guards.
"Put your guns down,"
the professor ordered.
"On the floor,"
said Luke,
"and kick them away."
I went across to Paul, giving Rag a wide berth. I put 2 fingers against his throat, gratified to feel a strong pulse. There was blood pouring from a cut on the crown of his head, and his glasses were hanging from one ear, the left lens cracked. I felt soft movement beside me as his sister crouched down. She placed her hand on his forehead and looked at me, her eyes filled with concern.
"Is he okay?"
"He'll be fine. It's superficial, but will bleed a lot."
"He didn't do it to hurt you."
I nodded, not sure yet how I felt about Paul. His treachery was a massive blow to us, but that didn't make it any easier to see him hurt.
"I can't let you leave,"
said the professor, in a measured voice.
"You don't have a choice, asshole,"
Luke said grimly. I picked up the gun that Bradley had placed on the floor. "Ben, tie these 2 up, please, the same way we did earlier. Toby, help Ava get Paul to his feet." Ben approached with my backpack. He had been carrying it since we had freed the girls. When he placed it on the floor and opened it to get some of the nylon ties, I reached in and grabbed 2 as well, before walking over to Rag. I kept the gun trained on him as I approached, warily. "Turn around and put your hands behind your back." He just looked at me with those snake eyes of his. Dead. No feeling behind them. "Luke," I said. Luke stepped forward and this time placed the muzzle of the gun against the professor's forehead.
"Rag!"
the professor whined in a shrill voice. Rag didn't take his eyes off me. "Soon," he whispered ominously, before turning around and holding his hands behind him. I didn't say anything, just tucked the Beretta into my waistband and very carefully looped the zip tie around his wrists, pulling it tight, tighter than it needed to be, before leading him over to Luke's cot and forcing him to sit. Paul was by this time up on his feet, propped up by his concerned sister and Toby. He looked pretty out of it. Meanwhile, Ben had secured the 2 Homeland guys together and with the help of Bo had forced them to the back of the dorm and pushed them into the bathroom before pulling the door shut. "Now you, Professor." Luke lowered his gun and the professor took a step towards me and turned, holding out his hands. I quickly secured them, a little more gently than I had Rags, and sat him down on the cot next to his baleful henchman. "Now, this is what's going to happen," I said. "In a moment, you're going to call Leroy in, and then we're going to leave you all in here while we get out of this place. There's no need for anyone else to get hurt."
"I'm afraid I simply can't allow that to happen. I can't let you compromise the security of everyone in the facility."
I stared at the professor, flabbergasted. "You don't have a choice, Professor. Look around."
"You won't get out alive,"
he said, in a matter-of-fact tone. I gestured that the girls should move further into the room. Whatever. I'm not arguing with you. Call Leroy in, please. He did as I asked, and a few seconds later, the handle of the door rattled. I don't have my swipe card, Professor," Leroy's muffled voice called. I saw the professor close his eyes in exasperation, and I went to the door and swiped the lock. Leroy had barely entered the room before he found the muzzle of my gun pressed under his flabby chin. His eyes widened as he surveyed the unexpected scene and raised his hands in quick surrender. I pulled his sidearm out of the holster and pushed him towards the cot. He sat down, the cot groaning as his ample weight was added to that of the other two men. "Very good. Ben, zip-tie Leroy, please." With the three men safely secured, I paused to silently give thanks at how smoothly we had been able to handle the unexpected interception. Would our good luck hold, though? "Come on," I said. "Grab your knives. Toby, you help Paul." "Isaac, you're not bringing him, are you?" "Yes," I said. Luke threw his arms in the air. "Dude, what the fuck? He nearly got you killed." Paul, his hair matted with blood and his face pale, looked at the floor.
"He's right. Just leave me here, Isaac."
"What did he promise you, Paul?" He hesitated before answering quietly.
"He was going to let me share a room with Ava, to look after her until she had the baby."
You can forget that now,
snapped the professor.
"You and your sister will be executed for your interference, just like these two. Not the other girls, though. I need them."
I saw Luke move, but it was Ava, Paul's sister, who stomped up to the professor and slapped him hard across the face. He looked shocked, the stark white handprint on his cheek a vivid exclamation point. Then she began to hit him again and screamed, "We're not an experiment, you psycho!" The professor fell against Rag, trying to shelter from the storm of the young girl's rage. I ran to pull her away, but I was too late. With a sudden lunge, Rag shot up from the cot like a piston, the top of his head connecting with the girl's chin. It made a horrible noise, and she fell backwards like a chopped tree, her head smacking into the linoleum floor with a crack. I attacked Rag, punching him viciously in the jaw and then the stomach. He fell back on the cot and attempted to pull back his legs for a kick, but I was on him, pummeling his chest and face. I heard Paul, his face still bloody from his own injuries, crying as he stumbled over to his sister and fell to his knees by her side. It was Indigo and Luke who pulled me off Rag.
"Come on, Isaac. We have to go. We're running out of time."
I allowed myself to be pulled away, noting that apart from a bleeding lip and a red mark on his jaw, my frenzied attack at close range hadn't done much damage to Rag. He maneuvered himself back into a sitting position, his glasses askew and his eyes just a little more determined than they had been a few minutes ago. "All right, let's go." They were right. The longer this went on, the more likely we were to not succeed, and now we had an unconscious Ava to carry, as well as a probably concussed Paul. Ben, Toby, and Bo all moved to help Ava and her brother. Luke didn't object to Paul coming now. I think he, like me, could see that Paul's motives had been out of concern for his sister, and not any ill will towards us. Besides, there was no way we could, in good conscience, leave them in the hands of the professor. We finished picking up the makeshift weapons and the guns. One of the knives was unaccounted for, but we didn't have time to do more than a quick search for it. I put the Berettas of the 3 Homeland Guards in my backpack, opting against giving them out. If at any stage it came to a firefight, we were as good as dead. And while I wasn't admitting defeat, if we happened to be halted, we would be in a better position to negotiate and survive if our group wasn't bristling with loaded guns. I ushered everyone through the door and was about to pull it shut when I thought of something. "Professor, don't use the virus against the Chinese. There is a group working against the government trying to change things for those of us that are left. Killing thousands of innocent people won't bring back the USA. It will only make you more of a murderer." I didn't expect an answer, and I didn't get one. He simply looked at me defiantly, as opposed to the ever-present dead-eye stare of Mr. Rag, sitting beside him, and the dumb menace of Leroy on the end.
19.
When the door was locked,
I used the handle of the Beretta to smash the plastic swiping mechanism off the wall. No one would be letting them out any time soon. We set off at a brisk pace, Indigo and I at the front, followed by Toby and Bo, who cradled Ava between them. And then the rest of us, with Luke bringing up the rear once more. Our luck ran out when we reached the square. We were just passing the cafeteria and heading to the corner to take the left turn down to the lobby when the night patrol rounded the corner at the far end of the main corridor. We stopped dead in our tracks, as did the two soldiers. I didn't know either of these two by name, but held my hand up. I felt more than saw Luke come around our group to join me. I could tell that the approaching soldiers were wary. It was just a subtle change in the way they carried themselves. They didn't reach for their weapons. Not straight away, anyway. They had closed within a few feet when we heard banging and muffled yelling in the distance behind us. The two men drew their guns at the same time as Luke and I. Suddenly, we were the ones in a Mexican standoff. No matter how many times you've had a gun pointed at you, it's never a pleasant experience, not even one you can get used to. As I looked down the barrel of the weapon pointed at my face, I hoped that the young soldier in front of me was feeling it worse than me. "We have no fight with you guys," I said. "We just want to leave, nice and quiet. That's the professor and his Homeland guards back there banging. They killed our friend Sonny, and we're leaving. It's as simple as that." "Put your weapons down," ordered the soldier in front of me, with more than just a hint of uncertainty. "Dude, didn't you hear what he just said?" Luke asked. "We're leaving, and you two aren't going to stop us. Even if you did manage to shoot one of us, and I doubt it, whoever's left will kill your buddy. If you lucked out and killed both of us, well, then there's the rest of our crew." I saw the soldier's eyes scan our group. Ben stepped forward, raising the wicked-looking knife he was holding, and then the bloody-faced Paul smiled, showing his red-stained teeth. I saw the soldier's already shaky resolve start to falter. "Listen," I said reasonably. "Our fight is not with you or Colonel Randall. This is what we're going to do. We're just going to lower our weapons and then head down to the lobby. You guys just walk on. No one will ever know. Okay?" I lowered my weapon slowly, and so did Luke. The two soldiers, still uncertain, did the same. When I was sure they weren't going to fire on us, I didn't hesitate to move. "Come on," I said, and turned the corner and walked on, the soldiers watching us go. As we picked up the pace, the sound of splintering wood in the distance behind us reached our ears. Shit, how did they get free so quickly? "Dude, I think one of them might have had that knife," said Luke, as if reading my mind. "Yeah, hurry." I knew that the door wouldn't hold the professor and his men much longer. We ran hard until we came to a dead stop at the final corner before the lobby. If the professor had knowledge of our escape, I knew that the Homeland guards in the lobby would also have been forewarned. There was nothing for it. We had to attack, hard and fast. Luke and Ben came forward when I gestured, and the rest of the group huddled around to listen as well. I was painfully aware of Indigo right next to me. "The three of us will go in first," I said. "No one else moves until one of us gives you the all-clear. If you don't get that within 3 minutes, it means we failed and you should turn around and go back to your dormitories." "I've got a better idea," said Indigo unexpectedly. She looked at Brooke. "How about if Brooke and I go in first?" "What?" I asked. I saw my confusion mirrored in Ben and Luke's faces. "Think about it, Isaac. What are they going to do as soon as they see you?" I shrugged, suddenly with a horrible understanding of where she was headed. Luke answered for me. "They're going to shoot our asses." "Right. Whereas if a couple of silly girls go in, they're going to let us get close." "Yeah, she's right. It's better than you lot getting shot up," said Brooke. Ben was scornful. "Oh, right. And what are you going to do when you get close? Shoot them?" "Yes," Indigo replied, in all seriousness. Ben snorted, appalled by the idea, but I saw a thoughtful look on Luke's face. "Dude, she may be onto something. They won't shoot them out of hand.
If anything, it will create a fantastic distraction." "No," I said adamantly. "Williams is probably in there. He's too dangerous." Not to mention, I hadn't liked the way he had looked at Indigo when we had first arrived in the facility. I saw Indigo looking at Brooke and didn't miss the English girl's faint nod. "Well, we're doing it," she said, in a tone that told me there would be no arguing. She stood up and grabbed the bottom of her t-shirt with one hand, and with the other reached down her top, pulling the bottom up and through the neck opening before tying it in a neat knot between her breasts. In effect, she had fashioned a kind of bikini top. A typical teenage boy, I was momentarily spellbound by the effect, that is until I saw Luke and Ben with their mouths gaping. "Oh, this is silly," I snapped, standing up and pulling the gun from my belt. Indigo put her hand on mine and looked into my eyes as she moved in close. "Please, Isaac, let me do this. I won't take any unnecessary risks." I held her gaze, not willing to look anywhere else unless she think me a pervert. Brooke moved up to us. Thankfully, she hadn't made any wardrobe modifications. "Let us do this, Isaac," she said. "It's our only chance. Deep down, you must know it." Conscious of time running out, I nodded. I didn't trust myself to speak. Ben groaned and kicked the wall in disgust, but didn't argue any further. Luke handed me my backpack, and I pulled out 2 of the Berettas, handing one each to the girls. They both knew how to handle weapons. That wasn't what concerned me. It was just that, well, I couldn't live with myself if anything happened to either of them. The 2 girls were all business now that they had the weapons. They tucked them into the back of their pants and turned to the 3 of us. Brooke kissed Ben, and then Luke. Luke's was an innocent peck, but his pale skin blushed furiously. Indigo stepped up to me again, but this time I stopped her when she leaned in to kiss me. "Are you sure you can do this?" "Yes. After what they did to Sonny and Ava." I released her, and she did kiss me. I hugged her and whispered, "Be careful. We're counting to 20, and then following you in." She nodded and gestured to Brooke. Brooke squeezed Indigo's wrist before they stepped up to the corner. They looked at each other one last time before disappearing. I headed to the corner, gun in hand, already counting to 20. Luke and Ben sidled up, both with guns in hand, Luke still carrying his Zulu spear. Ben looked as scared as I felt, but Luke had that strange, excited look he always got before trouble. I had only counted to 14 when the first gunshot echoed from the lobby. It was quickly followed by a second and third. We pelted around the corner. The next few minutes were hectic. The first thing I saw when I ran into the lobby was a dead Homeland Security guard on the floor about 10 feet in. He was staring at the ceiling with a red bullet hole in his forehead. To my left, Brooke crouched behind a sofa, blood streaming from a nick on the bottom of her earlobe and pulling on the neck and shoulder of her t-shirt. She gave me a thumbs up even though her face was pale with shock. There was another Homeland guard draped over a table in the center of the room. It was clear that he was also dead. I had taken that much in when the first bullet whizzed over my head. I quickly ducked behind another sofa, panic setting in, not because someone was shooting at me, though. "Indigo, where are you?" I shouted desperately. I couldn't see her anywhere. Luke and Ben had followed me in. Ben had gone to crouch beside Brooke. He was already tending to her wound. Another shot answered my shout. It came from my left. Looking in that direction, I saw Luke hunkered down behind an upended table. He was peeking over the top with one eye, his weapon just below the rim of the table. When the Homeland guard firing at us lifted his head the next time, Luke's shot scalped him with a bloody spray and he fell with a thud. "Indigo!" I called again. "She's over here, soldier boy. With me." Fuck. I knew that voice and felt my stomach flip. "Let her go, Williams." "No, I don't think so. Although I can see why you want her so bad." His attempt to goad me out of my hiding place didn't work. Luke was looking at me. He pointed to the middle of the room. That was where Williams' voice was coming from, behind another upended table. Fuck. How were we going to get out of this? It was Williams who ended our brief stalemate. "You know what, Isaac? I'm going to stand up with your precious Indigo in a second.
My gun is going to be against her neck, just over her carotid artery. I'm then going to count down from 5. And if you and your friends don't put your weapons down and stand up with your hands in the air, by the time I get to 1, I'm going to shoot her. I heard shuffling and peering over the sofa. I saw him stand. Indigo was pulled hard up against him, one of his arms tight across her chest, and, as promised, his pistol against her neck. 5, 4. I thought frantically for a way out of this mess, but there was no exit. Indigo was all that mattered right then. 3, 2. Wait, okay, don't shoot. I stood, leaving my weapon on the floor, holding my hands in the air. The others too. Slowly, both Luke, Ben, and Brooke climbed to their feet, hands in the air. Very good, said Williams. He stepped out from behind the table, shuffling along, still holding his gun against Indigo's neck. Behind him, I saw the indicator on the elevator light up. More Homeland Security. I swallowed my bitter disappointment. Oh well. At least we had tried. The doors slid open silently. I knew we could work this out without any more unpleasantness, Williams said in an oily tone. I had suddenly lost interest in Williams. It wasn't more Homeland Guards than the lift. It was Meeks. And the big soldier was slowly moving towards the unsuspecting Williams, his army-issue knife in hand. I knew what I had to do. Well, we've surrendered. You got what you wanted. Now let her go, I said, attempting to keep Williams occupied. Really, soldier boy? You're still making demands? You, he said, pointing at Ben. Go and get the rest of your group and bring them in here. If you're not back in 30 seconds, I'll shoot your sister in the head. Ben didn't ask any questions. He ran out of the room as fast as his legs could carry him. That few seconds gave Meeks the time he needed to close in on his quarry. He quietly stepped up to Williams and put the knife against his throat. I was gratified by the stunned look on Williams' face, but also scared as hell he would pull the trigger. Lower your weapon, Meeks rasped in a no-nonsense whisper. I could almost see Williams weighing up possibilities as he frantically thought of a way out of his situation. Not going to happen, soldier. Yes, it is, or I'm gonna bleed you out all over this fine timber floor. No, you're not, and you know it. You cut me, and I squeeze the trigger. Don't think I won't kill this bitch. Now it was Meeks's turn to look uncertain, but he didn't have a chance to work something out. Indigo did it for him. With a swift movement, she reached behind her and grabbed Williams' crotch, twisting her hand violently. The muzzle of his gun slipped away from her neck as he doubled up, and Meeks seized his opportunity, grabbing Williams around the neck and ripping him backwards away from Indigo. She fell to the ground. Williams' face went red as he struggled against Meeks, attempting to bring his gun to bear on the soldier. He fired a shot over his shoulder that punched into the plaster of the ceiling, showering them with white powder and debris. Meeks grabbed Williams' gun and twisted it in his hands. We all watched, rapt at the struggle that ensued, even though I knew we should be moving while we could. At first, Williams' gun moved implacably toward Meeks's face, but in the end the soldier's superior position and the lack of oxygen from the hold he had around Williams' throat began to tell, and the gun slowly started to inch back towards the Homeland Guard's chin. It was over with a shocking bang. I guess he had a bullet with his own name on it, the soldier said quietly, as he let Williams' lifeless body fall to the floor and tucked the dead man's gun into his belt next to his own. Ben returned in another few seconds with everyone else. It only took him a second to understand what had happened. Isaac, we have to go now. We heard lots of yelling. I think they're out of the room. You're going out the main exit, Race? No, not me. Them. I have to get to the control room and open the gate. The girls looked confused. What are you talking about? Asked Indigo. I have to stay. There's no one else to open the gates. I'll try and come later. Allie grabbed my arm, but Indigo just looked hurt and confused. You have to come with us, Isaac, the younger girl pleaded.
It started a torrent, and soon everyone was talking. "Quiet!" yelled Meeks. "I'll do it." "You can't stay, Isaac. If you do, they'll shoot you on the spot. I'll open the gate. You just be ready to go." He turned and started heading towards the elevator. "Meeks, wait." I ran over to him. "How did you know to come up?" He shrugged. "I heard you talk in your sleep, then get up. I knew it was the start of your crazy plan. Anyway, I tried to get back to sleep, but I couldn't. So I thought I'd come up and check on you." I shook his hand. "Thanks. I'm glad you did. Are you sure about the gate? Randall won't be happy." "It's all right." He grinned. "Life's boring down here anyway. What difference will a few days in the brig make?" He and I both knew that his punishment would be a lot worse than a few days in the lockup, especially after killing Williams. I'm pretty sure there would be CCTV footage of the whole incident. "Go!" he yelled. "Give me about 10 minutes. Without waiting for an answer, he ran to the still-open elevator doors and was gone. We had begun picking up our gear when Toby yelled from the opening, "Someone's coming!" "Go, go, go!" I yelled. They all stopped what they were doing and ran. Ben led the way with Brooke and Indigo, the twins carrying guns. Toby and Bo were still helping Ava between them. She appeared to be awake but was very groggy. I looked around frantically but couldn't see my gun. Luke had his assegai. He saw I was without a weapon and threw me his pistol. We headed through the door. Looking to the left, I saw our group disappearing down the long passage, but behind me I heard the implacable and rapid approach of footsteps. Just one pair. I knew before we turned that it would be Rag.
20.
He came at us. Fast. Again, I was reminded of a Terminator from the old James Cameron movies that my dad had watched with me. He ran like a machine, his movement economical and powerful. I decided not to screw around. He was too dangerous. I began to raise my gun and saw Luke in my periphery tense and start to bring his Zulu spear up. Time slowed, and it was like I was trying to raise my arm in a tub of molasses. Too slow. I squeezed off a shot, but it went over his head as he crashed into us. As a tactic, it was super effective. He hit us with such force that I think I blacked out for a second. I was vaguely aware of flying through the air, my gun dropping from my grip as I put out my hand to try and break my fall. I hit the floor, my wrist bending at an unnatural angle as I fell onto my arm. It didn't break, but the sharp pain brought tears to my eyes as I rolled onto my back, skidding along the floor like one of those MotoGP riders coming off their superbikes at 120 miles per hour. I came to a rest a few feet from the impact zone and laid there looking up at the distant white ceiling as I did a quick inventory of my body. I felt like I'd been hit by a runaway boulder, but I didn't feel any breaks. I heard groaning. Luke. I shook off my shock and quickly scrambled to my hands and knees, not expecting the woozy feeling that came over me. My vision cleared, and I saw Luke on his belly, a bleeding graze on his forehead and cheek, reaching for his assegai, just a few scant inches from where his fingers splayed and twitched on the linoleum floor. Rag was also moving, albeit a little more slowly than he had been just a few seconds ago. He was also on his knees, and I saw him looking down at the bloody rip in the fabric of his gray suit jacket over the right side of his chest. Luke had apparently managed to stab him, but it appeared to be no more than a superficial wound. I didn't like what I saw in the man's eyes as he climbed the rest of the way to his feet. Luke was closest, and I knew he would look to deal with him first. "Watch out, Luke!" My friend must have heard something in my voice, because he suddenly came to life and lunged, his hands closing around the shaft of his spear as Rag rushed at him. I also started running, ducking to pick up the gun in a surprisingly, given my grogginess, nimble movement. I was still feet away when Luke rolled like a snake onto his back, his hand gripping the spear and bringing it to bear on Rag. It was at this point that the professor, with Bradley, Maddox, and a puffing Leroy arrived, sliding to a clumsy halt a safe distance away. I ignored them, turning my gun towards Rag for the second time in the space of a few minutes. I should have known he wouldn't just put his hands up. As I tried to zero in on him, he leapt headlong onto Luke, pushing the spear away just before impact. The weight of the man caused the breath to whoosh out of Luke as I aimed at the frenetically moving Rag. I couldn't shoot. There was no way I could take a shot without the risk of hitting my friend. Luke was no walkover and tried to wrestle his assailant off him even as he sucked air back into his lungs. It was to no avail. Rag, while shorter than Luke, was all hard muscle and soon maneuvered himself into a position that saw them both on their side, with the professor's man lying behind Luke, his arm around his neck.
"Put the gun down."
The threat was implicit in the 4 words that the normally silent Rag uttered. If I didn't obey, he would snap Luke's neck. I was defeated. Rag knew it. The men watching knew it. I froze, unwilling to admit defeat, until Rag jerked his arm tighter and Luke's face began to turn purple. Okay, I said, holding up one hand in surrender as I bent and awkwardly placed the gun on the floor. Don't hurt him, please. Rag slowly released Luke, who began to draw deep lungs full of air. The professor's man then began to rise to his feet, his intense gaze burning into me. There was some noise from the direction of the professor and his homeland guards. I turned to look, fully aware that Rag had not released me from his death stare. Leroy had started walking towards us only to find the professor's hand on his chest.
"Stay put,"
the older man said grimly, before looking back to Mr. Rag.
"Kill him. Kill both of them."
Rag stepped over Luke. Resignation washed over me, and I spread my feet, ready for my final battle. Rag took a step towards me and... His face suddenly contorted in agony. He stood straight up like he'd been electrocuted, his right arm reaching blindly behind him. Confused, I looked around him to see Luke, so recently incapacitated, rising to his own knees, concentrating as he twisted his assegai. Rag opened his mouth but didn't scream.
"The gun, Isaac! Get the gun!"
Luke grunted through gritted teeth, struggling to keep the flailing hand of Rag away from the spear embedded in the killer's right buttock. His desperate shout roused me from my torpor, and I bent over and picked up the gun, holding it on Rag. In my peripheral vision, I saw one of the Homeland Guards take a step forward. I turned the gun on them. I fired a shot over their heads. Unsurprisingly, it was the bully Leroy who broke ranks first. He turned and ran without another look. Maddox, clearly braver than the more recent Homeland recruit, stepped in front of the professor, while Bradley grabbed the older man's arm and attempted to lead him away.
"What are you going to do, young Isaac?"
yelled the professor stridently, shaking off Bradley's hand and stepping around Maddox. He held his hands out, his fingers splayed as though playing to a crowd.
"Are you going to shoot me?"
I pulled the trigger, giving him his answer. Why waste breath on words? The professor didn't flinch. In fact, surprisingly, he laughed. In shock, he apparently hadn't felt the bullet go through his right hand, just missing Officer Bradley's head and painting his face with blood and bone chips. It wasn't until he heard the moaning from Bradley and saw Maddox's horrified look that the older man realized he'd been shot. The effect was instantaneous. His face turned an unhealthy shade of gray, and he began to scream as he looked at his ruined hand. Maddox grabbed him again, and this time the professor allowed himself to be led away. "Come on, Luke. We need to go now," I said, turning back and warily holding my gun on Rag. Luke released the spear, but left it embedded in Rag.
"Something for your ass to remember me by, you prick,"
he said, ruffling the man's hair as he stood and stepped around him. Apparently, Luke wasn't the only actor amongst us. As the smiling Luke took a step past Rag, the injured man's hand shot out and gripped Luke's left wrist, twisting it viciously. Luke fell to one knee in agony. I quickly stepped up and put the muzzle of my gun against Rag's forehead as Luke struggled to break his assailant's grip. "Let him go," I said. "No, you drop the gun." The gall of the guy was breathtaking. He looked calm, only a light sheen of sweat on his forehead giving away his discomfort. I pressed the muzzle of the gun harder against his skull. "Let him go." He didn't. What he did do was twist his hand viciously, and I heard Luke's wrist break with a horrible, meaty crack. He shrieked as Rag released him and then fell to his knees, cradling his dangling hand. I pulled the trigger. Click. Empty. I pulled it again. Click. Nothing. I saw the corners of Rag's mouth begin to curl into a smile, and in frustration I smashed the butt of the gun's handle into his right temple. His face slackened, and his glasses flew off his head as he fell sideways, his head smacking into the floor with a crack. He didn't get back up. Knowing time was our enemy now, I quickly helped Luke to his feet. He was moaning in agony. The hand he supported was rapidly turning red.
Fuck, Isaac. He broke it. The bastard broke my wrist.
I know. We have to move, though. Sorry, man. We'll look at it once we're safely out of here. Come on. I helped him up and urged him down the corridor, looking back once to check that the little bastard Rag was still down. I knew a blow to the temple like that could kill a man, but I hadn't had time to check his pulse. Like the time he climbed the mountain with a bullet wound, Luke again seemed to dig deep, and we managed a decent pace. It didn't take as much time as I thought, and we turned a corner and found ourselves in a larger chamber, a cool wind howling through the open inner and outer gates, 30 feet away. The view of the outside was underwhelming. The night was dark, inky, and I could make out nothing apart from the few feet of trail lit by the fluorescent lights of the chamber.
Isaac! Luke!
It was Ben. He ran towards us, followed by Brooke and Toby. Indigo stood where she was, looking extremely kick-ass with her t-shirt still tied up over her breasts and pointing her gun at the two guards on the floor in front of her. They had their hands behind their heads, looking extremely unhappy. Ben told me later that one had been asleep at the desk and the other one had been pleasantly taken aback at the appearance of Indigo, who had approached him the same way she had surprised Williams and the Homeland Guards. The gun in his face had soon sobered him very quickly.
She really is a smiling assassin, you know?
The rest of the group were around a large supply cupboard. It was to the left of the inner gate, and its contents were strewn over the floor. They were quickly donning the heavy military winter coats that were hanging neatly in a line, as if they'd been left there just for us. The chill of the night was dissipated somewhat when I saw Paul doing up the too large coat that he had helped his sister put on. As Ben and Brooke reached Luke and me, the shrill beeping of the alarm pierced the quiet of the facility. I ran over to Indigo and took the gun from her and pointed to the others. "Quickly, you should put on a coat. I'll watch these two."
"Are you okay?"
she yelled over the siren. I nodded. "Yeah, Luke isn't, though. His wrist is pretty bad." As if to prove my point, right then he screamed in agony as Brooke and Ben helped him into one of the coats. Indigo ran over and I called out to Bo, who was waiting for the others. "Can you bring my backpack?" We secured the two soldiers' wrists, then pushed them back to the floor. I caught the coat Ben threw me as we ran back. "We have to go now." Each beep of that alarm seemed to touch a raw nerve in my head. It was almost like a countdown, and I began to physically push those closest to me towards the gates. They soon got the message. As I went through the inner gate into the staging area, I looked up and caught sight of one of the CCTV cameras. I didn't know if Meeks was watching, but I gave the thumbs up before I turned and began running to the outer gate. Sure enough, I heard a buzz and both gates began to close. The cold of the mountain night blowing in through the outer gate cooled the sweat-soaked t-shirt I wore, and I found myself shivering, not having had the chance to put on the coat yet. The doors were closing fast when I spotted Luke's iPhone on the deck about 15 feet away. He must have dropped it. He never would have thrown it away. As prepared as I thought we had been, clearly we had not planned perfectly. The dark of the night told me one thing. We would need some sort of light. If we didn't, we would end up stopping through lack of visibility until the sun rose, huddled in the night, just waiting for the Drake Mountain people to come and pluck us off the mountain. Or worse, some of us could fall to our deaths. I looked back to the door, then made my decision. From the outside, I heard someone scream my name as I sprinted for the iPhone, scooping it up one-handed and running like a maniac for the outer gate. I wouldn't make it. I would make it. Yes, I was going to make it. I turned sideways and planted my right foot, jumping and flying through the gap. My shoulder banged hard against the 3-inch thick metal as I tumbled out and landed in a clumsy heap on the cold dirt and rock. I heard Indigo's voice nearby. "Isaac, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine." "Good. Now what the hell were you thinking?" I smiled at her cranky tone as I felt around for my coat. I was still holding the phone and pressed the home button to wake it up. Thank God I had charged it the day before. Turning back, I saw a shadow about my height in front of me, and I felt a sharp shot of adrenaline before I realized it was my recently acquired coat, jammed between the armored outer doors of the facility.
"Oh, no,"
said a female voice behind me. It wasn't Indigo. She was now beside me. We walked to the doors. One of the arms and most of one side of the coat dangled from where it had been trapped. I knew it was no use trying to pull it free, but I tried anyway, grabbing the arm and pulling it this way and that. I let go after a few more tugs and looked at Indigo. We didn't need to say anything. I could tell by the look in her eyes that she knew as well as I did that this wasn't good.
"Isaac, I think we should go," called Ben. "Neither Luke nor Ava look too good, and we should put as much distance between us and the facility while we can."
"Let's go," I said to Indigo, and we ran to the others. Ben was right about Luke. He looked miserable. His hand had ballooned to 3 times its normal size, but he still had his spear wedged under his arm.
"Don't worry about me,"
Luke said.
"Let's just make like a shepherd and get the flock out of here. I don't know if they'll just let us go or come after us, but I don't think we should hang around right outside the door too long."
I patted the shoulder of his good arm and made my way to the front of our group. The night was still pitch black, the heavy cloud cover effectively blotting out the stars and moon. At least the cloud cover meant it would be a few degrees warmer than it could have been. Despite that, I knew I wouldn't make it far without a coat. Being an optimist, I put that out of my mind, and as I looked up, I briefly reflected how wonderful it was to be able to look up and not see a ceiling. I got to the front and turned around. By the inadequate glow, I could see the expectant faces looking at me, and suddenly I felt scared. I didn't feel any more equipped than the rest of them to lead us out of the valley. We were in a large, flattened area. About 20 feet to our left, the ground dropped away into blackness. "Is everybody ready? I need you all to stay as close as possible to the person in front and as near to the rock face as you can."
"We're ready, Isaac,"
said Ben, coming to the front. He was in the process of taking off his coat.
"You're going to need this, though."
"No, Ben, keep it. I'll be fine."
"You won't make it in just your uniform, Isaac,"
said Indigo, and her voice of reason.
"What about if we take turns? Every 20 minutes, someone can take a turn without a coat, except for Luke and Ava, of course. We'll need to keep their body temperatures up."
Everyone agreed, and I received a few pats on the back. Their concern and camaraderie warmed me more than a jacket ever could. "Okay, great idea," I said. We set off. I went at a good pace, keeping the iPhone as far above my head as I could so that it lit as much of the surrounding terrain as possible. I didn't want to think about how much battery life it had remaining. It was at about 32% when we left, and I knew it wouldn't last long with the display on constantly. But the fact was, we needed the light. There was no point saving the battery if it meant increasing the danger of a fall for one of us. I thought about what might be happening back at the facility. They would be on high alert by now, and I knew that Leahy wouldn't just let us walk away. The only question was, who would he send after us? Randall's men or his own? Well, whoever it was, they couldn't go around us, so the narrow mountain trail gave us a good chance of holding them off with our firearms. I decided not to think too hard about it until I knew for sure that we were being chased. For now, we needed to concentrate on putting as much distance between us and them as we could. In the meantime, I told Ben, who was bringing up the rear, to be vigilant for signs of pursuit. As scary and demanding as the walk into the Drake Mountain facility had been, the walk out was worse. We had to pause several times to rest on the undulating path. It was cold and miserable, and none of us was used to vigorous physical activity, having been cooped up inside the facility for so long. Even worse than the physical aspect of our flight was the psychological one. Besides the threat of our captors pursuing us, when the path narrowed and the black chasm beside us came into full view, there was no way to tell how far one would fall if they happened to slip. It could be a few feet or 1,000. If anything, not being able to see anything but the inky blackness was worse than looking down on a 1,000-foot drop where you could see the bottom. As much as I concentrated on watching the path ahead, every 5 minutes or so I would bring everyone to a halt, lock the iPhone screen and look behind us, watching for the telltale sign of flashlights. Of course, they could have night vision goggles, in which case the stops were pointless, but it made me feel better. Every 20 minutes we stopped and did a coat swap, and I must say, despite my reluctance to take it when he had first offered it, after my first 20-minute stint coatless, taking that coat from Ben was the easiest thing I had ever done. After an hour of hiking, we still hadn't spotted any sign of pursuit, and I began to breathe a little easier. Perhaps the professor had decided to cut his losses and let us go. By that time, the battery was down to 5%, and, being optimistic, that would give us about 30 more minutes before it went flat. The iPhone's clock said it was 5:23. I had no idea what time dawn would break, but I knew that first light would be at least an hour and a half away. We pushed on. 20 minutes later, the battery died. Luckily, we had just gotten to a spot where the track had widened into a kind of rocky recess, the walls of the mountain towering over and around us, providing natural protection. Before the light blinked out, I saw it also had a scattering of small and large boulders, which would at least give us some shelter from the cool wind. In the almost complete darkness, I was only able to make out the barest of shapes. We all joined hands as I led the way to the back of the recess. My hand waved back and forth in front of me like I was playing blind man's bluff at a birthday party. I heard someone trip and swear behind me, and I felt a push in the back. We managed to stay upright, and after what seemed like an age, my outstretched hand brushed the rocky wall in front of me. Okay, we're at the back of the recess. Everyone sit down. You may as well try and get some sleep if you can. I'll keep watch. I heard a few more curses as everyone found their way to the ground and settled into a comfortable spot. Well, as comfortable as rocky ground could be. I thought about trying to find Indigo so that I could sit near her, but it would be pretty obvious to everyone what I was up to if I did that. I heard Allie next to me, and Paul to the right. He was comforting his sister, telling her it wouldn't be much longer now. At first, like typical teenagers, we sat with some distance between us, but as our bodies cooled, we all huddled closer together. "Are you okay, Luke?" I asked, not really sure where he was. "Yeah," he said directly from in front of me, in a voice that said pretty clearly that he wasn't fine. "My wrist hurts like a bitch, but at least I can't feel my hand." "Okay, everyone should try and get some sleep. I'll keep an eye on the path behind us for any sign of pursuit." "Don't think I can," came Brooke's voice, "but I'll give it a try." Silence fell over our little camp. I huddled with them too, but I would get up occasionally to blindly feel my way back to the trail and look back the way we had come. There were no telltale flashlight beams, and it made me feel better, even though I knew that didn't necessarily mean someone wasn't following us. It was my turn to be sans jacket, and I felt the night's chill even worse now that we had stopped moving. But at least I wouldn't fall asleep. I was way too cold for that. Famous last words.
21.
I'm not sure how long I dozed, but when I awoke with a start, the sky was kissed by the faint glow of dawn. The soft luminosity below the horizon to the east colored the low clouds a faint pink and yellow and shed enough light for me to see my fellow escapees. I cursed myself. I guessed I had been asleep for an hour or so, more than enough time for pursuit from the facility to catch up with us. I sprung to my feet and went to the edge of the recess and looked back down the path. In that soft pre-dawn light, I was able to see about 200 feet. There was no one pursuing us. Not that I could see, anyway. I looked over the edge. The path was on the edge of a steep canyon, and while it wasn't bottomless, the floor of the canyon was littered with scree and jagged rocks, and it was a long, long way down. When I got back, Indigo was looking around. Whether it was the breaking dawn, seeing Indigo, or just a feeling of well-being at escaping the facility, I felt a strange feeling of elation. "Good morning," I said, cheerily. She turned her head sharply. "Isaac? I wondered where you were. Were you awake the whole time?" Well, I didn't want to lie to her. I didn't want to admit that I had fallen asleep on my watch either. A little white lie wouldn't hurt, would it? I dozed for a minute or two, just got up when I saw the sky start to lighten. The good news is, it looks like they've decided it's too much trouble to bring us back. She came over to me, pulling off her coat. "Here, you must be freezing." I was going to protest, but as she reached me and opened the coat so I could slip my arm into the sleeve, I closed my mouth. When she was close, I sometimes forgot how to speak. She zipped up the coat like I was a little kid, and on the spur of the moment, I enveloped her in a lingering hug. I don't think I'd ever felt happier to be alive. The others in the group had started to rouse, and I heard someone groan. "Are you two at it again?" asked Ben, with a grin on his face. We laughed and disengaged, heading back over to them. Soon everyone was sitting up in various states of wakefulness. I found my backpack and pulled out the jerky I had pilfered from the storeroom. It certainly wasn't bacon and eggs, but no one refused the tough, salty offering. The canteens of water that we had were also passed around. "Shit," I said when I spied Luke's hand. I almost wished for the dark of night again. It looked like a latex glove that someone had tried to blow up like a balloon. The swelling was bad, but the color was worse. A horrible dark shade of purple. Luke looked at me and I waited for a wisecrack that didn't come. He was clearly suffering. Indigo went to him. "Is there anything we can do?" "Yeah. Cut it off." No one laughed. "I mean it. My hand needs to be cut off. My wrist is shattered. Pretty soon necrosis is going to start." "What's that?" asked Allie. "It doesn't sound good." "It's when your tissue begins to die because the blood supply is cut off." "Are you sure?" I asked. He nodded and smiled grimly. "Unless you think it's a good idea to go back and knock on the door of the facility so I can get treatment." I kicked a stone in frustration, my good mood suddenly dissolving into worry for my friend. Luke knew enough about these things to know what needed to be done. "When?" "Not now. We'll need a fire." He held up one of the sharpened butter knives. "This would do it, but a longer blade would be better. And we'll need a fire or alcohol to sterilize the instrument. A fire would be best because afterwards my stump needs to be cauterized." I knew what this meant. I remembered watching an old movie called The Vikings with my dad one Saturday afternoon. A slave had his hand severed by sword as punishment. One of the onlookers had used a flaming torch to burn the end of his arm. My dad had told me it was called cauterization and was a way to seal and sterilize the man's wound at the same time. Even in the non-graphic way they showed violence in those old movies, it had made me wince when the actors shrieked in agony. To think of having to hack off Luke's hand with a knife and then somehow use fire to seal the wound made me feel sick. I felt Indigo's hand find its way into mine and squeeze. "I'll help. Don't worry." I nodded, and Luke laid back down, nursing his oversized hand against his chest. "We'll set off for the final walk to the lodge in 5 minutes. Does anyone need to go to the bathroom?" Allie put her hand up, as did Brooke. I gestured to the largest boulder in the clearing. It was to the left and closest to the wall of the canyon. "Okay. Girls over there. Boys that side." "Me first," called Paul, perhaps feeling the same happy energy that had come over me with the new morning. He shot to his feet, looking more carefree than I had ever seen him. While I hadn't forgiven him entirely for betraying us, I knew his reasons had been all about Ava's well-being. He'd only done what he had to help his sister. His close friends Bo and Toby also seemed to have forgiven him. They jumped up and began to wrestle and race him to reach the gap between another large rock and a kind of fissure in the wall that I had pointed out for the boys to use. The fissure, almost a kind of tall cave, looked deep enough to afford anyone using it some privacy. I thought Ben might find it a little harder to forgive Paul. He watched the boys horseplay expressionlessly. "I better go too," Indigo said, delivering a kiss to my cold cheek. Suddenly the cold seemed a whole lot warmer. Toby, the stronger of the three, pushed the other two back without too much effort, and Paul and Bo gave up, mucking around as their friend went around the rock and into the fissure. I looked at Ava. She was sitting up too and smiling at her brother's shenanigans. Apart from Luke's injury, it seemed as though we might be in pretty good shape. I was still looking at her when I saw her face change. Her mouth dropped open and she began to scream. Almost in slow motion, I turned. It was Toby. He was bent backwards at a painful angle, an arm locked around his throat, taking jerky steps towards us. Over his shoulder, I saw the grim, determined face of Mr. Ragg. Paul gave a hoarse shout of "No!" and ran to protect his sister. Bo, like me, stood in shock, as if not quite comprehending what he was seeing. Ben tried to stand but got his legs tangled in Luke's and went down in a heap. I hadn't even had a chance to move when Toby stiffened and opened his mouth to scream. I wanted to scream too, as the blade of a knife emerged from his mouth like an obscene silver tongue. His hideous gurgling scream ended abruptly when Ragg twisted the knife and mercifully ended his torture. Several things happened then. Girls screamed. Bo rushed at Ragg, and an off-balance Ben fired his gun, the loud report sending an echo reverberating around the canyon as chips of rock exploded behind Ragg's head. Ragg, even though he was bruised and bloody, was as fast as ever. He twisted Toby's dead body around as a second shot rang out. The bullet struck the dead boy in the chest with a meaty thud, and suddenly he appeared to come to life as he rushed headlong at Ben, who struggled to rise to his feet. I was moving too now, running at Ragg even as he propelled Toby's body, one hand gripping the knife in his neck, the other on the small of his back, at Ben. Bo got there before me and hit Ragg in a heavy tackle just as the older man jerked his knife out of the spine of his victim, allowing momentum to carry the dead weight into Ben. My friend groaned as the breath whooshed out of his body and his gun spun away on the rocky floor of the clearing. I paused, standing over Ragg as Bo rained punches down on him. "Isaac!" Luke yelled. I turned, smoothly catching the knife he had thrown. I turned back and tensed. In the instant I had been distracted, Bo had been flung a few feet away, his nose bleeding, and Ragg was climbing to his feet, his rabid eyes locked onto mine, the bloody knife still gripped in his hand. He looked a nightmarish sight. He no longer wore the glasses that I had smashed from his head earlier. There was a large, bleeding welt on the right temple where I had struck him, and the eye on that side, while not closed completely, was puffy and badly bruised. He was limping, but surprisingly, the butt wound that Luke had inflicted on him with the spear had not put him out of action. I had seen the force that Luke had used, and I knew it would have incapacitated most men. Ragg was clearly not most men. I could see the crazed fire in his eyes and knew that was what had fueled him to get this far. A strange quiet fell over the clearing. I was aware of Ben struggling and swearing, trying to push the dead weight of Toby off him. Nearby, Bo was moaning, holding his head. Paul was rocking back and forth, comforting Ava and crying at the loss of his friend. I didn't dare take my eyes off my adversary, but I could hear the other girls weeping behind me. "You can take him down, Isaac." It was Luke. He spoke calmly and quietly, but without a hint of doubt in his voice. I didn't feel the same confidence. While my chances now were better than they had been 3 hours or so ago, Ragg, despite his injuries, still seemed to have more than enough strength and twisted willpower to best me, and I knew he had the skill. I relaxed and tried to slow my breathing as Ragg came to a standstill in front of me. Even though he was standing up straight, I got the impression of coiled steel ready to spring at any moment. He held the Army-issue knife in a relaxed grip by his side. I transferred the knife Luke had thrown me to my right hand. It had been sharpened so much that it resembled a long, thin dagger, and I decided right then it would be better as a puncture weapon than a cutting one. I closed my hand around it so that the blade protruded a couple of inches from the bottom of my fist. I barely had time to set myself when Rag stalked towards me. I waited until the last possible moment and then skipped backwards and to the left out of his range, making him pivot off his injured side as he followed me. He barely winced, and as I prepared to pull the same move again, he anticipated it and suddenly ran at me, bringing his knife up between us. He didn't collide with me this time. I managed to dodge to the left again as he jabbed his hand at me in 2 quick stabbing motions. The first one missed. The second one scratched my side just below my ribs. I felt a line of fire where it struck and waited for him to come after me again. He didn't. Just circled me from a safe distance. That surprised me. He'd managed to strike me and should have tried to follow it up immediately. Either he was wary of me, or more disturbingly, he wanted to draw this out. I put my left hand to the fresh wound. It was superficial only, and even though my fingers were bloody when I held them up to look, there wasn't a lot. Taking advantage of even that slight distraction, he ran at me again. Again, I was a little too slow to elude him completely, and his fist caught me above the right ear as I tried to dodge him. The blow sent me stumbling onto the hard ground, and I braced myself for impact as I scrambled desperately to my feet. Again, the expected attack didn't come. I stood up, swaying a little, as I recovered from the stunning blow and looked at him. "What are you waiting for?" I yelled, the ringing in my ear now joining the melody of pain introduced by the knife wound. Rag didn't say anything, just watched me. I think I knew what he was doing. He was trying to get inside my head. It was working. Suddenly he rushed at me again, front on. This time I was ready. Kind of. I raised the fist with the knife in it and hammered it down with all my might as he struck me in the chest with the top of his head, the full weight of his body behind the blow. I remember flying backwards and landing heavily on my back, my head ricocheting off the ground with a crack. I lay there for a moment, staring up at the clouds, winded and possibly concussed, unable to get my breath back, almost willing him to finish it. Someone was screaming, "Get up, Isaac! You got him!" Indigo's voice seemed a long way away. What was she saying? "Get up!" She seemed closer now, her voice more urgent. Was it her that inspired me to get up? I'm not sure, but I know I didn't want to let her down. I didn't want to let any of them down. As my senses came back to me, I made a supreme effort to roll over and fought my way to a crawling position. I half expected to see Rag standing over me, perhaps waiting for me to regain my feet. It was then I realized how hard he had hit me. He was also on the ground, about 6 feet away. Like me, he was on his knees as one hand reached blindly over his back, trying to grasp the knife that was embedded deep in his right lower shoulder blade, just out of the reach of his desperate fingers. He stopped trying when he noticed me. Apparently it could wait, and with implacable determination he again rose to his feet. He still held his knife, and I was now weaponless. He knew he had won. I could see it in his eyes. Very slowly, almost casually, he began to walk towards me, the knife tapping out a tune on his thigh. "No!" Indigo again. This time her voice a mix of disbelief and horror rather than encouragement. I made one last effort and pushed myself to my feet. He wasn't wary now. He was relaxed and in control. I saw my last hope in his confidence and swayed a little more drunkenly than I had to. "Run, Isaac!" screamed Indigo. Rag smiled. He was enjoying this. When he was only a few feet away, I burst to life, throwing the golf ball-sized rock I had hidden in my hand at his face. Even though I had been a decent Little League pitcher when I was a kid, the ploy was an attempt to distract him more than anything else, and I ran at him. Sometimes attack really is the best form of defense. To my utter surprise, the rock hit him dead center of the forehead with a loud crack. He stumbled backwards like a drunk, trying to keep his feet as I hit him. We crashed heavily to the ground, and he screamed as the knife embedded in his shoulder was driven deeper by the heavy fall and my added weight. I began to rain blows upon his face, already bloody from the gushing wound the rock had made. I didn't stop until his eyes closed and he went slack under me. I sat on his chest, looking at the gray sky, my chest heaving for breath. I was exhausted and about to roll off my defeated quarry when one of his hands shot up and grabbed me by the throat, squeezing my windpipe. I only just managed to grab his other hand as he brought the knife up to finish me. We struggled, and spots began to cloud my vision. I fought to stay conscious as his knife hand slowly inched towards my eye, the point of his blade filling my quickly darkening vision. Bang! Rag's head snapped viciously to the left, blood spattering the ground beside his head. The last thing I saw as the hand around my throat slackened was Ben, his chest heaving, dropping his gun.
22.
When I came to, a circle of faces was looking down on me. Indigo was on the ground beside me, wiping my face with a damp handkerchief. Everything hurt.
He's waking up.
They helped me into a sitting position. I looked for Rag's body. It wasn't there. My eyes followed a scuffed trail that led to the cliff.
We threw him off,
Allie explained, needlessly. I nodded and looked around. Bo was resting against a rock, Ava tending to him much in the same way Indigo was looking after me. Toby's body was against the rock wall to my left. His coat had been removed and placed over his face. Brooke was busy ripping a garment of some sort into rough strips. I realized after a second that it was Rag's suit jacket. A short time later, I was patched up and feeling relatively okay, if a little cold. Luke was quiet, but managed to tell me, "Well done, dude."
Do you think he was alone then?
Ben asked. I nodded as I took a gulp of water from the canteen Allie offered me. Yeah, if he wasn't, we'd already be on our way back to the facility now, or at the bottom of the cliff. I think he thought Mr. Rag might be able to do the job.
He nearly did, but I can't believe they didn't send more after us.
I shrugged. I think the professor has more pressing matters to attend to. Like a hole in the hand.
Or maybe Randall wouldn't be a party to it. Doesn't matter. I think Leahy will try and deploy the virus as soon as he can now. He knows if the Chinese capture us, we would crack more easily than the captured soldiers might,
said Luke. Well, we can't stop him releasing the virus, but we can make sure we aren't captured by the Chinese. We need to get moving. Luke, are you okay to walk? He didn't answer, just made his way gingerly to his feet and nodded grimly. I tried to avoid looking at his hand, but it was difficult not to. We made the decision to leave the body of Toby. We couldn't bury him in the hard, rocky ground, and none of us could stomach throwing him off the cliff like Rag. We settled for leaving him where he was. We didn't have another option. Indigo went to him and took his coat, replacing it with remnants of Rag's suit jacket before coming over and handing it to me. I started to say no, but she cut me off.
He won't be needing it, Isaac.
I looked at her for a second, then nodded and took the coat. I asked Paul if he wanted to say a few words for Toby, and was surprised when he said no, his voice hitching. It was fair enough. I know what state I would have been in if it had been Luke, Ben, or any of the girls that had been killed. Even though I didn't know Toby that well, Paul, Bo, and Ava did, and I thought it was right to say a few words, so I gathered everyone around. I recited a poem I knew by a poet called Mary Fry. I knew it by heart because I had read the same poem at the funeral of my mom, dad, and sister. You could say the words were burned in my memory. We started moving not long after. The hike was much easier now that we had daylight. I had a splitting headache and started to wish that Indigo had wrapped a bandage around my skull, too. While the back of my head was not bleeding, It throbbed with a hot intensity that made it feel like my brains were leaking out. It took us another hour, but finally the path wound its way into a valley and we were able to see the lodge in the distance. It perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley, a silent sentinel. I estimated it would be about another 20 minutes walking time, so I called everyone to a stop so we could have some water. No one spoke as we passed the canteen around. I think we were all too exhausted both mentally and physically from our escape and the final confrontation with Rag. We were just picking up and getting ready for the final stretch of our hike back to the lodge when Allie pointed to the sky, back in the direction we had come from, and asked with wide eyes, "What's that?" At first I didn't see what she was pointing out, and then I saw the black specks. My first thought was that it was a flock of birds or bats, but they weren't flying in quite as distinct a pattern as those creatures normally do. These ones appeared to be dispersing in all directions. I estimated there were about 100 all up. Luke joined me, then Indigo, and we stood shoulder to shoulder and watched the phenomenon in the morning sky together.
"Drones," my friend whispered. "That's how he's deploying the virus."
"Bastard. Why now?" Indigo asked. I shrugged. "Why not, I guess. He's probably just been waiting until they had manufactured enough, although I think our escape probably prompted him to get it out quicker. He couldn't risk us being captured and giving their position away to the Chinese." "I still don't know how he was able to make it so quickly. Doesn't it take years to make these things?"
"You'd be surprised," said Luke. "When there's money or war involved, things happen almost magically fast. Look at the Ebola virus a few years ago. When it was killing poor people in Africa for 30 years, no one gave a damn. But as soon as it spread to a few different countries and it was clear that governments would pay for vaccines by the ton, they managed to produce one almost overnight. I've even heard that a cure for nearly all cancers was possible, but it was only small underfunded labs trying. The big companies wouldn't touch it because they made so much profit from all the drugs used in chemo and other medication and pain management. A cure is a one-off that would have dried up their income."
"That's pretty fucked up." My eyes widened to hear those words come from Indigo's lips, but her sentiment mirrored mine. The drones flew on, heading to all points on the compass. One flew almost directly over us. It was high, but even from a distance looked like heavy-duty hardware, definitely not the kind of toy drone I used to see for sale in Walmart. "It doesn't look like there are enough to me," I said.
"If it's as contagious as the professor made out, they won't need a lot. Just enough to infect a few soldiers. Then it should take care of itself."
I wish there was a way we could warn Huion.
"Yeah, too late now."
We watched the drones until they had disappeared from sight and continued our hike. We came to the lodge 25 minutes later. We didn't waste time exploring. The place was a little bit creepy, and I don't think I was the only one who thought so. Luke collapsed when we finally broke in through a service entrance at the rear. It was as though he had used up all of his willpower to make it to the lodge and had nothing left to give. He wasn't unconscious, just plain exhausted. Ben, Bo, and myself picked him up and carried him up a flight of stairs and then into a hallway in what appeared to be the staff area of the lodge. He grabbed my arm as we walked.
"You need to do it now, Isaac. If we leave it any longer, I could lose the whole arm. Or worse."
I looked up at Ben, who looked a little pale at the thought. No help there. I looked back down at Luke and swallowed. "Okay, buddy, just hang in there." After a few more minutes walking, we passed a kitchen, and ahead I saw a door marked Snow Bunny Lounge. I sent the girls to look for food, but called Indigo back before she disappeared through the door. "We need the sharpest knife you can find, and some towels, even alcohol, although I doubt there'll be any left. We'll be in the lounge, trying to make a fire."
"Make it 2 knives. One with a wide blade if you can find it,"
Luke added weakly.
"Sure," she said. "See you in a minute."
We walked on and pushed through the double doors into a big, unlit room. It was just as you would expect the lounge of a ski resort to be. All dark timber and leather, and right smack bang in the middle was an enormous fireplace. Thankfully, it was the real deal, and there was a stack of cut timber logs in a rack next to it. We gently placed Luke on a large, luxurious bearskin that lay on the floor in front of the hearth. I immediately went to work piling some logs and strips of an old newspaper that Bo passed me into the brazier. I surveyed my handiwork quickly when I was finished, and then began to look around for matches or something to light it with. Paul, Bo, and I searched everywhere but couldn't find anything. I was about to send them to see if they could find a supply cupboard somewhere when the girls came through the door. They were mostly empty-handed, of course. The Drake Mountain people would have stripped the place of any food and anything else they needed. Brooke did carry a pile of towels, though, and Indigo held 2 blades, one in each hand. One was a dangerous-looking wide-bladed carving knife, the other a thinner, serrated-edged one. Behind her, Allie triumphantly held up a small first-aid case. "You guys rock," I said. "Thanks. Here, watch out. They're real sharp." I took the knives from her carefully, and she immediately dug into her pocket, pulling out a box of long matches. "Thought you might need these too." Legend. Within a few minutes, we had a blazing fire and towels spread under and around Luke. The blades of both knives were in the fire. There was no alcohol in the first aid box, but the flames would sterilize the steel almost as well. Luke, for his part, appeared to be calm, although he was pale, and a slight sheen of perspiration covered his brow. I knew the answer, but I asked anyway. "You sure we have to do this? I mean, can't we?" "No, Isaac. There's no other way." I took a deep breath. "Okay, how do I do this?" "First, take the serrated knife out of the flames. That's the one you'll need to do the cutting with. Leave the other one in there. You'll be using the flat of the blade to seal the wound. It needs to be red hot. By the way, you'll need to get the boys to hold my arm still so I don't move." I was amazed at the casual way he was speaking to us. Amazed but thankful. His relaxed attitude also had the effect of calming me. I took the serrated knife out and rested it on the towel by his side. "Now, first you need to tie a tourniquet around my arm, here below the elbow. Make it real tight." I pulled the tourniquet out of the first aid box and did as he directed. Indigo passed me a firm cushion, and I placed it on the floor before lifting his injured arm up onto it. The injured hand dangled over the edge of the cushion. Lucky I hadn't eaten in a while, because when I felt the unnatural way his hand moved under my touch, I nearly threw up. Luke winced at the pain. "You girls might want to go for a walk," he managed to squeak. Indigo nodded and took Allie by the hand. Brooke and Ava followed, while the boys gathered around Luke, looks of horrible anticipation on their faces. "Do it, dude. No matter what I say or scream, don't you dare fucking stop till it's off, okay?" "Okay." I picked up the knife and nodded to Paul, Ben, and Bo. They placed their hands on Luke, and I placed my hand on his wrist about 2 inches above where I would start the cut. I'm not going to describe in gory detail what happened. Suffice to say, it was one of the most horrendous experiences of my life. I'm not sure which was worse, the sensation of the knife cutting through my friend's flesh and bone, the blood, or his screams and shrieks of absolute torture. Thankfully, by the time I placed the flat of the glowing blade against his bleeding stump, gagging at the smell of cooking meat, he had passed out. 23. In typical Luke style, he was making jokes about getting a hook within a few hours. We allowed him 2 hours to recover before eating a meal of jerky and water which we had been able to replenish from the lodge's faucets. I was still conscious of time and didn't think I would feel safe until we had put a lot more miles between us and the facility. Luke hadn't lost a lot of blood, and in fact, now that his hand was off, seemed to be almost back to his old self. The painkillers that Indigo and the girls had found on their walk might have had something to do with that, though. Even more importantly, they had also found a packet of antibiotics in the same guest room. Less than 3 hours after we had arrived, We were leaving the lodge. Luke had wanted to look for vehicles in the car park, but I overruled him, and we set off on foot. A vehicle would only make us more of a target. We had only been walking for 10 minutes when we heard the all-too-familiar rumble of helicopters coming from the direction of Lincoln. We quickly scrambled into the trees beside the road and crouched down. 5 of them went over, all heading in the direction of the lodge. We all looked at each other, and I wondered aloud if it was the smoke from the log fire that had drawn them.
"No way, dude," said Luke. "Those things were carrying about 25 troops each. If it was just the smoke, they would have sent 1 chopper at the most to investigate."
"He's right," Ben agreed. "I think the professor's luck may have just run out. Maybe they detected the drones?" I didn't think it was that. More likely they had finally broken the soldiers and discovered the location. Still, the facility was almost impregnable, so perhaps they were wasting their time. Just then, 2 fighter jets shot overhead. They were really low, and the sonic boom that followed caused us all to clap our hands over our heads. Less than 30 seconds later, we heard distant explosions. The target had almost certainly been the facility. "I think it's time to go," I said, trying not to think of all the people back at the facility who hadn't asked for any of the trouble that the professor had brought down upon their heads. They should be safe, even from missile strikes, in the short term. Question was, would the Chinese find a way in before the virus neutralized them? The trip down the mountain, while filled with anxiety, went relatively smoothly. We stayed in the trees as we traveled, but didn't see the ground vehicles or troops we expected might follow the air assault. By nightfall, we had made it back into Lincoln. We broke into several houses before settling on one that appeared to have been vacant before the disaster. Thankfully, we found a small selection of goods in the pantry, and the girls managed to put together a cold meal for us. We were all exhausted, so after our cold canned peas, corn, and Spam, much tastier than I remembered, we made plans for the next morning. Allie had found a tourist map of the area back at the lodge, but had forgotten about it until we began planning. It made things a lot easier. We decided we would leave at dawn and make our way down to Plymouth, then on to a small town called Moultonborough. Paul assured us that Moultonborough was nice and that we would be able to find a farm there. There were lots, and I remember it had a few lakes and, well, it was just really picturesque. Moultonborough gave me a good vibe, and I thought that its rural location, while only 23 miles out from Plymouth, meant that we would probably have little chance of running into Chinese once we managed to get off the 93. We set off after a breakfast of more Spam and a can of crushed tomatoes. Disgusting. As it was, apart from sighting a few choppers in the distance and avoiding one convoy of vehicles, we made it all the way down to Plymouth by mid-afternoon. There was a large Chinese presence in Plymouth. We could tell by the increasing number of vehicles as we got closer. We made the decision to avoid it completely and skirt the town rather than going through and trying to pick up more supplies. We stuck to the back roads, and even then, we had a close encounter with a Chinese jeep, only just managing to hide behind a hedge as it zoomed past. "I wonder where he's going in such a hurry," said Luke as he dusted himself off. After the near miss, we left the road and traveled across the countryside, taking a direct route over the hilly landscape to the road that led to Moultonborough. "I think we'd better find somewhere to hole up," said Paul, about 30 minutes after we left the road. "Ava is starting to struggle, and there's still 20 miles to go." Okay. The sun was getting low in the west by that time anyway. The 175 shouldn't be too far now. As soon as we hit it, we'll find a house. An hour later, we were settled into a small cottage, and after eating another unappetizing cold meal, we bedded down, exhausted from our day's walk, as the sun set. I awoke sometime after dawn, but let everyone else sleep. There was no hurry now. I had looked at the map again and estimated we would be there in about 6 hours, even walking at a leisurely pace. We set off mid-morning. We were all excited, now that we were so close to our destination, but, for me at least, there was also an undercurrent of apprehension that something would happen to upset our plans. The sun was out that day, and the fields were green and welcoming even though winter hadn't quite finished. We stopped for a good half an hour or so when we reached a large body of water called Squam Lake. We sat down, enjoying the long-absent sunlight on our skin, sharing laughs and a few more tins of the food we had scavenged from the house. Finally, as I sat there in the grass with Indigo next to me, I began to let myself believe that we might actually be okay. 4 hours later, we topped a rise and came upon a picture book, red-painted farmhouse. It sat in a small valley upon roughly 6 open acres of softly undulating, overgrown fields, with a large pond at its lowest point. Adjacent to the farmhouse was a fenced-off paddock that had 6 or 7 cows lazily grazing. I also spotted a pig pen at the rear. I felt a sudden wave of euphoria wash over me. I wasn't the only one. With a whoop, Ben jumped in the air and ran down the hill towards the farmhouse with Brooke and Allie in hot pursuit. Ava, clearly delighted, grabbed Paul's hand and then Beau's and began skipping down the hill, laughing in delight when a worried Paul asked her to slow down. I watched them, a huge smile on my face as Indigo joined me, her hand taking mine. "We made it," she said simply. I felt another hand, this one bigger and rougher, take my other hand and looked up to see Luke gazing down at me with a romantic expression that quickly turned into a wicked grin. I shook off his big paw and gave him a punch in the shoulder of his good arm. Oh, dude, the rejection. The 3 of us laughed and set off down the hill to what would become our new home. For the first time in a long time, I dared to hope that things would work out for us, that maybe there really was a happily ever after, waiting for us there in the valley.
The end of Cold Comfort, Book 3 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr.